The protagonist, Bu Lear, hears his name being called and tries to open his eyes. As soon as he opens his eyes, people around him start laughing and wondering why such a stupid idiot is still studying here. The guy doesn't understand where he is and thinks that this is a dream and everything around him is unreal. His classmate tugs at his sleeve and says that a teacher named Lanny is calling him again. He turns around and looks in fascination at the slim, beautiful middle-aged teacher who has approached him. She scolds the hero with hidden irritation for being asleep and wondering where he is. Bu Lear looks at her teacher's chest excitedly, doubting whether she is the teacher. They grab him by the ear and call him to answer at the board for sleeping in class, showing disrespect for mathematics. The hero, with fear in his eyes and under the teacher's angry gaze, stands at the board, reading the problem. He takes on a thoughtful look and realizes that he is faced with a very difficult task. On the board, you can see the problem the teacher had created, which caused such emotions in the main character. As punishment for sleeping in class, he is asked to solve this task later, so that he can show the solution before class tomorrow. His classmates start laughing in unison at the fact that the hero won't be able to solve the problem even in 3 days, because such an idiot can't have any ability in mathematics. But he shows with his whole appearance that he is going to teach his friends a lesson. The teacher wonders why her student is so self-confident, like a knowledgeable scientist. He confidently begins to write something on the school board with white chalk. The teacher looks with extreme surprise and wide-open eyes towards the student's board. After Bu Lear wrote the answer on the board, he calmly asks to go to the toilet, to which he is answered in agreement. All the students look closely at the board and doubt that the guy was able to solve the problem correctly by simply writing a random number. But the teacher looks at the blackboard with incredible surprise. She delays her answer, checking the correctness of the solved task, and, to everyone's surprise, reports that this guy's answer is absolutely correct. The hero walks down the corridor to the cries that even the teacher spent several hours solving this problem, because this problem is extremely difficult. Bu Lear suddenly falls to his knees and in his thoughts begins to frantically realize that he has moved to another world. He begins to remember that his name is Chen Luo, and he is an ordinary mathematics teacher who has devoted himself entirely to this science. After graduating from university, he worked tirelessly for many years, and next year he was going to receive the highest academic title. His mind is in turmoil, and he panics because he was transported to another world just by sleeping during the exam. He thinks that everything that happened is unscientific, because everything around him is not a comic book, and at the same time he calls on Newton to help him, but does not find a counter-response. Analyzing the situation, he comes to the conclusion that he is now in the body of a student named Bu Lear, who was a complete zero in mathematics, and the entire class called him a fool. Judging by what I've seen recently, the level of mathematics in this world is very low, because even a primary school student can find an answer to such an easy problem. And since he can't solve the problem of movement, he will become the best mathematician in this world. Mathematician Chen Luo decides to rise to the top of this science even in another world. Whistling joyfully, he walks further down the corridor, from where at the very last moment, someone's silhouette becomes visible. Suddenly, a collision occurs, and both people fly in opposite directions from each other. The hero, with tears in his eyes, tries to apologize to the person he hit. But suddenly he realizes that he has come across a beautiful girl with blonde hair. He jumps back with a sharp jump because he is embarrassed by the position they are in. And yet he comes up to extend his hand to the girl and help her get up from the floor. With his hand outstretched and a look of embarrassment on his face, he begins to apologize to her. She stood up herself with an embarrassed expression, not accepting his gesture, and screamed, recognizing the man in front of her as Bu Lear. The hero suddenly came to his senses and began asking the blonde if she knew him. She starts screaming and telling him that a guy pushed her at the entrance ceremony, which is why she ended up in that position and was embarrassed in front of the entire school. Without stopping screaming, she declares that this pervert ambushed her on purpose. Not understanding how he is connected to this girl since he has no memories of this body, he stands in complete bewilderment. He begins to justify himself to the blonde, since their collision happened completely by accident, but she interrupts him. Folding her hands into strange shapes, a bright fire flares up around her. The main character calls the girl naive, to which he receives a look of complete bewilderment. He doesn't believe in magic and starts to mock her, saying that he is an ancient god of darkness and talking nonsense. But suddenly a magic circle appears right in the air, and a bright yellow flame flares up. The guy looks in horror at the fire that appeared in the girl's hand, and doesn't understand what just happened. She starts running towards him at full speed, ready to unleash all that fire on the guy, calling him an idiot. A bright flash of light illuminates him, and the thought occurs to him that he has forgotten that magic is a prerequisite for moving to another world. With horror in his head, he is indignant that he has just moved, and fireballs are being thrown at him. The blonde screams that he must be punished, and runs towards him at full speed. An idea suddenly came to Boulier's mind on how to fix this situation, and he suddenly bends down in front of her, heartily asking for forgiveness, to which she begins to break sharply. The girl looks at the guy with bewilderment and a look of disbelief. A look of irritation crosses her face, and she says that everything cannot be solved with a simple apology. But suddenly, right after this, she notices that the guy has suddenly disappeared from her field of vision. At this time, the hero had already run out into the street and continued to run away, as far as possible from the blonde. He begins to realize the situation he finds himself in, incomprehensibly. Because in this world, both science and magic exist simultaneously. A hellish pain pierces his head and he quickly falls to his knees on the grass beneath him. Consciousness begins to slowly fade and the body begins to relax, falling to the ground. The protagonist is transported into his childhood memories, where he calls out to his father. Several people can be seen in the reflection of a puddle in front of a certain palace. A man hands a beautiful casket to a girl, calling her mistress and offering to calm her sadness. The lady took the child by the arm and hurried to the entrance of a large 2-story house. Entering the house and starting to go about her business, she inadvertently began to overhear the gossip of 2 women who were saying that the girl and the child were aristocrats, but their breadwinner had died. Moving further through the memories, a scene suddenly appeared where a child goes to his mother with the joyful news of his enrollment in the Shandanasa Academy. This child is Boulier, and his mother, worried about her son, warns him of the coming dangers in the academy. The woman suddenly remembers her deceased husband and realizes how similar her son is to him. Then flashes memories of his studies at the academy, where the main character is disrespected by his teachers. He promises himself that he will definitely repay his family's debt, because he is an impoverished aristocrat and he needs to put in twice as much effort. But, unfortunately, fate deprived him of magical abilities, and he cannot create even the simplest fireball. His life at the academy was full of pain and ridicule, as everyone around him discussed his failures in his studies and in life, causing him to fall into deep despair. Suddenly he wakes up and sees a girl with blue hair in front of him, who calls him, worried about his health. Not understanding what is happening, Boulier tries to figure out who this girl is and how she found him. The girl extends her hand to him, offering help, and says that he needs to go to a lesson on the theory of magic. The guy stands up, leaning on her arm, and thanks her with bewilderment, because usually no one worries about him. The class is already in full swing with a lesson on the theory of magic, where the teacher talks about the 4 basic elements. While the teacher is giving a lecture, the main character understands the hierarchy of this world, and that people are divided into natural-born magicians and ordinary people. Meanwhile, the gray-haired teacher continues to talk about magical elements. According to him, magicians use spells and hand gestures, as well as spiritual power, to control magical elements, but this requires innate abilities. Some more time passes and the classes are drawing to an end. Joyful students came out of their classrooms and announced that classes were finally over. After the lecture, the teacher suddenly discovers that someone has approached him with an additional question. Without surprise, he asks the main character if he has any questions. Boulier asks the teacher if it is possible to master magic without natural ability. The teacher does not give the boy hope, and says that it is impossible to control magical elements without innate abilities for this. At the same time, all the boy's classmates decide to laugh at him, because the main character has no magical abilities. A guy named Tobi approaches him and calms him down, by saying that even if the hero doesn't graduate from the academy, he can always find a place in the estate of his friend's father. Remembering the name of the chubby guy, Boulier realizes that he is the only friend of the former owner of his new body. After the verbal altercation, Tobi smiles brightly at his friend. They say goodbye to each other in a friendly manner and wave their hands. The hero suddenly catches the gaze of a blue-haired girl and asks if she wanted something. She becomes embarrassed and runs out of the classroom, informing the boy that teacher Boulani told him to come to her office after school. He thinks about this girl, because she has been following him all day, as if she wants to say something. The guy realizes that even though he has excellent knowledge in mathematics, without magical abilities, he will have a hard time in the magical world. Hoping, he tries to use his little magical abilities by summoning fire. Looking at his hand, he calls out the fireball technique and waits for it to appear. Even with his hope already extinguished, he is overcome by despair, because the technique, it would seem, has failed. But suddenly his hand bursts into a bright orange flame. His surprise knows no bounds, and he looks in fascination at the fireball that appears in his hand. The hero looks at his hand with incomprehension, and sees a burning yellow light in it. He, not believing in the plausibility of what is happening, thinks that his new body should not have magical abilities, but he still has to accept reality, and he sighs with relief. And immediately after that, the main character starts fooling around with his newfound skills. The guy begins to think about how his abilities appeared in the first place. He believes that it happened because of the intersection of space between worlds. And suddenly he remembers that he needed to go to the teacher. He approaches the office and starts knocking on the door, to which he hears a voice from the other side asking him to come in. Apologizing for disturbing, the boy enters the math teacher's office. At what he sees, his eyes widen in surprise and his face turns red. He finds his attractive teacher in an unusual pose and looks on in admiration. But the girl does not pay attention to her student's reaction and happily greets him. At this time, the student continues to stare at his teacher. She, in turn, just as calmly asks not to pay attention to what she saw, because in this pose she always makes calculations. Boulier asked her with an embarrassed expression as to the purpose of calling him into her office. The blonde suggests that you first sit on the chair next to her desk. She leaves and later comes up to him and places a pen and paper in front of him. A student sees a piece of paper in front of him with a new math problem that he is asked to solve. While he is starting to solve the task, the blonde decides to leave the office for a while, which she tells the guy. He, in turn, without wasting a second, immediately states the result of his calculations. The teacher looks at him in shock, asking what he said, to which he again receives the same number that was given earlier, and that this is the correct answer to the problem. The blonde suddenly runs up to him and grabs him by the shoulder and starts frantically asking him how he solved this problem, because for her, this problem took a very long time. She looks at the student's face with an angry expression and asks him if he has solved this problem before, even though she chose the number 79 at random. The student asks her if she really wants to know the answer to this question, to which she playfully asks him again to tell her how he solved the problem. The guy accidentally runs his eyes over the girl's chest and shyly agrees to tell about his methods of solution. He is surprised and thinks that his teacher is a fool by nature. Without wasting any time, he abruptly switches to his explanation and says that he saw the teacher solving the problem, and that she makes calculations by adding up the numbers one by one. He says this is a very wrong approach and it is very easy to make a mistake, but he praises her for the fact that her calculations turned out to be correct. She looks at the pieces of paper with confusion and says that this is the only way to solve the problem. The student grins widely and tells his teacher that she is wrong. He begins to explain to her a new way of solving a problem, where you first need to find a pattern. According to him, you need to take into account the first number and the last, the second number and the second to last, and so on, thus adding them up and getting 80. He asks the teacher how many numbers there are that, if added together, would equal 80. The blonde jumps up from her seat, naming the number 39. The student at one time praises her and asks her to sit down, but then apologizes, attributing his request to habit. He goes on to explain the solution to this problem, saying that this way the problem turns from a difficult addition into an easy multiplication. Thus, he explains that with the help of this method, she too will be able to find a solution very quickly. The teacher, excited about discovering something new for herself, happily declares that this is a wonderful way to solve the problem. Moreover, she feels that this solution method can be improved. The boy praises his teacher for her remark and begins to explain that there really is an improvement to this method of solving problems. After his explanations, the blonde falls into a stupor and, incomprehensibly, tries to understand the essence of what is happening. The student, in turn, worriedly calls her by name and thinks that elementary school mathematics from his world is too difficult for her. She comes to her senses and looks away with a slightly sad look, asking if he came up with this method himself. The protagonist waves it off and says that he came up with this method to make it easier to count, but in his heart he thinks that she still won't understand if he says Gauss's name. The girl takes him by the hand and calls him a genius for his answer. In the eyes of the protagonist, this scene is very romantic. She says that a brilliant future awaits him if they continue to study. The guy, his face very red, calls her by name and tries to say something. The teacher understands her situation and, embarrassed, moves away from him, running in the other direction. But suddenly her face changes, because some thought occurred to her. Full of enthusiasm, she suggests that Boulier become an outstanding mathematician, to which he responds with a quick no, and with an admiring expression on his face, he shouts that he wants to become an outstanding magician. She looks at him with a puzzled face and briefly asks why he decided so. The girl throws him down on the table with a sharp lunge and tells him that he should study mathematics and not waste his talent. According to her, by becoming a mathematician, one can take a worthy position in society, and one must choose mathematics, not magic. He, without listening to a word, sharply and forcefully brushes her hand away with his own. The main character says that he is interested in magic and wants to become a magician, not a mathematician. In his opinion, it is very easy to become a great mathematician in this world, You can just tell the world a few mathematical theories. He believes that in this way he will only pass off other people's discoveries as his own, and magic interests him much more than mathematics. After thinking for a while, the girl suggests that Bulir make a bet between them. She tells the guy that soon there will be an exam in magic at the academy, which will decide whether he can stay at the academy. The student takes on a thoughtful look and states that if he fails the exam, he will be expelled. The teacher in turn says that if he really wants to become a magician, then he definitely needs to pass this exam. There is a pause during which the boy looks at the teacher with an incomprehensible expression on his face, thinking about something. The girl takes a calendar from the table and continues talking about the terms of the bet she proposed. She says that if the boy passes the exam, she will stop trying to persuade him to become a mathematician, and if he fails, the teacher will help him apply for a teaching assistant position, and he will be able to stay at the academy studying mathematics. After voicing the terms of the bet mentioned earlier, she asks if Buliger agrees to make it. A thought flashes through her head that the guy won't be able to pass the exam because he doesn't have magical abilities. Without any emotion on his face and with firm confidence in his eyes, the student agrees to the bet. Already in the hallway, the guy thinks that his teacher is stubborn and complains that she pestered him. He presents the situation that happened earlier as more romantic than it actually was. Catching himself in such dirty thoughts, he decides to distract himself and do magic. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl with bows appears and runs towards him at full speed. A collision occurs in which both people hit each other's heads. After this, they simultaneously begin to fall off their feet and fall to the floor. The protagonist thinks that this situation is similar to something and feels something in his hand. Opening his eyes after the feeling of pain passed, he notices a girl sitting on him. The blonde immediately starts hitting the guy for touching her breast with his hand. Out of anger, she decides to use magic and begins to cast a fire spell. She casts a fireball spell and an orange flame erupts in her hand. Having come to her senses, the girl realizes that there is no one in front of her, and she begins to swear that the guy has disappeared again. The hero notes with apprehension that if he had not run so fast, he would have been turned to ashes long ago. A little while later, the girl with bows decided to go to the math teacher. A student complains that she met a pervert twice at the academy today. After her complaints, she becomes angry and promises herself to throw a fireball at the pervert she met earlier. The teacher starts to laugh a little at this situation. Isabella changes the subject and says that she has already solved the problem given to her earlier. She proudly announces that she solved this problem in just half an evening and thinks that she did it faster than anyone else. The teacher praises her for her efforts, but says that Bulir was able to complete the task in just a minute. The girl with bows looks at the teacher in bewilderment and asks how he was able to solve this problem so quickly, to which he receives in response that there is a certain mathematical theory and offers to show it. The teacher begins to explain the whole essence of the method that the guy used. After the explanation, Isabella takes on a lost look and slowly begins to understand the essence of mathematical theory. The realization dawns on her and she can't believe that Bulir came up with this theory. After this, Isabella decides to meet the guy who came up with this theory, which she asks her teacher about. There are lights playing in her eyes, and she is eagerly awaiting an answer. The teacher was a little confused by this reaction, but she agreed to introduce the two young people. A little while later, Isabella kicks open the door to some classroom. She starts loudly asking the students sitting there about a guy named Bulir. The girl says she wants to meet this guy. The first to decide to answer is the named friend of that student, and with fear in his eyes he tries to say something. But they pinch him sharply on the upper part of his leg so that he doesn't say anything. The one who pinched the guy turns out to be Bulir, who decided to hide under the table. The chubby guy, taking the hint, tells the girl that his friend just left on business. She looks at the speaker with bewilderment and asks a rhetorical question. The girl decides not to waste any more time in this class and asks someone to call the protagonist when he returns. The chubby guy waves his hand at her with relief and says that he will definitely fulfill her request. After the girl leaves, the door to the classroom closes with a bang. The hero decides to crawl out from under the desk to check if the blonde has left. After such a performance, there was an awkward silence, and many of the class looked at Bulir with bewilderment. He, in turn, not understanding such an amount of attention in his direction, asks his friend why everyone is looking at him. The guy with the bandage grabs his friend by the shoulder with sudden force. He asks the hero with fear in his eyes to tell him about what happened between him and Isabella. With a lost look, Bulir tries to answer the other guy. He, in turn, looks at his friend with contempt and asks if the main character knows who Isabella is. The guy gets scared and cautiously asks who the girl who came into their class is. The brown-haired man began to tell the main character that the girl had many friends who could cause problems. The protagonist brushes off his friend's advice and counters that they won't be able to touch him at the academy. A guy with a bandage and a look of doom on his face asks the hero what their academy is called, to which he easily answers. Next comes the question of where the campus is, and Boulayer, without thinking twice, answers that the campus is on Baker Avenue. The protagonist's friend says that the campus is located in the city of Yabo, whose mayor is Isabella's father. The hero suddenly understands the seriousness of the situation he has found himself in and begins to nervously think about what to do. He realizes his hopeless situation and asks the guy with the bandage about the possibility of apologizing to that girl. Suddenly, from somewhere behind, a scream is heard that mentions Isabella, and both guys get scared and sharply turn towards the voice. A blonde guy with his friends looks at the main character and says that such a talentless person won't last even a couple of days at the academy. The tall guy with golden hair is called Badr, and in the past he constantly bullied Boulier. The hero's friend stands up for him, but in his thoughts he thinks that the blonde is saying the right things. He has these thoughts because if you don't have abilities, then you won't be able to earn respect at the academy. In addition, all second-year students will have to take an exam, and those who fail will be expelled. In fact, the magic exam is quite simple, and any student can easily pass it, but Boulier has absolutely no magical ability. Therefore, for him, this exam is potentially the end of his studies at the academy. Suddenly, the main character is distracted from his thoughts by a strong blow to a nearby table. The blonde guy angrily yells at the dark-haired guy, asking if they can hear him. There is a palpable hostility between them, and the blonde does not skimp on dirty words. The protagonist's friend does not stand aside and takes on a hostile appearance, preparing to say something to Badr. The blonde is challenged to a fight for her impudence and bad manners. However, he does not understand how Toby is connected with this situation, and asks what business it is of his. Incredible aggression flares up between the main character's friend and Badr, and they prepare for a fight. The offender, with strong irritation on his face, promises to remember this situation. He turns around and leaves with his friends, saying that next time he will answer for everything. The protagonist watches with a slightly pale corner of his eye as his offenders leave the classroom. He remains pleasantly surprised that the fat man stood up for him and showed himself to be a reliable friend. Getting straight to the point, Boulier asks the chubby guy to help him with Isabella if anything happens. He responds positively to such a request, but says that by that time he himself will have given the black-haired man a beating. After this, the hero looks at his friend with glassy eyes and incomprehension. A few days later, the magic exam began. The teacher announced the conditions for passing the exam and warned that losers would not be able to continue their studies. Students will have to stand behind a line and hit a target with a fireball. The exam begins with Badr, who shows with his whole appearance that no one here is his equal. He quickly casts a fireball spell and fires it from his hand at the target. The teacher praises him and says that he passed the exam successfully. The exam is in full swing, and each student is taking part in it. Suddenly, the blonde notices the main character and his friend in the crowd and chuckles mockingly. He tells the hero with a grin to enjoy his last minutes at the academy. In response to such dirty talk, the chubby guy orders the blonde to shut his mouth. By chance, Toby is the next one called to the exam. He, in turn, without wasting time, begins to cast a fireball spell. Suddenly, a small ball of bright orange flame flares up in his hands. He shouts the name of his technique and shoots a fireball at the target. The ball flies into the target and only slightly touches it, to which the teacher condescendingly says that Toby passed the exam. Even though it was almost a losing attempt, the guy is very happy that he was able to pass successfully. Next, the teacher looks at the list of students, looking for the one who will go next to test his abilities. He is about to summon Boulier and is thinking in his mind that he doesn't even have any magic skills. The old man thinks sympathetically of the hero and does his best not to disgrace him in front of everyone around him. The teacher talks about the successful completion of the exam by everyone, trying to pretend that he forgot about the guy. But suddenly the blonde screams for the teacher not to rush to finish the exam. He notices that one student was overlooked and did not attempt to take any tests. The blonde points his finger at the main character and shouts for everyone to hear that he failed the exam. Boulier stands still and silently waits for the teacher to decide what to do next. The teacher reluctantly asks the boy if he will take the exam. The group of offenders heard this question and began to laugh loudly, trying to disgrace the black-haired man. While the crowd was engaged in heated debates about the hero, a math teacher passed by. Boulier's friend decided to console him. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder and told him not to worry about their offenders. But suddenly the hero's spirit perked up, and with confidence in his eyes, he decided to try to pass the exam. The blonde and his company stood there for a while in shock after this statement, not understanding what the black-haired man was saying. Their shock wore off and they burst into wild laughter, calling the hero names and thinking that he would fail. Such a loud noise attracted the math teacher, who became interested in what was happening and came closer. The magic teacher doesn't like this noise and shouts for everyone to calm down. Boulier is asked one last time whether he is ready to take the exam or not. The boy, with confidence in his eyes, answers Teacher Antony that he is ready to begin. They naively try to calm him down so that he won't feel offended for failing the exam. The hero stands in front of the target and gathers his strength, looking ahead. He takes a deep breath and thinks about how he can best put on a show for the crowd. He is confident in his abilities and understands that he does not need spells and hand gestures. But for the sake of appearances, he decides to do them. The fire spell sounds, and everyone looks at the target with bated breath. The protagonist shows that he is making every effort to summon magic. The crowd around him covers their faces from the fumes coming from him, so as not to get burned. When everyone opens their eyes, they look at the black-haired man's hands, where there is no hint of a spell. The blonde and his friends see this and burst into loud laughter because apparently Boulier screwed up. But suddenly a flash of fire appears in his hand and fiery circles spread around him. A huge fireball appears out of nowhere and flies towards the target. When the spell and the target collide, a huge explosion of flame occurs. Absolutely all the students and teachers on the site are watching this picture in amazement. After the fireball hit, the target was reduced to a pile of damaged debris. The magic teacher says with disbelief and bewilderment that Boulier passed the exam. The blonde's expression suddenly changes, and he declares that this is simply impossible, because even he couldn't achieve such a result. And only Toby is sincerely happy about his friend's success and asks why he hid his talents. Suddenly, the teacher calls the main character to him to tell him something. The math teacher also doesn't stand aside and wonders with surprise how the guy was able to do this. The hero came to the magic teacher's office and began to tell him that he trained every day from books and was able to master the fireball. Anthony explains that magic is a gift from the gods to people, and those who were deprived of abilities were called abandoned gods, and thought that the guy was one of them. But now the gods have rewarded Boulier with their gift, which happens very rarely. He is praised and encouraged to keep up the pace of his studies because he has great potential. The hero thinks wearily about the fact that every teacher at the academy is trying to force him to learn one thing or another. Suddenly he says that he is grateful for the praise, but wants to return to his world. The teacher looks at him questioningly and asks what worlds his student is talking about. The hero came to his senses in time and wrote it all off as a joke, because he accidentally let it slip. Antony did not give in to interrogating the guy, and thought that he was studying too much and assumed that Boulier was talking about the world from the legends about the Holy Master. After the mention of the Master, the guy became very interested in what his teacher was talking about. According to legend, there once was a Holy Master who could control space and travel to another world. But everyone thinks that this is just a legend. The hero looks at the teacher with anticipation and asks about all these legends. He abruptly grabs the old man by the shoulders and declares that he must become a holy master. Some time passes. Boulier begins to seriously study the history of this world. He sits late at night in the library and spends all his energy reading various books. According to the information in the books, there is a gradation of levels of power of magicians in this world. There are 7 varieties in total. Holy masters were heard of only in myths and legends. Their magical abilities were described only in ancient books. Many books indicate that the sacred masters possess spatial magic. They could tear space and move between worlds. Although many now think that another world does not exist, and the magic of space is just a legend, the main character does not lose hope of returning. But teacher Antonio does not believe in the magic of space, so the boy will not be able to get much information from him. The library administrator approaches the hero and inquires about his progress. Boulier sits nervously and listens to the administrator telling him to work in the library because he's been sitting too long. The hero has no choice but to listen and take a break from reading books. After work, he looks tired because he didn't expect that working in the library was so hard. When work was already finished, it was time to go to classes. As soon as the main character enters the classroom, an awkward silence ensues. Everyone around him is talking about his performance in the exam because he did surprisingly well. The hubbub never stopped. Such unexpected popularity became just an extra burden. Suddenly, the black-haired man notices Isabella out of the corner of his eye and shudders sharply. He can't understand what this girl is doing here and looks at her with bated breath. The blonde is sitting in some awkward pose, which makes the hero feel embarrassed. He tries to turn away from her so as not to meet the girl's eyes. Isabella suddenly gets up from her chair and shouts to the whole class that she didn't know that this guy was that same Boulier. Anticipating imminent problems, the protagonist tries to smooth things over and bring the dialogue to an end. But the girl abruptly interrupts him and calls him a pervert in front of a full class of students. The hero is still trying to somehow calm the blonde down, but suddenly sees a fire flaring up around her. She gathers all her powers into her hand, calling upon fire magic. Not knowing what to do, the black-haired man, in fear, decides to simply cover himself with his hands. But he feels nothing and, in surprise, decides to open his eyes to see why the magic has not reached his body. Before his eyes appears a math teacher who managed to stop the careless student. The teacher, with a little disappointment in her eyes, asks Isabella why she uses magic in the classroom. The mayor's daughter at least tried to justify herself, but they shut her up without even listening to her. Immediately after this, the teacher calls Boulier into her office. She didn't stop at one guy and decided that Isabella should go with them. Not intending to argue with the teacher, the hero decides to meekly agree and go to her office. Two students and a teacher quickly leave the classroom, loudly closing the door. After such an intriguing scene, all the students in the audience sit silently and ponder what they saw. The blonde man who was in the classroom sat in complete shock and did not understand why Boulier was being given so much attention. In the teacher's office, the boy explains all the awkward situations that happened to him with Isabella. She tries to reconcile them, because everything that happened to them did not happen on purpose. Under pressure from the teacher, the blonde agrees to forgive the guy. The teacher decides to remember the magic exam and praise the hero for his efforts, closing their bet. She is very interested in his performance and asks him to show how he was able to overcome himself and suddenly gain magical abilities. The hero denies it and says that he was just lucky and that he has questions for the girl about magic. The blonde does not insist on her request and waits with interest for the guy's questions. He wonders if spells and hand gestures are necessary to release the element. Breaking into the conversation, Isabella mocks the main character and calls his question stupid. Realizing the absurdity of his question, Boulier hesitantly asks if there are such exceptions among magicians. The teacher begins to explain that even the most powerful magicians need spells and gestures, but with their level of knowledge, they need less time for this. Magic is a gift from the gods. The gods taught people to use gestures and spells to summon an element, and to summon an element without all this, you need to have divine enlightenment. The student finds this question absurd, and asks why the teacher is answering it so seriously. The hero wonders if perhaps because he is from another world, the gods of this world ignored him. All this is basic knowledge about magic, and if he wants to become a magician, he should first study the theory well. But the guy was actually called on another matter, which the girl reported. She hands him a folded paper and says that it is a scientific journal. All the most important scientific works are published in it. Isabella, who was standing nearby, suddenly notices what is written in the newspaper and is very surprised. She notices the name of the math teacher and the main character there, to which she reacts very actively. The teacher explains that she figured out the summation method demonstrated by the boy, and even wrote a paper on it. But the black-haired man is more concerned about whether he will be paid for this publication, because the library pays very little. In response to his thoughts, the teacher suddenly calls the main character. She hands him a small bag of money and says that it is his reward for his work. This money would help him a lot, because it contains more than 2 years of his salary for working at the library. He pretends with undisguised joy that he is ashamed to take this money and offers the teacher to take half. She naively agrees to his proposal and takes half of the money for herself. Boulier responded by becoming a little apathetic because he didn't expect that they would take money from him. His grief knows no bounds, because he only suggested it out of politeness. With just one phrase, he deprived himself of half of all the money offered to him. And because of that, he began to have thoughts about how he needed to leave this world as quickly as possible. But suddenly, something strongly attracts his attention, and he looks at the teacher with interest. He is interested in whether each article published in the newspaper is entitled to that much money. In response, he receives that money is due for each article in the scientific journal, and suddenly he has a bright idea that he wants to voice. He abruptly moves on to explain a new theory taken from his old world. The teacher finds out what he is talking about and calls it the ruse riddle. The hero, who is not very familiar with the science of this world, looks at the girl with confusion. Ruth's riddle is a mathematical problem posed by ancient sages. Rouse has 7 children, each child has 7 bags, each bag has 7 cats, and each cat has 7 kittens. There aren't that many numbers in this problem. If you add them up, you can get the answer. But if there were more numbers, another solution method would be very helpful. The blonde asks with genuine interest if the guy can solve Rouse's riddle using another method. With confidence in his eyes, he replies that he has some ideas about this. The girl is very inspired by this answer and asks to work on his new method. While working, quick minutes and long hours pass. Some time passes. The student who had been in the office the whole time managed to lie down comfortably on a chair and fall asleep. Suddenly, she wakes up because of some scream from the side. This cry belongs to the teacher, and she, jumping for joy, says that the boy was finally able to solve this problem. Isabella asks the hero in surprise if he came up with this idea himself. He, in turn, makes a very suspicious face and asks if she really wants to know about this. The blonde's interest knows no bounds, and she really wants to know the answer to her question. In response, she gets the fact that the guy does not have any abilities. He just studies very hard. The girl asks with genuine surprise if he is telling the truth. Sometime later, thoughts about what had been said earlier began to visit her. Suddenly, something unexpected happens before her eyes and she is sharply surprised. She notices the protagonist in the third-year building and wonders what he is doing there since he is a second year. She promises herself that this time she will catch him red-handed. Having come to her senses, the girl realizes that she has lost sight of the guy again. At this point, the hero already finds himself near some high stone fence, which is located behind the third-year building. This was the place Toby had told him about, hoping that his friend wouldn't do anything stupid. With a light jump, the hero jumps over the fence and suddenly remembers his magic teacher. He told him that if the boy wanted to learn about magic, he should go to the Magic Association in the city of Yabo. There is something amazing behind the fence, and the hero stands still for a while. He allows himself some time to enjoy the city's unusual architecture. There is peace and quiet in the city, but something lively is happening on the main street. Traders from all over the streets beckon potential buyers, hoping to sell their wares. The black-haired man calmly walks through the city, looking at all its beauty. His attention is drawn to a majestic castle with white and beautiful masonry in the center. He recognizes in this structure the magical association he was looking for. Before entering the building, he carefully takes out some kind of mask from his pocket. He needs to be careful. It's better not to reveal his identity in vain. There are few people at the entrance to the association, so he decides to go straight to the counter in the middle. Behind her stands a girl with blue hair who offers help to the main character. He recognizes this girl as his classmate named Molly and wonders what she is doing here. The girl offers him the services of a high-level mentor, naming a rather large price for it. Hearing such exorbitant prices, the hero was a little taken aback and was dumbfounded. He doesn't have that kind of money and decides to put an end to his idea, starting to leave the building. But the girl calls him back. If you have problems with money, you can simply get a subscription to the association's library. Boulier turns around in surprise and asks again if he heard correctly about the library. The Library of the Magic Association contains several tens of thousands of publications on magic, and it is absolutely free. The main character, sensing that he will not have to pay for knowledge, suddenly asks to purchase a subscription. In response, they ask him for a magician's certificate, which unfortunately he does not have. The girl thought that the guy in front of her was already a magician, and the membership was needed to prove that the person really does magic. She says that you can prove your abilities by simply showing your abilities in magic. The guy wonders if it can be done right here and now. It is possible to pass the test, but Molly warns that today's expert is quite strict. They say that his pass rate is only 10%. Without losing hope, the hero agrees to take the exam, because climbing over the fence again will be problematic. After some time, they arrive at the examiner Andrew's room. The hero notices that the man is wearing a red mage's robe with 2 silver stripes. He is a mid-level fire element mage. The magician immediately begins by asking about the identity of the young man and his mask. The guy calls himself Chen Luo from the previous world, and he needs the mask to hide his burn after training. The old man sitting next to him says that perhaps the guy has unusual fireballs, since he was able to burn his face. The man, with interest, calls the black-haired man's name strange, and thinks that due to his age, he can only become a low-level mage at most. The girl suggests that Andrew go to the exam hall right now to test the guy's abilities. In response, she receives sharp disagreement, to which she takes on a very surprised look. The examiner says that he doesn't need a hall, and the exam can be held right here, inviting the guy to show his skills. Boulier looked at the mage in surprise, wondering if he should really use his magic here. He is confused by the small amount of space in the room they are in. The old man looks at him with disdain and says that Andrew will not be harmed by the small fireball that the black-haired man will create. The guy, in turn, is in no hurry to argue and accepts the conditions. He stands right in front of the examiner and gathers all his magical powers in his hand. The man is not happy with the way the spell is being cast, but to everyone's surprise, too much power gradually accumulates in the guy's hand. They all suddenly realize that the fireball will be quite large, and Andrew orders them to stop. But it's too late to reverse the spell, and the guy decides to use his skills to the fullest. The room is illuminated by a bright flash of light from a huge fireball. With the light devouring everything around, the ball flies straight towards the examiner. He, in turn, not expecting such talent, begins to press against the door. Suddenly, an explosion of incredible size occurs in their small room. Silence falls, and columns of dust and clouds of smoke rise around. The girl, inhaling all the accumulated soot, begins to choke and cough. She tries to catch her breath and see how the exam ended. The girl notices an old man in the middle of a cloud of black smoke, who is also coughing and casting some kind of spell. In the place where the examiner was, a huge blue shield is visible. Andrew, meanwhile, is trying to come to his senses and finds himself lying on the dusty floor. The gray-haired old man managed to cast a spell in time and protect the bald magician. He continues to hold the shield near himself with a serious look on his face and tries to see something behind the smoke. The examiner cannot come to his senses, and the old magician has to take him by the shoulder and shake him. The girl was able to examine in detail the entire picture that had formed around her and froze in surprise. Suddenly the guy took his word and immediately apologized to the magicians. He naively believed that everyone was ready for his spell, and so he struck with all his might. The guy successfully passed the test, and after some time he finds himself in some room where he is handed a magician's certificate and a library card. He quickly picks up his new documents and begins to examine them. The girl attracts his attention and says that she was very surprised by his performance in front of the examiners. Boulier, called by the name Chen Luo, thanks her for her praise and says goodbye as he leaves her. When he said goodbye, he called her by name, and so she suddenly wonders where they could have met and how he knew her name. There were a lot of books in the library which surprised the hero very much. He immediately starts reading and sits thoughtfully at an empty table, reading another book. He is very surprised by the content of the books, because they really do contain a lot of valuable information. He is especially drawn to books about magical and spiritual power. The level of magical spiritual power is the main criterion for determining the level of a magician. The higher the spiritual power, the stronger the magic will be. Moreover, high-level mages with high spiritual power can even control the magical element of lower-level mages. However, the books are rather chaotic about the 4 magical elements after all. The level of education in this world is quite low. Magicians in this world believe that the 4 elements are not only the basis of magic, but also the foundation of the entire world. The remaining elements are combined in these 4 main elements in certain proportions. If you look from the point of view of modern science, their worldview is very primitive. Even high school students know that matter is made up of different elements, and that the so-called 4 elements in the periodic table do not exist. But since there are magical elements in this world, the hero cannot find a scientific explanation for this. Suddenly the thought occurs to him that it might be possible to interact with magical elements. In a rush of his thoughts, he suddenly jumps up from the table, shocking everyone around him. If his ideas are correct, then perhaps he will be able to create new magic. He abruptly takes his documents, which had been lying on the table all this time. Without wasting a second, the guy gets ready and runs out of the library at full speed. He decides to try to confirm his suspicions and quickly runs to the Magic Association. Already in the association, he, out of breath, heads off somewhere and is noticed by the people who took his exam, still not fully recovered from what they had experienced. An old man and an examiner are sitting in the hall, and a girl with blue hair is offering them tea. Andrew says that this Chen Luo has very low spiritual power, but he was able to gather an unimaginably strong fireball. What makes it even stranger is that the old man was unable to control the element he summoned. The gray mage suggests that perhaps the boy has something they cannot understand. It's getting dark outside, and the black-haired man decides to leave the city and return to the academy. He easily jumps over a high fence made of stone bricks, and just as easily after the jump he lands on his feet without touching a speck of dust. He decides not to waste time and try to create new magic right here. His head is attacked by thoughts, and he tries to focus on recreating something new. The guy fills his lungs with air and suddenly feels something near him. Some illusory white stream of something unknown circulates around him. In this flow he recognizes his qi emitted by his body and understands that he can control it. He decides to try to direct the flow of qi into the second element. A magic ball forms in his hand, which is converted into oxygen. But suddenly he begins to doubt whether this is really an element of pure oxygen. It is impossible to determine this by eye. Boulier collects the oxygen he created in his hand, making it denser. If it really is oxygen, you can try to ignite it to make sure. But the guy doesn't succeed the first time after adding fire. Only a thin stream of smoke flies out of his hands. Without losing hope, he tries to repeat his crazy experiment again. By creating oxygen again in his hands and squeezing it, he adds fire to the mass. Suddenly, a colossal explosion is created around him. Windows in neighboring buildings are shattered by the shockwave it creates. Even a glass standing peacefully in the math teacher's office is covered with measured cracks. She hears some loud noise from the street, and distracted from her work, directs all her attention to it. Through the windows, badly cracked by the shockwave, she sees an explosion that occurred not far from the building. In the middle of a small thicket, countless sparks and clouds of gray smoke fly. The hero is right in the epicenter of events and is trying to catch his breath from the smoke settling around him. The wind begins to twirl everything in the air in a bizarre way. The guy thinks that he was lucky to react quickly. Suddenly, his face becomes covered in sweat and genuine fear. He looks somewhere to the side. He assesses the damage caused by the explosion. It seems that this oxygen turned out to be much purer than the main character expected. Somewhere nearby, a voice is heard loudly asking what happened here. The hero turns towards the voice and sees some guy running towards him. No one thought there would be so much noise, and the main character decides to run away from the crime scene to avoid getting into trouble. Without sparing his lungs, he quickly runs through the thicket to hide. Although this noise may have alarmed everyone around him, Buliger seemed to have created something worthwhile. Some time passed, and now the hero is sitting in class, thinking about everything that happened the day before. He is very tired because he studied all night and decides to take a little nap on his desk. But one can only dream of a quiet life, and suddenly someone starts to tap sharply on his back. It turned out to be Toby, who began to tell very nervously about what had happened last night. To deflect suspicion from himself, the black-haired man says that he slept like a log last night. The story goes that last night there was an explosion near the third-year building that blew out all the windows. Everyone thinks that it was some high-level magician, but it is unclear why he would do all this. The hero says that he has never even seen such magicians, to which his friend looks at him in surprise and asks how he could not have seen high-level magicians. After all, their math teacher is a high-level magician. At this information, Bulier's face suddenly took on an expression of incredible surprise, and he jumped up from his seat. Some time later, the main character decides to go to the teacher, and now he is knocking on the door of her office. She unexpectedly quickly opens the passage and greets her student. The guy decided to come into her office in time because she needed him for something. She reports that the Association of Mathematicians has already published an article about Routh's riddle. Since it was he who proposed this solution method, his name is listed first among the authors. The girl congratulates the black-haired man because he solved the most difficult problem in the world of mathematics. But without paying any attention to this, he declares that he came on other business. Unexpectedly for the blonde, he says that he wants to study mathematics with her and asks her for help. After such a statement, she looks at him in confusion, thinking about what she heard. The guy wanted to become a magician, but suddenly decided that he also really liked mathematics, and he didn't want to regret it later. He says that he feels that even in his past life, he was an outstanding mathematician. The girl, overcome with emotion, suddenly grabs his hand, calling him by name. She can't contain her emotions and presses his hand to her chest, saying that she is very glad to hear it. The teacher hugs him to her chest and says that from now on they will do math every day after school. Extremely embarrassed, the guy turns away from her embrace, trying to push her away with his hands, while simultaneously asking for help with magic. Still embarrassed after such a scene, he hears consent from her side and decides to leave quickly. The boy quickly moves towards the exit of his teacher's office and opens the door. The blonde calls out to him and asks him not to forget to come to her tomorrow, to which he receives consent. But suddenly she sharply asks him to stop and stay for another minute. After this, she sits thoughtfully at the table, with her hands folded, thinking about how to formulate what she wants to say. Bulier was slightly perplexed by such abruptness and looked at the girl nervously. The thought occurred to her that the black-haired man had decided to study mathematics with her only because of his help with magic. This question puzzled her greatly, because at that time his request for teaching mathematics was not sincere. Having realized the situation he found himself in, the protagonist excitedly tries to find in his head what to answer, and suddenly a great idea comes into his head to get out of it. He states that spending so much time together will make it more convenient for him to ask her about magic. Before he could really finish speaking, the teacher's hand suddenly fell on his shoulder. She grabs him, to which the guy reacts very confusedly, feeling fear of what she will say to him. The girl says that he has a talent for mathematics and can use it as a tool. The guy's answer satisfied her, and she sends him to rest and not to forget to come after school. The hero suddenly notices that this girl is smart and stupid at the same time. Some time passes, and the evening of the next day arrives. Bulier opens the door to the teacher's office without knocking and greets her. Suddenly, he notices two girls in front of him, who are sitting at a table and talking about something. Isabella was clearly unhappy with his visit at such an hour. Perhaps she wanted to talk to the teacher alone. She immediately, without ceremony, asks the guy about the purpose of his visit. The teacher apologizes to the girl, saying that she forgot to tell her that from today on, Bulier will also be teaching her math. Isabella is asked to take care of the guy, but apparently she is not very happy with this request. The blonde invites the hero to sit next to the student and says that she has prepared a task for him. One stone was thrown into a well. After some time, another stone was thrown, but twice as heavy as the previous one. The question is when the second stone will catch up with the first. Isabella suggests that they need to know the interval to solve this problem, and before she can finish speaking, she is interrupted. The guy, without waiting for an answer from the girl sitting next to him, sharply replies that the second stone will never catch up with the first. Strictly speaking, if you ignore air resistance, a large stone will never catch up with a small one. His answer slightly irritates the blonde sitting next to him. She accuses him of not knowing even such basic things. According to the teacher, she does not know what air resistance is, but everyone knows that the speed of a body's fall is directly proportional to its mass. The greater the mass, the faster the body falls. This was established by ancient sages. Even children know this. But the main character does not agree with this. His face reveals undisguised irritation. He says that just because the sages said something doesn't mean it's necessarily true, and asks if they've seen it in real life. The blonde is unhappy that the guy dared to challenge ancient wisdom. There is a lot of tension between them, because no one wants to give in. The hero declares that science must be precise, and the approach to it too, because if the truth cannot be proven, then it is not the truth. The student offers him to make a bet, to which the guy answers negatively. The teacher doesn't want the kids to quarrel and tries to smooth things over by stopping their squabbles. But suddenly the mayor's daughter bets 10 gold coins on this, and the guy immediately agrees. The teacher puts her hand on her face in frustration, because she can't stop the black-haired man. Some time passes, during which the teacher and her students choose a place to conduct the experiment. She notes that one stone is twice as big as the other, and suggests that they drop the argument. But he stands firm in his decision, not wanting to give up easy money. No one thinks that the black-haired man will be able to win this argument, because no one questions the wisdom of the ancients. The blonde says that being self-confident is good, but there is no need to be too smug. After this, white patches of created wind currents appear out of nowhere. The teacher steps on them to keep her in the air. The blue wind begins to lift the girl higher and higher, faster and faster. The hero, seeing the magic of flight for the first time, is very surprised by such a performance. He stands next to Isabella, and they both wait for the teacher to rise to the required height. Finally, the teacher reverses her spell by climbing to the very top of the clock tower. She raises 2 hands, and in each of them there is a stone, one larger, the other smaller. Without a shadow of a doubt, the mayor's daughter declares that the guy will definitely lose this bet. The teacher raises 2 stones to the same height to make the experiment as accurate as possible. And suddenly he lets them go. The stones fly in free flight, and initially it seems that they are at different heights. They fly closer and closer to the ground, gaining significant falling speed. But suddenly, both pieces of rock land unexpectedly at the same time. The blonde, not believing the truth of what is happening, looks in surprise at what lies in front of her. The guy, in turn, just chuckles sarcastically, because he was initially confident in his judgments. The teacher was also incredibly surprised, as evidenced by her facial expression. She recited the spell again and slowly descended to the ground to examine everything in detail. Both stones continue to lie quietly on the grass, while the trio thinks over everything that happened. Isabella finally realizes what happened, and looks ahead with complete incomprehension in her eyes. Both girls cannot understand how this could happen, because ancient sages cannot lie. The teacher does not understand how her student can know that the law of falling bodies is incorrect. He says that he read this law in a textbook and checked it with 2 stones, and realized that reality and the rule in the textbook are different. It turns out that the truth that adults have been passing on for over 1,000 years can be refuted by just throwing 2 stones. It's interesting how many scientists don't know that the simple truths they know are actually not true. The blonde grabs him by the shoulders and says that this law was very important for their world, and soon in the future, a new law will appear in the textbooks under the name Boo Liar. The guy is not very happy with the next empty glory that will come to him, especially since he was not the only one conducting the experiment. The teacher tries to calm him down by saying that it was his merit and that she simply threw 2 stones. However, if he wants, he can refine this law together with Isabella, to which she reacts very nicely. The hero replies that he will definitely need her help in finalizing this law and invites her to participate. Suddenly, all the embarrassment disappears from her face, and she looks at the guy in surprise. Thoughts are rushing through her head, and she is thinking hard about the proposal she made earlier. She imagines the news headlines trumpeting that 2 geniuses have emerged at Chandonasa Academy and are working on a new law. Her face flushes again, and she thinks about the prospect of working with the guy. The girl decides not to show her true emotions, and pretending to be untouchable, shyly agrees. The blonde thinks for a long time about the fact that they will have to work alone. Possible names for the new law on falling bodies come to her mind. Imagining that their names would be placed one after the other in the title, her face turns red again. Suddenly, she offers the main character her help if someone bullies him at the academy, while thinking about how smart and handsome he is. The guy suddenly extends his hand to her, and the girl thinks that he wants them to shake hands. This gesture made Isabella very upset and embarrassed. Without understanding why, she decides to find out why he is raising his hand. and in response receives a request for 10 gold pieces. The main character clearly meant something different from what the girl thought with his gesture, and his eyes begin to shine from the imminent money. The girl was filled with disappointment because of her erroneous thoughts and resentfully retreated from the guy. Finally, the main character receives his promised payment for the bet and starts counting coins. He is very happy that he won 10 gold coins in one dispute and became rich in one day. Isabella assumes that the guy is more interested in money than fame, but she still thinks that he does all this not only for the money. The hero thought deeply after these words and just sat silently for a while. The girl, with genuine interest, decides to ask what he really wants. This question left the guy stumped, since before that he didn't quite understand what he wanted. He evaluates everything he has done in this world, and suddenly understands something for himself. Memories of how hard he worked in his past life flashed through his mind. He recalled his students and his work as a school teacher, and his friends, whom he left behind in a world that was already past him. After such immersion in himself, he suddenly finds what to answer the girl. But what he wants is apparently not for other people's ears. So he just denies that he just wants to earn money and live better. With a fake smile on his face, he says goodbye to Isabella, his teacher. Not having received the expected answer, the blonde looks thoughtfully towards the departing guy. She realized that the main character's thoughts were tormented by thoughts that he could not tell anyone. A day passes. Boulier is already sitting in class and thinking that sleeping on the desk is much more comfortable than in that cubicle. But analyzing his situation, he comes to the conclusion that now he at least has money. He cannot afford to be sad and sit still, and therefore must move forward. Badr approaches his desk, sharply hitting the tip of the desk and calling out to the black-haired man. The blonde reluctantly tells that Boulier is being looked for by a certain Faizi. The hero looks at the guy with confusion and asks who is looking for him, because he hears this name for the first time. In response to this, Badr grabs him by the sweatshirt and is very indignant at the guy. Suddenly, someone from the side orders the golden-haired man to stop and let the main character go. Not far from them, a blonde guy appears with a tie, straightening it. It turns out to be the headman Faizi, who was just looking for the main character. And he doesn't appear alone, but with two serious-minded guys who pierce the black-haired man with their gaze. The village chief looks down at Boulier with a hint of disdain. The guy looks at the blonde with interest, since they have never met before. The golden-haired man with the blue shirt turns to the hero, asking if his name is Boulier. He looks at the black-haired man appraisingly and chuckles mockingly, standing right in front of him. The main character finally came to his senses, and with a serious look on his face says to let him go. He introduces himself to the headman and asks with interest if something happened. The pompous blonde warns him to stay away from Isabella. In his opinion, a person like Boulier should not communicate with such a girl. After this, the headman orders his whole gang to leave, and they turn towards the exit. Suddenly, the blonde accidentally bumps into Toby, who is passing by. The plump one couldn't stay on his feet and clumsily fell to his knees after the collision. He is afraid to say anything in response to such disrespect, and simply waits silently until the group of offenders leaves. With a slight embarrassment on his face, he approaches the main character and asks if everything is okay with him. In response, he receives that Boulier is fine and the guys just wanted to talk to him. Toby is very surprised that Faizi's gaze fell on the black-haired man, and he does not understand the significance of what happened. The guy with the armband explains that the blonde guy is the class monitor, and everyone at the academy is afraid of him. Faizi comes from the famous Howard family of Yabo City and is the son of a Viscount. Viscount Howard is an important person in a certain society of numbers, and many of the teachers of the academy are also members of this society. Toby tries to calm the boy down, saying that he understands why he became captivated by Isabella's beauty, but his friend advises him not to ignore Faizi's warning. And the black-haired man at that moment is confused and embarrassed by what the plump man thinks about him. Some time passes at the academy, and it is already midday, when classes have just ended. The hero is already sitting with Isabella and thinking about how to properly use that new oxygen technique. His main advantage will be that he won't need spells or hand gestures, but he doesn't know how to summon two elements at once. He is distracted from his thoughts by a blonde who says that he needs to stop lounging around. She tells him to solve the problem that the math teacher gave them. The hero, yawning boredly, abruptly hands her a piece of paper. On this sheet of paper, the girl sees some formulas and understands that the hero has already decided everything a long time ago. She is very surprised, since in the same amount of time she managed to solve only half of it. The main character says that you can't solve everything in the same old way. In his opinion, it is necessary to find original methods for solving problems. Ignoring his pomposity, she looks at the piece of paper with embarrassment. Taking advantage of the momentary pause, the hero remembers that he wanted to ask the girl something. He is interested in the fact that Isabella can summon two fireballs at once, to which he receives the answer that she can summon several of them. This information shocks him, and he looks at her in confusion. The blonde realizes that the black-haired man can only summon one fireball at a time, and begins to mock him. He explains that he has studied many books on magic, but has never found a way to summon more than one element at a time. The girl, in turn, says that the books contain only the basics. There are no such skillful techniques there. In order to master such magic, you need to hire a high-ranking magic consultant. But if someone called her sister, she would help him learn such magic. The main character, without a shadow of a doubt and with complete indifference, calls the girl sister. The girl, not expecting such a quick and sharp answer, is simply at a loss. She was very tense by the expression on the guy's face when he said that magic word. But without breaking her word, she calls the black-haired man to her, saying that she will teach him. After this, they leave the academy and find a free clearing for themselves. The girl gathers her strength and casts a spell of fireballs. A multitude of yellow fireballs suddenly flare up around her. The hero is very surprised by what he sees, since his skills do not allow him to create even 2 balls. What catches his attention is how stable the spell is. The girl explains that the main key to summoning multiple fireballs is the distribution of spiritual power. Many people believe that spiritual power can only be directed to one place. But once one masters this technique, he will be able to distribute the power to different places. Each part of this power is capable of summoning an element, so multiple balls can be summoned. The hero decides to check whether it is possible to summon different elements using different parts of the power, to which he receives consent. While they are having a nice conversation, a guy with golden hair watches them from around the corner. This man turns out to be Badr, who thinks that the two are in a relationship. After that, someone next to the golden-haired man squeezed a piece of the wall so hard and nervously that it began to crack. The headman, who was standing nearby, also saw those two and was thinking nervously. He promises himself that Boulier will definitely pay for what he did. At this time, the hero is training hard and trying to divide the spiritual power into 9 parts. The blonde explains that you need to do as she says. You need to share the spiritual power step by step. But if he doesn't succeed, she asks him with a smile not to be upset, because even she needed 6 months of training. Suddenly, immediately after these words, several balls suddenly flare up around the young man. The girl looks at what has opened up before her eyes with confusion and asks how he was able to do this. In response, she receives an unperturbed answer that he simply divided the spiritual power into 9 parts and summoned fireballs. But she doesn't accept this answer, and she asks how he could do it so quickly. He looked at the girl in surprise and said that he understood the technique and was able to do it. Such a banally simple answer shocked the blonde, and for a while she just stood and looked at the guy. Her face flushed at the thought that this guy was not only a genius in mathematics, but also a genius in magic. She starts to get very angry because her training was much longer than his, but she decides to lie for the sake of her pride and say that she did the same in the past. The girl's obviously undermined pride forces her to abandon the boy's training and run away. The guy didn't understand her indignation and attributed her hysteria to the fact that he doesn't understand women. He put his hand in his pocket and suddenly felt something strange. This caught his attention, and he decided to look at it in surprise. By that time, the girl had not yet recovered from her emotions and was nervously walking towards the academy. But suddenly Boulier catches up with her and grabs her forearm with his hand. Isabella is frightened by such an unexpected gesture and asks if he needs anything else from her. She notices that he is holding out his hand to her with an object resting in it. It turns out to be some kind of bracelet with a cute golden cat and a red thread. The hero extends his hand to her, addressing the girl by name and asking her to take the item. According to him, what he was able to learn is entirely due to her, and he thanks her. She looks at the brooch with bated breath and thinks for a while about what to do. Her face flushes, and she presses her lips together in embarrassment as she looks at the protagonist. She is surprised and says that the hero still has a conscience and thinks that he is not so stupid. The blonde snatches the treasured gift from the black-haired man with a sharp movement of her hand. She did not dare to show her true emotions and runs away from the protagonist in embarrassment, saying that the gift turned out to be ugly. Since she was running with her eyes closed, her legs got tangled and she fell comically onto the grass. Without asking for help, she gets up from the ground herself and chuckles nervously from awkwardness. After this, she turns towards the hero to see his reaction. The hero is surprised and a little embarrassed by the girl's gaze. He cannot decide what to do next. But before he can say a word, he sees the girl stand up and run away, hurling insults. She promises not to let it go so easily, but Boulier only sighs tiredly in response. After this scene, he decides to take a break and lie on the grass for a while in the sun. He thinks that if she didn't like it, she wouldn't have taken the gift. He spent 50 silver on it. The guy was thinking about the fact that at first he wanted to give the bracelet to the math teacher, but suddenly he noticed something in front of his eyes. 3 guys approached the main character, who was lying peacefully on the grass. Badr reminded the black-haired man that the headman of Faizi had warned him about the girl. His closeness with the mayor's daughter began to make the class president very nervous. Without saying a word, the protagonist suddenly rises from the grass with a serious expression on his face. And just as unexpectedly, he simply goes on the run from the company of his offenders. The blonde and his company did not stand still and decided to start a pursuit. The explanation for the protagonist's actions is that he sees no point in messing with these guys. Suddenly, one of the 3 decides to provoke the hero by saying that the black-haired man's father died while running away during the battle. Such unflattering words about Boulier's family throw him off balance, and he stops abruptly. The blonde, in response to this, only continues to mock the guy. He saw a gap in the main character's defense and decided to sneakily attack him from behind. But after swinging and striking, the fist never reaches its target, stopping right in front of the hero's head. The offender did not expect this, and therefore, having struck with full force, he is simply thrown back, and only he receives damage. The hero is very irritated by the behavior of the gang, which can be seen from the expression on his face. The blonde, meanwhile, still can't recover from the blow. His hand is badly burned and he feels incredible pain. The main character gets even more heated and says that his father was a brave warrior who died for his homeland. He was a wonderful father, deserving of respect and reverence, even in death. The black-haired man threatened that no one could insult his now deceased father. Because of his anger, the hero automatically created 9 fireballs around himself, which caught the attention of his offenders. They were incredibly amazed by the black-haired man's abilities, because before he had no magic at all. The prospect of being burned alive frightens the boys, and they run away, leaving their leader behind. He is left alone with the heated Boulier and looks up at him with fear. What he sees frightens him greatly, and he panics, begging for mercy. The blonde tries to defend himself by saying that fighting is prohibited at the academy, which only gets him a disdainful look. From this, the panic in his eyes disappears, and only despair remains. He looks at the black-haired man obliviously. The hero, at the same time, not intending to stop, swung his hand to send fireballs flying. His powers are concentrated, and the fire magic begins to move towards the offender. But suddenly the main character notices someone's presence behind him. Badr, meanwhile, closes his eyes and tries to defend himself by putting his hands in front of himself and shouting for help. His body didn't feel any pain, so he thought something strange was happening and decided to open his eyes. He sees in front of him not 9 fireballs, but a guy lying at his feet. Not understanding what happened, he tries to come to his senses, looking at the guy lying peacefully in front of him. The blonde had not yet recovered from what had happened, and so with a bit of fear, he decided to poke his finger at Boulier to check if he was alive. Thanks to fate, Badr decides to quickly retreat somewhere to the side before the black-haired man wakes up. But he is quickly stopped, forced to stand still in a commanding tone. He sees in front of him a math teacher who is trying to help the hero and tries to justify herself by saying that it is not his fault. At this time, the main character just lies thoughtfully on the grass, pretending to have lost consciousness. The blonde keeps trying to justify himself, but they don't believe him. The teacher puts more and more pressure on him, saying that she knows how he feels about Boulier. Their absurd emotional squabble is interrupted by a man with a beard and mustache. He scolds Badr since the black-haired one was lying at his feet. Therefore, the golden-haired one does nothing but lie. The old man orders the young man to step into his office and await his fate. He reports to the vice-chairman of the Calvin Society and says that it is all the fault of the Academy's management, asking for forgiveness for the spectacle. The 2 men walk away, talking about the situation, while the girl tries to bring the teenager to his senses. She thinks about Boulier's current state, but suddenly she shudders for some reason. The main character moves away from her a little, and his face freezes with extreme embarrassment and excitement. The girl sees this and thinks that the guy has become really ill, but he answers her that everything was fine with him until the girl almost strangled him. She hugs him in a motherly way and says that she was very worried about the guy. At the same time, an old man approaches them and says that this matter will be dealt with, but they came for another reason. The girl, taking the floor, decides to introduce these men to the guy. The old man's name is Archil, and the younger man's name is Calvin. The boy bowed respectfully to the 2 academy workers, greeting them. The black-haired man managed to become famous, and these people already know him as the man who helped teacher Bologna solve the riddle of Rufus. But the teacher interrupts the old man, saying that the boy himself solved the riddle, and she only wrote an article. Thanks to solving the riddle of Rufus, Boulier and the teacher were nominated for the Edwin Prize, which is a great pride for Yabo City. And if they wish, these men will do everything they can to help them get this award. But the girl is more concerned about whether the guy will also be able to receive this award. Expecting this question, The old man sighs resignedly, looking at the girl. The guy is still too young. No one in the mathematical community has such results. If the teacher says that it was he who solved the riddle of Rufus, then no one will believe it. The girl was about to exclaim something, but the main character calls out to her and takes her hand. She looks at the guy sadly with a little bitterness in her eyes. Interrupting their silent dialogue, Archil suggests that they discuss this issue in private and later make a final decision. She agrees with this argument, and the two men slowly move away from them. After some time, evening falls at the academy, filling the building with orange colors. The teacher and Bu Lier walk silently down the corridor, thinking about something. Suddenly, she tells the guy that although the usual solution to Rufus's riddle is not something extraordinary, the hero's method became a great breakthrough in the history of mathematics. It must belong to the main character. A stranger should not receive this award instead of him. This causes a slight stupor in the guy, and he anxiously thinks about what to answer. After thinking for a moment, he says that this prize should not belong to him at all. Besides, Teacher Bulangi has long been no stranger to him. The flattering words make the girl's face blush. She is pleasantly surprised. Ashamed of her reaction, she sends the student to go home quickly, and he in turn thinks about what he said wrong. After some time, a large number of school children gathered at the notice board. They are all discussing the article published by Teacher Bulangi and the name of the student who worked on it. They emphasize that many scientists have been unable to find a solution to the Rufus riddle for centuries. While everyone was discussing the guy, he decided to walk through the crowd amidst the general noise so as not to be noticed. Finally, he manages to do it and remains unnoticed. Not far from him, he suddenly hears swearing coming from the office closest to him. He notices the figure of the old man he met earlier, and someone else standing in the back of the classroom. These people turned out to be Badr and his father, who, in turn, very loudly scolds his son for fighting. His method of upbringing turns out to be very strict, and in response to his fighting, he decides to teach his son by beating him. The hero watches this scene with anger, not intending to interfere with what is happening. After a demonstrative spanking, the blonde's father asks Archil for forgiveness, and begs him not to expel his son from the academy. But Badr's behavior turns out to be unacceptable. He has seriously violated school rules. Without letting the old man finish speaking, the blonde's father suddenly falls to his knees, heartily begging for mercy for his son. Standing in this pose, he nervously begs the old man to leave Badr in the academy despite his misdeeds. Extremely surprised by his father's behavior, the protagonist's offender asks him to get up from his father's lap. But Bu Lier, despite her indignation, still decides to intervene in this situation. He approaches Archil, greeting him and receiving a mutual greeting in return. Pretending not to have heard what was being said, the hero asks the director what happened to Badr. The blonde's face fills with anger because the black-haired man suddenly decided to get involved in this situation. Archil explains that the wayward student broke a school rule and the academy has already decided to expel him. Damaging his pride, Badr's father, still crawling on his knees, clings to Bu Lier's sleeve and thinks that he can help. According to him, he will definitely teach his son a lesson and asks for forgiveness. It was not easy for them to enroll him in this academy. If he was expelled, his whole life would go down the drain. After such pathetic speeches, the black-haired man only sighs, getting ready to say something. He turns to Archil, mercifully asking him not to punish the blonde so harshly. The offender, hearing such words from the one he bullied, simply goes into shock. Listening to the boy's request, the director says that the academy can temporarily postpone the decision on expulsion. The guilty party and his father are overcome with genuine surprise and relief at the same time. But he is warned that if Badr does something like this again, the academy will not give him a second chance. In response to this, the blonde's father forcibly bends him over in front of the director in order to show respect. He tells Badr in a commanding tone to thank Bu Lier and Archil. Not daring to disobey his father, the young man obediently bows and thanks the director and the black-haired man. The old man accepts the apology and sends both students to go to class. They reach the door of the auditorium and the hero is already about to open the front door. But the blonde stops him, asking why he decided to stand up for him. Holding the door handle, without opening the door, the protagonist stood thoughtfully in place. He explained his actions by saying that he did not want Badr to let his father down. The young man looks thoughtfully at the floor, thinking about what the black-haired man told him. After this, he quietly expresses his sincere gratitude to him behind his back. He also tells him to be careful of Faisy, because he will not let the main character go just like that now. He says that the class monitor's uncle is the deputy director of the academy. After school, Bu Lier decided to go to the library as usual, thinking about how difficult today had been. Unexpectedly, the library administrator meets him at the threshold, showing with his whole appearance that a serious conversation is about to take place. The main character did not expect to see the old man, and therefore asks what he is doing here. The librarian asks if Boulier has offended anyone recently. The guy is taken aback by this question, and he naively asks if something happened, to which he receives in response that he will no longer be able to work in the library, nor live in the room. This is an order from the deputy director. After this dialogue, the hero decides to go to the teacher Boulania, who from the very beginning says that she wanted to take him and Isabella to a seminar at the Mathematical Society. Boulier says that he can't participate because he was kicked out of his room and needs to look for a place to live. In response to this, the girl invites him to live at her house, since she has had a free room for a long time. The hero is embarrassed by such an abrupt proposal, thinking about how they will live together. Worried, he asks if it would be comfortable for the teacher to live under the same roof with him. She calmly replies that there is nothing inconvenient here, because they can do mathematics at any time. This answer suits the guy, but the redness still doesn't disappear from his face. They come to an agreement and Boulanger tells him to come see her after the ball. Suddenly, Isabella enters the office unexpectedly, immediately asking what the guy is doing here. The teacher explains that Boulier is also coming with them to the seminar, and that he will now be staying with her. The latest news causes extreme indignation in the blonde, and she immediately expresses her negative opinion. Not understanding his student's reaction, Boulanger says that the protagonist is not such a bad person, that there is anything to worry about. The guy, in turn, is dumbfounded, not understanding why he is being insulted again. To avoid this awkward topic, the teacher forcibly sends the girl away, sending her and Boulier to change for the seminar. At the same time, the teacher asks if the guy has clothes for the event. He needs to wear something formal. Not knowing what exactly is required of him, he asks if a magic robe will do. The teacher tells him that if he has one, then his offer is welcome. Some time passes, and it is getting on towards evening. The ball begins, and people arrive in due order. The hero stands on the red carpet with two girls in beautiful dresses. When they reach the building, Isabella tells the guy that they have arrived. It is the Howard family estate, and also the location of the Magical Society's seminars. The Magic Society is a prominent organization in the Kingdom of Delonin, so they chose the Howard estate, where every seminar of the Magic Society is held. It turns out that the Howard estate is the home of that very head of his class. 3 men are standing near the estate, and they are discussing something heatedly among themselves. One of them, the vice chairman Calvin, is approached by teacher Boulanger. Calvin notices the girl and Boulier, who is next to her, and greets them happily. The guy, without hesitation, also greets the man, and Isabella, standing next to him, does not understand where they could have met. The deputy chairman invites the dark-haired man to introduce his friends, who were just talking about him. Boulanger decides not to disturb their small talk and politely leaves, promising to find students later. Boulier and Isabella enter the manor and look around in surprise. The guy is surprised at how rich the event looks and immediately starts serving the buffet. Without hesitation, he helps himself to all sorts of snacks and drinks, quickly eating everything. But Isabella doesn't like his behavior because she thinks he's bringing them to shame. Suddenly, something catches the guy's attention and he looks in that direction with interest. He sees before him a huge canvas depicting 2 rivers connected by bridges. The blonde explains that this is the pride of the Howard family, called the 7 Bridges of the Royal Capital. The hero asks the girl again, in confusion, about the name of this painting, showing that he knows nothing about it. This conversation was heard by the son of the owner of the house, who mockingly began to insult the main character for his behavior. The girl could not stand this attitude and stood up for the guy, saying that Boulier came with them and he was worthy of respect. But the blonde has a different opinion. He continues to insult the hero for his incompetence, because he doesn't even know the name of this picture. Isabella decides not to enter into a polemic with Faisy and drags the black-haired man away. The headman notices that she took the guy by the hand and this makes him very angry. He decides to approach Boulier, saying that all he does is hide under his skirt. In response, he hears a joke. The hero asks him about the meaning of this painting. For some reason, this question confuses the girl and she looks at the guy with confusion. He explains his interest by saying that after hearing about the history of this painting, he will be able to come up with a new method. The blonde hears this and says that teacher Boulani simply took pity on him and wrote his name in the article, nothing more. The girl stands up for the guy again, saying that Boulier came up with a way to solve the riddle on his own. In response to this, the blonde decides to put on a show and loudly announces that the hero will be able to solve the riddle written on the picture. Isabella is extremely surprised by his actions, because he decided to turn a personal dispute into a public one. Whispers begin to spread throughout the hall, sharing unflattering rumors about Boulier. The general hubbub is noticed by the teacher Boulanger and Calvin, who were standing at a distance. The blonde teases the protagonist, saying that he is now obliged to solve this riddle. Suddenly, someone's hand appears and grabs the hero by the forearm. It turns out to be Bulangi, who excitedly asks why the guy decided to get into an argument with Feizi. According to her, the Howard family has great power in the city of Yabo, so conflicting with them is suicide. If he gets into conflict with them, he will have problems not only with the Mathematical Society, but also with the Academy. Moreover, mathematicians have been struggling with the solution to the 7 bridges of the royal capital for centuries. Feizi wants him to try to solve the riddle in order to shame him in front of everyone. The blonde man accidentally overhears their conversation and turns to teacher Bologna. He says that she called Boulier a genius, but now for some reason she doesn't believe in him. The teacher begins to raise her tone and tries to justify herself, but she is interrupted. The protagonist declares with complete confidence that he can try to solve this riddle, in gratitude for the fact that he was kicked out of the library because of the headman. The girls hear this and are very surprised, because they did not know why Boulier left the library. He is asked one last time if he really wants to deal with this, but the hero already turns to Feizi, saying that he will solve this riddle and accepts the bet. The 7 bridges of the Tsar's capital is a riddle that was invented by the first generation of the Howard family. Several hundred years ago, the headman of their clan was a high-ranking official. He noticed that the capital had a special terrain. At that time, the city was not yet so big. The city was divided into 2 islands, which were located in the middle of the river. To make it possible to move between the islands, 7 posts were built. These bridges helped the residents of the capital to establish mutually beneficial relations. One day, the elder was looking at these 7 bridges, and a thought came to him. The question was whether it was possible to get to any place using these bridges, and also, by going around each bridge just once, return to the starting point. When the elder put forward this idea, mathematicians from all over the kingdom began to think about the question, and many famous scientists came to the capital to find a solution. Much time passed, scientists put forward many theories, but no one understood how one could return without crossing the bridge at least once again. Until one day the elder himself found a solution. He announced it to everyone, and the next day everyone could see for themselves the correctness of his decision. Almost all the mathematicians of the kingdom gathered on the bridges, but they waited until the evening. But the elder did not appear. A few days later, the elder's body was discovered most likely. He was so excited by his discovery that he accidentally stumbled and drowned in the river. The death of the elder was a huge loss for the mathematical community. The riddle remained unsolved. Even their families still do not know the solution to this problem. Although the solution was lost, to preserve the memory of the first-generation elder, their family hung this engraving in the living room. The blonde believes that this is a source of pride for the entire mathematical community. The guy immediately understands what is being discussed because this riddle is similar to the one that was in his world. After telling his story, Feizi mockingly asks if Boulier can find a solution. He responds that he will not be able to find a solution, but then no one will be able to find it. The blonde starts to burst, and he holds back his laughter with all his might, only chuckling mockingly. And now, completely unable to restrain himself, he begins to laugh out loud at the guy throughout the entire room. The audience becomes disappointed and sullenly begins to walk away from the 2 guys. One of the girls thinks that Boulier is just another arrogant child who doesn't know his place. But her friend, standing next to her, looks closely at the guy and sees his intelligent look. In her opinion, the black-haired man is not as simple as everyone around him thinks. After the blonde laughed, the protagonist begins to explain his answer. He says that the riddle of the 7 bridges cannot be solved, which is why he will not be able to find the solution. His answer makes the audience suddenly fall silent and think. Teacher Bologna and Isabella begin to discuss his statement with each other. Feizi insults the boy and asks how the first elder of their clan could find a solution if there is none. In response, he hears a counter-question about whether there is evidence that their elder has actually found a solution. The blonde is extremely outraged by this question, and asks if the guy knows what position the elder occupied in the kingdom. Suddenly, someone from the crowd loudly hits the floor with a stick and orders everyone to be quiet. This man turns out to be Viscount Howard, who tells Feizi not to boast about his pedigree. After this, the blonde suddenly loses all his enthusiasm and sincerely apologizes to his father. The Viscount decides to meet Boulier and says that he already knows him. Without showing his emotions, the boy obediently bows and greets the head of the house. He, in turn, says that he saw their argument with his son and asks the guy for forgiveness. But he noticed that the black-haired man said that there was no solution to this riddle, and this statement defamed the honor of their ancestor. The hero begins to explain that the 7 bridges of the royal capital really have no solution. The blonde standing next to Boulier noticed that he had never looked so confident. The Viscount becomes nervous and angrily asks if the guy wants to test his guess. The main character does not give up and says that he can prove to everyone that this riddle has no solution. According to him, When faced with such a difficult task, many sages of that time decided to find a solution and practice themselves. This method is worthy of respect. But, if you look the truth in the eye, the answer will be difficult to find. During his speech, he was drawing something on a piece of paper, and after that he decided to show it to the audience. He says that a complex practical problem can be represented on foliage as a simple numerical problem, with each piece of land being a dot and the bridges being the lines. Then the 7 bridges of the royal capital can be simplified as follows. If from each point it is possible to exit without repeating the pattern, then this will mean that it is possible to return to the original place. Some people exclaim with admiration that they did not know about this method of trying to solve the problem. Suddenly, one of the 2 girls who were discussing Boulier says that this guy is really not that simple, and her friend was right. She, in turn, looks at the guy smugly, pleased that she was not mistaken. The hero goes on to explain that in addition to the starting and ending points, when someone crosses a bridge onto a piece of land, they leave another bridge. Now, points connected by segments of unpaired numbers can be called singularity points. Points connected by segments of paired numbers can be called paired points. Boulier begins to understand that if they want to leave from the starting point and eventually return to it, then they need to reach all the points. The guy confirms her guess and says that the key point is that all the dots must be paired. A guy with glasses understands what Boulier is talking about and loudly starts asking him about something. But interrupting him, the guy says that the 4 points in that riddle are singular, so no matter what method they choose, they will never be able to return to the original point. Therefore, the 7 bridges of the Tsarist capital have no and never had a solution. Everyone around looks at the guy in shock because they realized what he was trying to say. The bespectacled man notes that there are no flaws in this theory, which means that the problem really has no solution. The blonde, who felt very awkward after this evidence, cries out that the young man is wrong. It slowly begins to dawn on everyone that the Howard family has been lying to everyone all this time. Faisy, in response to this, orders everyone to shut up and says that the guy is wrong. But after such compelling evidence, no one has any doubt that the riddle really has no solution. The girl, who had no doubts about the boy's intellectual abilities from the very beginning, says that their ancestor was a deceiver. Unable to cope with the pressure of the audience, the blonde begins to call for his father in panic. But suddenly, not finding support from his father, he receives a punch in the face from him. Viscount Howard hit his son with all his might, and he flew back several meters. The head of the house begins to blame Faisy for not being able to keep his mouth shut. If it weren't for him, the Howard family wouldn't have been disgraced in front of so many people. He promises himself that the guy who dared to disgrace their family will pay for his misdeeds. The Viscount begins to quickly walk away somewhere to the side, away from the eyes looking at him. But suddenly, he hears a voice from somewhere behind him asking him to stop. The guy says that according to the rules of the Mathematical Society, he helped with Faisy's question, and now he must help him in return. The Viscount stood up thoughtfully and began to think what to answer the young man's question. He agrees with the argument and asks what question he wants answered. The guy's question is quite simple. He wants to know if the sides of a square are equal to 1, then what is the diagonal? The head of the house looks at the guy with extreme surprise, thinking what to answer. Boulier enters the conversation and asks if Boulier knows that the Howard family came up with the Howard theorem. According to their theory, if the sides of a square are equal to 1, then the square of the length of the diagonal will be equal to 2. This is true. But the black-haired man notes that he was not asking about the square of the diagonal. His question was about the diagonal itself, not about what the Viscount answered. The head of the house is trembling at this clarification, and he begins to panic. The public hears this, and also begins to wonder what the diagonal is. They hope that the Viscount will be able to explain it to them. After thinking for a long time, the man begins to sweat heavily and worry because he does not know the answer to this question. The guy realized that, as he thought, the Viscount knew about this number from the very beginning. In Boulier's past world, although scientists are respected, no one knows about them. In this same world, although science is at a low level, scientists are highly respected. Scientists who have made great contributions to science enjoy not only international fame, but also the respect of the royal family and aristocracy. So scientists get together, take over economics and politics, and become a huge force. Howard's family holds an important position in the mathematical community, so the community has a strong voice. The Mathematical Society includes figures from science, politics, and religion. They believe that everything on Earth can be represented as numbers. In essence, their ideas are similar to the ideas of the Pythagorean school. The Pythagorean school was founded by the great scientist of ancient Greece. The school of Pythagoras had many followers, but it had one flaw that led to the disappearance of the school. This flaw was that they represented everything not in real numbers, but in rounded numbers. Pythagoras believed that if you compare round and real numbers, you can express all the numbers in the world. The first to discover this flaw was Pythagoras' student Hippasus, who realized that it was impossible to express the diagonal of a square using the ratio of whole numbers. This discovery shook the foundation on which the entire school of Pythagoras was based. When the students realized that they would not be able to solve this problem, they decided to find out who had put forward this problem. Finally, they tied a large stone to Hippasus and threw it into the sea. But the truth could not be hidden for long. More and more people began to pay attention to the problem of Hippasus, and the school of Pythagoras was destroyed. Numbers that could not be expressed using a ratio of whole numbers came to be called irrational numbers. Since then, people have begun to expand their knowledge in the field of numbers, and it has grown into a whole field. Judging by his expression, he had known about the existence of irrational numbers for a long time. The guy became interested in how this world treated Hippasus. This question put the Viscount in a very awkward position, and he began to worry greatly. The public became very interested, and people began to try to calculate the diagonal on their own. Boulani is also curious and asks what is wrong with this number if it cannot be expressed by any number. The guy explained that this was a completely new number, and there were a lot of them. Someone had already found a similar number. But this discovery was hidden thanks to Faisy. The Viscount realized the situation he was in, and it was all because of his son. He walked up to him and began to look at him with eyes full of anger. But the blonde didn't want to receive even more blows to his face, and so he began frantically looking for a way out. Faisy decided to put all the blame on Boulier, because of whom the Howard family was so disgraced. He wishes the guy death and starts running towards the guy to beat him up. The blonde, not seeing anything in front of him, rushes at the young man with his fists. In response to this, the black-haired man takes a defensive stance, preparing for a fight. But someone intercepts Faisy's hand right in flight, preventing him from harming anyone. The golden-haired guy is stopped by a girl who has taken a fancy to Boulier. The blonde looks at the red-haired lady with confusion and exclaims for her to let him go. She, not giving in to the guy's emotions, politely apologizes and says that she has to stop him. Faisy tries to get out of her grip, but he can't, because for some reason this girl is very strong. Suddenly he hears his father's voice calling him by name, and the boy is overcome with primal fear. The Viscount is extremely dissatisfied with his son's behavior, because he has greatly disgraced their name. Expecting a quick reprisal, the golden-haired man somehow tries to justify himself, but his head suddenly goes empty. The head of the house suddenly raises his tone, preparing to inform those present about something. He apologizes to people for the trouble his son caused. He says it's his fault. As for the number Boulier mentioned, he asks not to worry, because their mathematical community will make every effort to find an explanation. He politely thanks the black-haired man and says that he has to leave. His politeness turns out to be only demonstrative with a wry grimace. He wishes the guy a pleasant evening at his estate. Boulier, rejoicing at her small victory, wishes the head of the house all the best. As he left to go about his business, the Viscount thought that he could not even imagine that he could disgrace himself like that. The guy sincerely thanks the woman who stood up for him in front of the blonde man. She is surprised that he called her mistress and asks how he could forget her. Suddenly, Isabella hits the guy on the back of the head with all her might, which he didn't expect at all. She angrily asks why he is touching strange women. Because of this small, playful squabble, the red-haired lady begins to laugh sweetly. She apologizes for disturbing the flirting between the two teenagers. Both academy students are surprised and look towards the woman, who says that she was just joking but is jealous of their relationship. Isabella is very embarrassed by this statement and says that the girl was thinking about the wrong thing. The blonde asks, addressing her by name, what Alice is doing here. The woman tells her that she always takes part in such events, but did not expect to see the mayor's daughter here. Boulangyi joins in the conversation and says that Alice's family is very well known in the mathematics community in Yabo City, and she has been participating in seminars on behalf of her family for many years. She introduces herself to the guy by stating her name and extending her hand. The girl says that she is a third-year student at Chandanasa Academy and is Isabella's classmate. The guy extends his hand in response and says it's nice to meet her. Alice approaches his face and looks at his eyes with interest. Because of her closeness, the guy involuntarily glances at her chest and becomes very embarrassed. While the girl is looking at the guy, Isabella sadly realizes her shortcomings in comparison with Alice. The mayor's daughter's classmate says she liked the guy's performance. She suggests that he start studying mathematics in more depth. But unexpectedly, Boulier says that he has to refuse her, showing his aloofness. He suggests turning to teacher Belangya, since he learned a lot from her. Alice realized that he could not be taken by simple tricks, and bowed before his fortitude. She says goodbye to the group and says that she would like to chat with the guy when no one is around. This statement causes some irritation in Isabella. She was puzzled by the way he reacted to her request to go with Alice. But he looked at the girl with confusion, asking why he should go with her. In her opinion, all men are the same, and when they see a beautiful girl, they immediately run after her. But Boulier didn't dare to discuss it seriously, and then said that Alice couldn't compare to Isabella in beauty. She, in turn, becomes even more embarrassed and asks if he really thinks she's more beautiful. The guy, with a completely imperturbable face, calmly replies that he really does think she is prettier. He is very glad that he got away with it, and the girl at this time is embarrassedly thinking about his compliments. Suddenly, a man in a white suit approaches him and his company. This man turns out to be Chairman Calvin, who is asked what he is doing there. In his opinion, they are the main characters of this evening. He could not help but say hello. Not understanding the magnitude of his merits, the guy modestly says that he only helped with solving the problem and mentioned this number. But the old man says that this problem and the number he mentioned are not at all simple. The Howard family considered the riddle of the 7 bridges to be their pride, but today it proved that there is no solution to it. Because of this, the family's position is now in great question, and the mentioned number could shake the whole world. So the old man decides to find out who this guy really is. He is interested in why such talent has suddenly appeared only now. And what is the goal of the guy who was able to shake the entire world of mathematics with one short lecture? Boulier decides to play the fool and says that everyone saw Faisy ask him to solve the problem. He just had an idea and voiced it. As for that number, it was pure curiosity. And the Viscount said that he would definitely find that number together with the Mathematical Society. Without arguing, Calvin backs down with his questions and admits that he has imagined too much. But he warns him to be careful with the Howard family because the guy shouldn't compete with them. By that time, the father had reached his office with his son, who was lying on the floor at that time. He was badly beaten for disgracing his family, and his face shows many bruises. There is a dark figure standing next to the head of the family, who informs him that it is time to start doing something. The Viscount is waiting for Boulier to leave the manor to do something to him and make it look like an accident. The figure listens to his order, bowing obediently. Suddenly, the man hears someone's voice from behind him, which says that he is going to kill someone again. Behind him stands a guy with white hair in the same white suit. The father turns his head with a menacing look. He doesn't like the tone of the guy named Abel. The figure in black exclaims in surprise because he killed him with his own hands. The guy says that their surprise is normal, because the Viscount himself ordered to kill him last time. Not believing his eyes, the head of the house jumps up from his chair and shouts, asking how he didn't die and whether Boulier is his man. Wanting to get rid of the white-haired guy, he suddenly takes out a gun from somewhere. Pointing a gun at Abel, the Viscount orders him to answer his question, and by that time, the blonde comes to his senses and sees his brother. The guy in the white suit says that the man asks too many questions, and he doesn't know where to start his story. But after thinking a little, he still agrees to tell his father something. According to him, Boulier had no connection with him, but he had a great reason to come back. With complete calm, at gunpoint, he declares that he is going to completely change the Howard family. The head of the family looks at the guy with confusion and asks how he is going to do this. In response, he hears a counter-question. Abel is interested in what, in his father's opinion, is the foundation of their family. The Viscount, without a shadow of a doubt, immediately answers that the basis is fame, to which he receives a negative answer. The white-haired man claims that their family is actually built on deception. The man starts to get angry and asks what he means by his answer. Abel says that he knew that the 7 bridges problem could not be solved, and he knew about this too. But to protect the glory of their family and the name of the Mathematical Society, the father wants to hide this truth. Over the years, whenever people appeared who wanted to reveal the truth, he got rid of them in various ways, including even him. Even his own son was no exception to the old man's rules. The Viscount orders the boy to shut up so he doesn't have to hear the inconvenient truth anymore. He wants to kill his son again, under the guise that he is doing it for the good of the family. But Abel is not afraid of him and declares that he has already crossed the line, because the truth cannot be hidden forever. Today, that guy named Boulier had already done it, exposing their families to the mathematicians of the entire city. The father can deal with everyone, but he will not be able to kill all the witnesses. The white-haired man suddenly grabs the barrel of the gun and brings it closer to his shoulder. He says that if he fails to kill all the witnesses, then tomorrow the truth will appear before the entire state. Abel asks if his father will be able to keep the family going if it falls apart completely. Unable to resist his son's arguments, the Viscount lets go of the gun and allows the boy to take it. He asks the white-haired man what he should do, and the son suggests that he become the new head and change the family. Then Howard will continue to exist. According to him, the father must know that no one but him can save this family. The Viscount is increasingly giving in to the pressure and is frantically considering the proposal, and the words spoken in his ear force him to make a decision. Several days have passed. The main character wakes up in the house of the teacher Bulanya. He really likes this room because it has a comfortable bed, and there is no terrible smell like in the closet where he lived. He decides to leave the room and go say hello to the teacher, but suddenly something catches his attention and causes surprise to appear on his face. He sees a huge stack of written papers in Bulanya's room. The hero thinks that the girl must have been looking for the number he talked about at the ball all night. After the seminar, news of the unsolvable problem theory spread throughout the country, and the Howard family's reputation began to be seriously questioned. But compared to the unsolvable problem of the 7 bridges, the number that they could not find began to be called the devil's number. Almost all the mathematicians in society began to try to find the devil's number, but no matter how hard they tried, they failed. It is understandable. In this world, mathematics has not reached the level where it would be possible to express physical values. In this world, physics has not yet been discovered, but even so, in this world, scientists are highly respected. They continue their searches even in the dead of night. The main character believes that someday they will be able to find the answer, even if they make a lot of mistakes. But in the end, they will reach the truth. While the teacher Bulanyi has not woken up, the hero decides to read the newspaper. He read that the Howard family had a new head, and many people thought that the new head would disband the Mathematical Society. Leaving the Mathematical Society would be the best decision for the Howard family. But Bulyer wonders why he would take such drastic measures. He tries to figure out who this new leader is, and at that moment Bulangi starts to approach him from behind. She greets the guy sleepily and wishes him good morning. The black-haired man is surprised by the girl's innocent appearance and is a little embarrassed. He admires the beauty of the blonde, while she continues to silently look at him. But after that, her face is filled with indignation because she asks to wake her up when the guy gets up. She pokes him in the cheek with her finger and calls him a naughty boy. She speaks defiantly about the number that Bulyer doesn't want to talk about. Because the girl is too close to the guy, he becomes even more embarrassed and her nose starts bleeding. As the young man sits with a flushed face, Bulangi begins to realize that she is dressed inappropriately. Suddenly it dawns on her why the guy reacted so sharply to her presence, and she screams out in extreme embarrassment throughout the house, calling Bulyer a pervert. After such an awkward situation, the guy decides to cook something. He stands near the stove with a palm print on his face. The girl asks him for forgiveness, because she hit him subconsciously, and not on purpose. The black-haired man notices that when Bulangi first wakes up, she looks like a completely different person. The blonde begins to worry that in this state he will no longer like her, but the guy casually replies that he likes her in any state. After hearing this, she begins to look at the black-haired man in surprise. This answer suits her, and embarrassment can be seen on her face, and the guy looks extremely pleased with his answer. The girl suddenly becomes interested in why he is preparing eggs and red fruits, which can be eaten anyway, together. He says he's making an omelet with tomatoes, and the blonde starts looking at him strangely. According to him, tomatoes are the name given to red fruits in his hometown, and almost everyone there knows how to make an omelet with tomatoes. He remembers his past life, and how lately this was all he ate. After cooking, he quickly gets ready and leaves for school, telling the girl to try his cooking. The girl suddenly stops him to pass something on. She presses a white cloth against his chest and wipes something off his sweatshirt. The hero is extremely embarrassed by such unexpected actions on the part of Bulangya. Now his outerwear looks cleaner than before. The teacher sends him away, and he, still not having recovered from his stormy emotions, says goodbye. The girl is left home alone and decides to try the food, which looks pretty strange to her. She takes a small piece of the food on a spoon and slowly puts it into her mouth. The taste of the omelet surprises her greatly, because she has never tasted anything like it. Her body is bathed in bliss. She enjoys the taste of sweet tomatoes. The dish seems incredibly delicious to her, and she exclaims about it with admiration. The hero, who has already reached the academy, suddenly notices that his stomach is growling loudly. While he was preparing food for the teacher, he didn't even think about himself and didn't have time to eat in the morning. Meanwhile, the girls in Bullier's class are discussing the fact that the new head of the Howard family has ordered the dissolution of the Mathematical Society. They talk about his beauty and the mystery of the man who solved the family's main mystery and then disappeared without a trace. One of the girls says that her uncle from the Mathematical Society said that the guy was about the same age as them, but he himself asked to hide his name. She doesn't understand how this is possible if that guy shocked the whole world with one number, and he is their age. Bullier is distracted from eavesdropping and finds Isabella standing next to her, asking about the devil's number. But the guy continues to deny it and say that he doesn't know anything about him. The blonde doesn't believe the main character and states it directly. Suddenly, another third-year student comes into his class and asks Isabella to leave the guy. This girl turns out to be Alice, who happily greets Boulier. He greets her back, while the blonde looks at her indignantly. The guys from the same class as the black-haired boy look at what is happening in surprise, envying him. One of them is trying hard to figure out why Boulier is so popular with girls. Alice approaches the hero, asking if they were talking about the devil's number. In response to this, she only hears a loud rumbling from the guy's stomach. They look at him with confusion, and he is very embarrassed by the awkwardness. He apologizes to the girls for what just happened. Alice, in response to this, only laughs sincerely at the absurdity of the situation. Isabella calls the guy a pig, and says that it's not even time for lunch yet. Suddenly, a bun wrapped in a napkin to make it easier to hold is stuck into the guy's face. Alice handed him the food, and said that she had accidentally taken an extra portion today, and was asking for help in eating it. Boulier looks at the bun with drool hanging from her mouth. He sincerely thanks the girl and says that she is a very good person. Isabella grabs his cheek, shouting at him not to take food from strangers. He says he wanted to refuse, but the bun smells too good. The blonde looks at him with extreme irritation and asks why he didn't ask her for a bun. But he notices that she herself called him a pig, so he didn't ask her for anything. Alice explains that it is normal that she has sympathy for him and wants to help him because Boulier is a genius. Isabella only hisses angrily in response, looking at the other girl with irritation. With a little embarrassment, she also hands the hero a portion, telling him to give her Alice's bun. Alice, in turn, teases the blonde, saying that she cannot decide for him, because they are not in an official relationship. Isabella's patience is wearing thin, and she looks at the girl with anger. The blonde offers Boulier a choice between the two. Whether he wants a sandwich or a bun, he can only choose one. A rivalry flares up between the girls, and the guy only thinks about eating in peace. He asks Isabella to pass him her sandwich, thanking the girl. The blonde dances victoriously because the guy chose her dish. But unexpectedly for everyone, he takes a bun and a sandwich in both hands, shoving them into his mouth at the same time. To everyone's surprise, he stuffs everything into his cheeks, trying to swallow the food. Straining his throat hard, he tries to force both buns down his throat. He succeeds, and with tears in his eyes, he says that he liked it and thanks the girls. Everyone looks at the guy with extreme surprise, observing the absurdity of the situation. Isabella boasts that her sandwich is so delicious that Boulier gobbled it up so quickly. A piece of Alice's bun remains on his face, which she notices and decides to remove with her finger. She says with an erotic look that he has something left on his cheek and is going to eat it. The girl licks her finger, on which a piece of bread rests, and calls the guy sloppy, continuing to play up the excitement. Alice eats the rest of her meal, and Isabella reacts extremely negatively to this. Suddenly, unexpectedly, a signal sounds throughout the entire building that it is time for lessons. Alice says goodbye to Boulier, wishing him to study well. And the blonde at the same time, with anger in her eyes, orders him to wait for her in the classroom after class. Third-year girls leave the second-year class and slam the door loudly. Boulier finally breathed a sigh of relief. For him, this change was filled with stress. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly grabs the guy by the cheek again and calls him by name. This man turns out to be Toby, who immediately asks where he managed to meet Alice. Boulier replied that he had met her a few days ago in the evening, to which the fat man reacted very strangely. The black-haired man explains that a few days ago, Teacher Bolangi took him to a seminar of the Mathematical Society, where he met her. Toby suddenly remembers that it was at that seminar that they started talking about the devil's number. But his interest was not satisfied, because the teacher came to the class and Boulier immediately went to answer at the board. Bolangi asks the class to split into groups and try to solve the problem on the board. While no one is looking, the teacher nudges the boy with her elbow, calling him by name. She carefully hands him another bun, to which the hero reacts very strangely. The girl whispered that he forgot to have breakfast today and brought him something to eat. But the guy, who has already filled his belly, looks at the bread with despair. He returns to his desk, where his classmates have already divided into groups. Toby notices the bread Boulier is holding in his hand and asks where he got it from. Not wanting to explain the details, he says that he will tell you later, and now the problem needs to be solved. The pink-haired girl suddenly changes the subject and asks Boulier about the man who was at the math seminar. Trying to pretend he doesn't know anything, the guy says he thinks he saw that man. The student doesn't understand this answer and looks at Boulier with understanding. He explains that when the mysterious man appeared, he had just gone out on business, and when he returned, the man had already told him about the devil's number. Toby also intervenes in the conversation, and they both don't understand how this happened. The guy explains that he had overeaten at that moment and his stomach hurt. The hero's friend suspiciously says that Boulier was wrong not to take advantage of this opportunity. But the girl stands up for the guy, saying that getting to such an event is already a stroke of luck. She remembers that he knows mathematics well and asks him to find time to study with her. Toby confronts the pink-haired girl about the fact that she actually means something different with her request. The other girl who was sitting with them starts to look very irritated. Some time passes and the bell rings, signaling the end of classes. The hero was very exhausted because he tried not to be seen by Isabella and to escape. He finally wants to practice magic because it needs to be maintained at a good level. Suddenly, not far from him, a voice sounds, asking when the guy became interested in magic. He sees some dark figure in front of him. Not understanding who it is that is standing in front of him, a sharp blade is suddenly pressed to his throat, and the hero becomes very frightened. Boulier looks at the one threatening him with fear, but he can't see his face. This dark figure turns out to be a girl with blue hair. The main character's classmate orders him not to twitch, because the dagger is very sharp. He recognizes the girl as his friend named Molly, and tries to understand why she is doing this. She claims that it was he who solved the riddle at the seminar, and spoke about the devil's number. According to her memories, Boulier never had such talents, and she orders him to tell her why he is pretending to be him. The guy, without showing fear, says that he is Boulier and decides not to tell anyone for now that he has moved. Molly removes the dagger from his throat and begins to squeeze his cheeks, thinking that the hero was simply disguised. She tries to peel off his skin with obvious irritation, that any mask can be easily removed. But suddenly he realizes that this is not a disguise, but his real skin, and nothing works. Unable to bear the bullying, Boulier kicks her in the leg, knocking her to the floor. Unable to keep her balance, she falls over and flies down at full speed. But the hero manages to grab her by the arms and hold her up so that she doesn't hit herself. Molly shyly screams for him to let her go, to which the hero replies that he can do it, but she should not put a knife to his neck. He threatens her, waiting for an answer from the girl, who looks at him with fear. The guy tells her that she has already convinced herself that he is not wearing a mask and is Boulier. Molly can't stand such pressure and with a red face asks to let her go. She asks the hero where he got such talents and why his manner of speaking changed. The protagonist decides to tell that he is Boulier, but at the same time no, because one day he just woke up like that. He says that he comes from a world where there is no magic, but science is well developed. People there don't know how to use magic, because magic for them is just a fiction. In that world, science is so advanced that it surpasses even magic. People can do things that cannot be done, even with magic. With the help of advanced science, people have been able to explore even distant worlds of the universe. They can even fly to other planets. And in that world he was just an ordinary math teacher, so he can use mathematical knowledge that no one in this world even knows about. Molly wonders if it is true that it is possible to cross the sky, and if there are even other planets there. The guy replies that it is true. Besides their planet, there are countless others in space. Eventually, he woke up in a world where he became a mathematical genius and an excellent magician. But unfortunately, he lost some of his memories. The girl thoughtfully analyzes what the hero said and decides what to do next. She breathes a sigh of relief and makes a decision for herself regarding Boulier. Now Molly smiles and says that she believes that this is the guy she knew, because he always likes to tell all sorts of tall tales. He asks her, confused, about what he said earlier, and in response she says that he used to like science more than magic. And he wanted to live in a world where there was no magic, probably because he had always had trouble with magic. The girl claims that he must have been crying that day because of memory loss, and promises to help him regain his memories. Playing along with her, the guy takes Molly's hand and thanks her for her concern. She looks embarrassed as Boulier gently takes her hand. But interrupting the romantic moment, she distances herself and tells him not to imagine anything, because she only agreed to return his memories. Some time passed at the academy. The girl and the guy resolved all their issues and went their separate ways. Boulier began to think about his actions earlier and stood thoughtfully in the corridor. He began to worry because he told someone for the first time about his movement between worlds. Suddenly, he notices a presence behind him and sees a hand that, clasping his body, is trying to make a grab. It turns out to be Toby's hand, who easily lifts the hero into the air, grabbing him with both hands. An argument begins between them, and Faisy watches all this from afar. They finally notice the blonde guy, and by that time, Boulier is already calming his friend down. Toby jumps forward to find out what Faisy wanted from them. He, in turn, unexpectedly for everyone, begins to lean forward. He asks Boulier for forgiveness and says that he treated him wrongly. Faisy Howard said that he sincerely apologized to him and apologized again. The black-haired man, who didn't expect this from the arrogant blonde, stands and looks at him in surprise. The pause continues, and more people begin to notice the headman's unusual behavior. But in response to such sincerity, the hero only looks at the blonde man with a question on his face. The people who had already gathered around did not understand why Faisy Howard himself was apologizing to Boulier. The headman suddenly takes out some dark paper and hands it to the black-haired guy. It turned out to be an invitation conveyed to him by his elder brother Feizi, who had become the head of the family. This evening, he is calling a conference of all the mathematicians in the kingdom. He wants to highlight the issue of the Howard family's reputation. The blonde man, looking as if he was under pressure, asked Mr. Boulier to participate. Sensing a trap, Toby warns the hero that it could be a trap. The protagonist is seriously considering whether he should go to this conference. Some time passes. It is deep evening outside. The sun has already hidden behind the horizon. More and more learned men and women are entering the Howard estate. The hero couldn't resist and also came to this conference, unable to contain his curiosity. Suddenly, someone grabs him by the ear, and he thinks that this situation is all too familiar to him. He was grabbed by an extremely displeased Isabella, because Boulier had run away from the audience to avoid seeing her. They are also met from behind by teacher Bologna, who also received an invitation. She greets her students and says that she too has been looking for a guy all over the academy. The main character is surprised that the teacher received an invitation to the conference. According to her, news of this event has already spread among all mathematicians in the kingdom. Almost all the mathematicians in the city gathered here. Some even came specially from other places, but no one received any invitations. Apparently, Boulier was the only one who received an invitation to this conference. Someone touches the protagonist's ear again and he flinches nervously. This man turns out to be Alice, who asks what happened to his ear. They surround the hero and begin to talk in raised tones. Already knowing where this is all leading, the guy desperately realizes that the two girls will be squabbling among themselves all evening, not allowing them to escalate the situation any further. Boulangui calls the company into the estate. The hero, surrounded by girls, slowly climbs the steps and goes into the corridor leading to the main hall. Something really catches his attention, and he can't take his eyes off it. It turns out that the image of the 7 bridges of the Tsarist capital has already been removed. Boulangui wonders with interest how the new head of the family, Abel, will be able to resolve the situation. Boulier notices that she speaks of him as a friend and asks if she knows him. She replies that they were classmates, and he wanted to become a teacher at the academy, but disappeared somewhere 3 years ago. She was very surprised that a few days ago he became the new head of the Howard family, and the guy asks what this Abel is like. This question left the girl stunned, and she couldn't immediately figure out how to talk about her former classmate. But after thinking for a moment, she briefly described him as having only mathematics on his mind. While the people were gathering, Abel sat in his office and looked at some paper. Feizi came to him and said that everyone had gathered and were waiting for the new head of the house. In response, he hears an unexpected question from his brother on the topic of love and says that anticipation only increases the passion on a date. He also wonders if Boulier came to the conference. The blonde replies that there are a lot of people there and he is not sure that the guy came, but he did everything he could. Abel sees Feizi getting nervous and decides to calm him down by telling him that he is not his father and that he is not to be afraid of. Finally, he called his brother to go to the people and said that it was time for a new era for the Howard family. For some time, everyone waited for the new head and had already managed to relax. Badr was there too, and suddenly he noticed that the doors leading into the depths of the estate were opening, and Abel was coming out with his brother. The guy with the scar walks the red carpet with grace and confidence. Some people in the crowd are surprised at how young the new leader is. Stepping out into an empty space where he would be visible, he greeted everyone present and thanked them for coming. He states that his name is Abel Howard and that he will now represent their family. Boulangui notices that the guy has changed and is no longer the same as he was 3 years ago. He dresses differently and speaks completely differently. Addressing the people, he says that he is sure they are eager to get to the main issue. But first, taking out a certain book, he asks permission to tell about his family's past. The hero looks at this magazine with interest, trying to guess what it is. Abel explains that this is the notebook of a first-generation elder of their clan. This book contains the whole truth that their family has been hiding for several centuries. Like many other scientists, their ancestor went to 7 bridges to find a solution to the problem. He spent a lot of time there, but still could not find the answer. But the elder was not going to give up. And one fine day, he finally found the right path. Excited by his discovery, he immediately told other scientists about it, and on the morning of the second day, he showed the path he had found. The elder was so happy that he didn't even check the correctness of his theory a second time. He immediately began telling others about it. But late at night, he finally decided to prove his theory. And then he realized that he had made a huge mistake. He didn't find the right solution at all. He just took the wrong turn during his research. The elder realized what a big mistake he had made, and in the morning he would have tarnished his honor in front of so many people. In the end, unable to bear the shame, the elder decided to throw himself into the river. He wanted to atone for his guilt with his death. He left behind his notebook, where he described in detail everything that happened to him. And in his notes, he called on his descendants to reveal the truth to people. But the elder did not expect that his descendants would not fulfill his wishes and hide the truth. They decided to hide the book and tell people that the elder managed to find a solution. But the evidence sank. And all this was in order to preserve the honor of the family, right up to this day. But the truth cannot be hidden forever, and their family will have to face the truth. After his fiery speech, Abel bowed deeply to everyone who came to this conference. He says he would like to apologize to everyone for hiding the truth for so many years. Some people started shouting back at him about how his family had kept it a secret for so long. Assessing Abel, Bulir came to the conclusion that he was a rather determined person. Once it was revealed that the problem of the 7 bridges of the Tsar's capital had no solution, it was obvious that the Howard family was lying. Now that he has revealed the truth, future generations will bear even greater responsibility, and for the elder of the first generation, the Howard name will become a shameful stigma. A girl from the crowd asks if this is why Abel disbanded the Mathematical Society. Without raising his head, the new head of the family replies that atonement was one of the reasons, but not the main one. The main reason for the dissolution of the society was the number of the devil. The same girl asked another question about whether they had found this number. Abel straightened his back and stated that they had failed to find the devil's number, but not due to a lack of ability. He stated that this number did not exist, which greatly surprised Bulir. An old man from the crowd asked him why he thought this number did not exist. Abel decided to explain that this number did not exist in the system of knowledge that they currently possessed. So he dissolved the Mathematical Society. The guy with glasses asked if they would be able to figure out the devil's number at all, to which he received a negative answer. The white-haired man claims that the devil's number can be solved, and someday they will succeed. But right now, it is a completely new field for research. And the one who can lead them into this new field is none other than Mr. Buliger from the Shendonashi Academy, who came up with the devil's number. The crowd began to talk among themselves, because not everyone knows the main character. Abel said understandingly that probably not many people know Bulir because he is very modest. So when he put forward this number, he asked that his name not be disclosed. But now, in order to step over this obstacle and enter a new field, he asked Mr. Bulir to help them. Teacher Boulanyi suddenly turned around to ask the boy what they should do. But suddenly, she and their whole company noticed that the guy has disappeared without a trace. He simply ran away somewhere. The blonde man approaches his brother and whispers that Bulir is not here. Abel said that he thought that he would be so curious that he would come, but it seems he was wrong. The man hopes that sooner or later he will show up, and then he will be able to ask him in person. Some time passed after the conference. A new day arrived, and some rumors had already started circulating in the second-year class. Rumor has it that the person who came up with the devil's number was Bulir. Abel blamed everything on the guy, so now no one cares about the Howard family's problems. Even everyone in his class only talks about the black-haired guy. Suddenly Toby comes up to him, touches him with his finger and calls him by name. But without even listening to what the plump one wanted to say, Bulir replied that he didn't see anything at the conference and escaped in time, so he asked not to bother him. But Toby ignores this and asks him to look where his finger is pointing. The hero turns around and his eyes show strong surprise at the person standing in front of him. That man turns out to be a history teacher named Hank, who stands right in front of the boy's desk. He says that he knows that the black-haired man is very good at math, but he never passed his subject. Bulir tries to justify himself by saying that his knowledge of history is all mixed up in his head. But the teacher did not listen to his arguments and sharply slammed his palm on the table. He says that even if he is famous now, he is still a student and should pay the most attention to his studies. With fear in his eyes, Toby decides to interrupt the teacher and tell him that someone has already come for Bulir. Hank couldn't stand being interrupted and was about to start swearing at the chubby guy, but he pointed his finger to the side. Without listening to the student, he still stands his ground and says that he doesn't care about anyone, even if it was the deputy director. But suddenly, the same deputy director grabbed his shoulder and said that he had come for Bulir. Having suddenly changed his mind out of fear, Hank urges the guy to get up faster and follow the deputy. The hero immediately gets up from his seat and quickly leaves the classroom, and now he is walking down the corridor of the academy. Together with the deputy director, he is met by the chairman, Calvin. Archil extends his hand to him, and the boy asks regretfully why they came. The deputy says that the whole world is asking him to solve the riddle of the devil's number, because the Mathematical Society of Yabo City is also under pressure. Bulir realized her situation and her expression changed, about to say something. He is interrupted by Calvin, who says that they really do need his help, and it wouldn't hurt for him either. But the main character, with a smile on his face, says that he simply doesn't want to do this. The scene shifts to the classroom where Bulangi is teaching. the door of which suddenly opens. She notices a young guy named Toby in the hallway who enters without knocking. He was very out of breath as he ran here to tell the teacher to hurry. According to him, Boulier was just taken away by someone, and the hero's friend asks her to help with this. A crowd of people crowded around the conference room where the main character was taken. He was surrounded by all the main teachers and administrators of the academy. Among them, 4 deputy directors gathered to conduct an interrogation, and also more than 10 more academy managers stood at the door. Boulier asks Chairman Calvin how he wants to get his consent. The same one states that since the guy came up with the devil's number, he can't let down the entire mathematical community. The hero, changing the subject of the dialogue, asks Calvin whether he always calls truth something diabolical. In response to such bickering from the student, some people begin to become very indignant. Calvin gets to the point and asks if it is true that the devil's number cannot be expressed as a whole number. The hero declares that not only can it not be expressed, but a square cannot be expressed either by the number 2 or by the number 3. This value cannot be expressed by an integer. And there are a lot of such numbers. Moreover, this can be proven using mathematics. Calvin, with shock on his face, asks the guy if they have been wrong for several hundred years. But he claims that this is a common thing in mathematics because it is a science where we constantly make and correct mistakes. Calvin asks him if he can help the mathematical community, if he knows a method of proving and formulating such a number. The hero apologizes to the chairman and says that he cannot help them with this. From his words, he can understand what they are all so afraid of. They are afraid that the truth they have believed in for hundreds of years is not correct. According to the hero, fear is the most common human emotion, and there is no need to be ashamed of it. In his homeland, entire wars were waged in order to get to the bottom of the truth. Only if they do not know fear, they will be able to go forward and find the truth. They need to fight the devil step by step, and if he tells them everything himself, it will harm the entire mathematical world. He believes that they can muster the courage to look their fear in the eye, and then they will overcome this difficulty. After all, people have always sung the praises of courage. The old man is extremely surprised by this phrase, feeling the full importance of the event that is happening around him. All the people around the boy bow sharply and respectfully to him, thanking him for this lesson. The chairman agrees with the guy, saying that he is right and that they were too hasty. They thank the hero for his guidance, and the mathematical community will never forget his contribution to science. Fearing yet more unnecessary fame, Boulier tries to dissuade the chairman. Suddenly, the door to the room is unexpectedly knocked off its hinges, and a man in white clothes flies out with it. She flies out with a whistle to the opposite side of the room, and a couple more chairs fly after her. Everyone, including Boulier, looked at the person who was able to knock down the door with such force in surprise. They all noticed Teacher Boulangi in the passageway, looking at the academy administrators with anger in her eyes. She releases all her strength into the air, preparing to tear apart anyone who would harm her student. Her face was frozen in an expression of incredible anger, and she slowly asked the people around her why they took her Boulier. The guy, in turn, began to wave his hand with a smile on his face, greeting the teacher. He says he's fine and they just wanted to talk to him. Realizing what she had done, the girl immediately became embarrassed and dispelled her spells. She apologizes to the chairman and the others and begins to make excuses. But he did not blame her for inappropriate behavior, because they had gone too far by not warning her about this interrogation. Some time passes, it's noon, and the situation involving Boulier is finally settled. He and his teacher walk silently down the corridor, both of them thinking about something. Breaking the silence, she begins to justify herself to the guy, saying that she was afraid that those people would do something to him. But he tells her not to worry because there are so many students at the academy that they couldn't do anything to him. Suddenly she has a question that she would like to ask the guy. He casually asks what question the blonde would like to ask him. She wonders why and how he made all this fuss about the devil's number. He explains this by saying that, as is customary in the mathematical community, he simply asked those people a counter question. But the girl is not satisfied with his answer, and thinking about something of her own, she says that the answer is not correct. Suddenly, she asks him with an embarrassed face if he likes Isabella. The main character could not have expected such a question, and therefore falls into a complete stupor. In Bologna's mind, it looks like Boulier is caught in a love triangle between Isabella, Faisy, and him. In her opinion, he hated the blonde because he claimed his love. But the girl promises not to tell anyone that Boulier allegedly humiliated the younger Howard because of Isabella. He started to try to explain something or justify himself somehow, but the teacher did not listen to anything and happily ran away from him down the corridor. Trying to fix the situation, the hero asks the girl to stop for the last time. But his words were simply ignored, and the guy fell into despair because he would have to deal with this situation later. Sometime later, it is late evening and the hero returns home. At this time, he is already standing at the stove and preparing dinner to feed himself and the blonde. He didn't think that teacher Bologna had such an imagination. He needed to find time to explain everything to her. Suddenly, Isabella appears in front of him, looking with interest at what he has in the frying pan. The teacher also approaches him and explains that it was she who called the student so that they could do research on the devil's number together. Changing the subject, the boy asks if it is true that the main element of teacher Bologna's magic is wind. He says he would like to make a refrigerator to store food, but it requires high-level water magic. The blonde, hearing a new word, asks with interest what a refrigerator is. Handing her a piece of paper, he says it is an ice chest for storing food. She and Isabella decide to see what the guy drew on that piece of paper. The teacher looks at his drawing in surprise, and her student just chuckles sarcastically. Isabella really likes the guy's drawing and she goes into hysterics, laughing heartily. The black-haired man is predictably angry at this reaction and takes the paper away from her, cursing at the girl. But Bologna takes his idea seriously and, using a water spell, creates something similar to what is drawn on the sheet. Bologna looks at what the blonde created in surprise and asks how she did it. She explains this by the fact that she possesses not only the highest magic of air, but also of water. Isabella is extremely surprised by this information, because magicians who master two elements can be counted on the fingers of one hand. After demonstrating her powers, the guy asks her with interest why she stayed at the academy. The topic Bologna brought up upsets the girl a little, and she thinks deeply. While her brain is busy sorting through memories, she looks at the frying pan with food. She doesn't want to talk about what she was asked about, so she changes the subject and says that the food is ready. The guy cooked a full dinner for 3 and laid everything out beautifully on the table. Isabella is confused by the fact that she has never seen such food. But Bologna convinces her, because she really liked the guy's food. Bologna says that these are all recipes from his homeland. It's normal that they haven't tried it. The blonde doesn't believe that the black-haired man can cook so deliciously, but she can't wait to try. Some time passes, they have all swept all the food off their plates, and only small crumbs remain. Isabella licks her lips after dinner, savoring the aftertaste of all the food she's tried. She really liked everything that the guy cooked and she thinks about it dreamily. Bologna is frightened by the girl's reaction, because she rarely shows her true emotions. He notes that Isabella said she would rather starve to death than try it. The blonde suddenly grabs him by the left ear and embarrassedly curses him for preparing too tasty food. Bologna, looking at this scene, just chuckles a little, enjoying the moment. Her laughter attracts students, and they ask with interest what makes her so happy. The teacher says she just thought they were a great couple and looked good together. This remark makes both of her students blush greatly, and they look towards the teacher in embarrassment. Finally, the blonde stops making fun of the guy and says that she is not attracted to such perverts. Her tease doesn't go unanswered, and the guy says that he's not attracted to arrogant girls like her. The teacher changes the subject and reminds Isabella that she is moving to the beginner level of the magician, and asks what element she wants to practice. The girl says she wants to practice the wind element, just like the teacher. She in turn explains that although the wind element is quite strong, but before moving to a high level, it will not help in battle. Besides, the most important thing for the girl is self-defense. She suggests trying to study the element of earth. The blonde doesn't want to practice this element because earth element mages have too ugly projectiles. Listening to their conversation, the guy sarcastically wonders how compelling the reasons the girl uses are. But suddenly, she again sharply grabs the guy by the ears, to which he, coming to his senses, reacts extremely negatively. He starts yelling at the girl, saying that he didn't tell her anything, but she did it because all his thoughts are written on his face. The teacher decided to ask the boy what element he would be studying. Bologna pretended to be thoughtful and sat with her finger on her chin for a while longer. He makes a strange face and says that as a child he decided that he liked all the elements. Isabella ironically tells him to continue dreaming about it, because in her opinion, he is not talented enough to master all 4 elements. Looking at the boy, teacher Bologna notices something about him and suddenly shudders. She says that he can and will succeed in doing the impossible and mastering all the elements. Isabella disagrees with the girl and exclaims what nonsense she is talking. The teacher explains that when Bologna casts a spell, a dense and chaotic aura forms around him. Perhaps he really can control the 4 elements. She suggests talking about it later and wants them to start doing magic in addition to math. This news makes the students very happy because their teacher is a high-level magician. However, if they want to become great magicians, they cannot rely on magic alone. Although the gods have given them all the ability to do magic, the existence of spells and gestures means that magicians waste a lot of time. To compensate for this disadvantage, mages also need to train in martial arts to be able to stand up for themselves when there is no time to cast spells. The guy is more interested in how convenient it is to wash dishes using water magic than in his teacher's lecture. The girl explains that martial arts are often much more useful than magic. So before she teaches them magic, she would like to show them martial arts. Bulir suddenly realizes that his teacher has martial arts skills. Isabella decides to have a friendly sparring match with the guy because she has already studied martial arts at home. Bulangi warns him to be careful not to hurt himself. Isabella promises not to hit him with full force and thinks that although she will not be good at math or magic, she will be ahead of him in martial arts. They change into lighter clothes and find an empty room to spar. To scare him, the girl says that Bulir will soon be crying because she will beat him up. Isabella decides to make the first move and quickly rushes to attack the guy. Her movements are very fast, and in just a couple of jumps she catches up with the guy and hits him with all her might with a straight punch to the face. It has been dark outside for a long time and it is approaching midnight. A beautiful view of the stars opens up in the sky. At this time, a fierce battle between Bulir and Isabella takes place in the house. The guy timed the moment well and grabbed her by the hand, intending to throw her to the floor. The blonde, in turn, did not expect such actions, and is confusedly trying to find a way out of the situation. The black-haired man grabs her and throws her to the floor, twisting her left arm behind her back. The girl pretends that he has already won, and plaintively asks him to let her go. Bulir has already managed to relax a little and says with relief that he will let go. He was about to voice what he wanted from the girl, but he was interrupted, and at that moment a foot was already flying into his face. The blonde made a rather sneaky maneuver and calmly freed herself from the hold, counter-attacking the guy. But he expected this outcome, and therefore manages to make a careful movement so that the girl loses her balance and falls. Her vestibular system did not allow her to get out of this situation and lift her body, and therefore she falls. She began to panic because falling with such momentum at full speed could possibly lead to consequences. But not feeling the impact on the floor, she opens her eyes in surprise, looking ahead. Literally a couple of centimeters away from her, she sees Bulir, who managed to catch her and press her tightly to himself. He turns to her and asks her for forgiveness, and the girl is very embarrassed at that moment. Bulani is very surprised by the fact that the guy was able to defeat the mayor's daughter, who had been training since childhood. The black-haired man explains that he has not really studied martial arts, but is simply very interested in them in his homeland, and has practiced the art of Sanda for some time. The teacher notes that she has never heard of such a thing, and calls his homeland very mysterious. Isabella begins to squeeze the guy's cheek, hinting that he should let her go from such an awkward situation. In order not to undermine her pride, she justifies her defeat by saying that the floor in this room is too slippery. Having seen all their sparring, the teacher also wanted to participate, and offers the guy to practice. But he is afraid that he will not be able to restrain himself, because in Sanda it is difficult to control strength, and the teacher tells him not to worry about it. Bulir accepts her challenge and takes a serious look as she stands. He begins to pick up speed and suddenly kicks towards Bulangia's face. She strains her eyesight to keep up with the guy, and dodge the attack using her reaction time. But his blow never reached the girl, because he was quite distracted by her breasts. His coach once said that if he competed with true masters, he wouldn't even notice what would happen to his body. For a long time, the boy did not believe the words of his martial arts teacher. But now he was convinced of his master's rightness, when Bulangi knocked him out without any effort. She managed to catch him in mid-flight and slowly put him on the floor, while Isabella screamed worriedly, asking if everything would be okay with him. The teacher explained that he had simply lost consciousness for a short time and would soon wake up. The blonde, in response to this, declares that she does not want this pervert to wake up at all. While the guy doesn't hear anything, Bulangi decides to say that he knows that Isabella likes Bulir. The student is surprised by this statement and cries out in embarrassment, processing the information received. She goes into denial, saying that the teacher was wrong and she can't like such a pervert. Bulangi says that she does not assume, but rather knows for sure the girl's true feelings. She only manages to say that she does too, but at this point, she is interrupted. In a dazed state, Bulir calls out the teacher's name and grabs the nearest body part. Isabella becomes even more embarrassed and looks in surprise as the guy unconsciously gropes the teacher. His eyes open, and he is just beginning to come to his senses, trying to make out something in front of him. The next day, he already arrives at the academy and sits in the classroom, rubbing his bruises. Toby looks at the guy with interest, asking what happened to him in Bulangia's house, hinting at something intimate. Bulir, in turn, irritably recalls everything that happened after his shutdown. After his unconscious actions, Isabella decides to twist the pervert. The guy, lying in a grip, tries to get out and screams that she's going to break his arm. The teacher defends him, telling Isabella to let him go since he didn't do it on purpose. Thinking about his student, he is indignant because she has no technique, but a lot of strength. So much so that she was able to break his arm. But he didn't expect that Bulangi was so good at martial arts. She must have had a very good teacher and spent a lot of time training. In this world, ordinary families don't have the opportunity to practice martial arts from childhood, let alone magic and mathematics. He assumes that the teacher comes from a noble family. Suddenly, Toby calls him over and says that he has already mastered the technique of summoning the spirits of the elements, which he taught him. The guy is very surprised by his friend's talent and how quickly he mastered such a complex technique. The fat man enthusiastically offers to demonstrate his new skills in practice. Focusing on the spell, he concentrates the power in his hands and calls upon the element of fire. The fire responds to his call and magic begins to concentrate between his hands. He loudly recites the fireball technique and releases the spell into the outside world. Boulier watches his friend with both fascination and surprise. He wonders why nothing happened and no fireballs appeared. But Toby suggests that he take a closer look, and they both stare into the emptiness between his hands. Between the fat man's two palms hung two tiny fireballs. The black-haired man makes ironic jokes about him, saying that he will never surpass him in magic. But in his head he thinks that it doesn't look like a fireball, but rather like some kind of fiery speck. Someone distracts him, and turning around, the guy sees a hand holding a large cake in front of him. Alice found out that Boulier had broken his arm, so she brought him something tasty. She did this, assuming that he again had not taken anything edible with him. When she asks, she says that the fat man ate all of the black-haired man's food. The protagonist replies that he feels very awkward eating Alice, but at the same time he looks at the cake with lust. The girl looks at the guy with a smile on her face and asks if her food is tasty. As Boulier starts eating the cake, she says that her food is the most delicious and asks what she is doing here. She says that she has a question for him, and the guy, promising to give an honest answer, tells her not to delay with it. Alice is interested in whether he likes Isabella, and this question completely baffles him. Without giving any answer, he first asks why she needs an answer to this question. But the girl again changes the subject and asks again what the answer is. Without showing it, Boulier says that he is only interested in magic now. She calls his answer very boring, but in the end she was satisfied with everything. Before the guy had time to recover from such an unexpected question, Alice came up to him and kissed him on the cheek. Boulier became even more embarrassed, and the girl, leaving, said that she would come to see him more often. At this time, all his classmates, who were watching what was happening, were surprised at how easily girls were attracted to the black-haired man. Classes finally end, and the guy decides to go to the library wondering what Alice was talking about. But he decides not to think about it, remembering that he has already read all the books on magic on this floor. Having finished reading the last book, he stretches in his chair and yawns tiredly. He plans to go to the second floor because there seem to be books of a higher level there. As he walks towards the main hall, there is a woman with purple hair standing behind the counter, reading some book with a pink cover. Apparently, this girl is very into romance, since she is holding just such a book in her hand. The main character approaches her, greets her, and asks how to get to the second floor. She glances idly at his ID and identifies him as a student. She says that to get to the second floor, you need to be at least a beginner-level mage, to which the guy replies that he doesn't have enough spiritual strength yet, and he asks if there's any other way to get access there. According to her, there are no other ways. Besides, how is he going to read high-level books? With an offended look, since all the girl's answers were rather dismissive, he was about to say something. But suddenly Molly stands behind the counter, recognizes the guy and asks if she can help with anything. The girl with purple hair decides not to look into the situation and simply leaves, asking another girl to advise the guy. Molly explains that access to the second floor requires a basic mage ID. He can try to make a new certificate, but the chances of success are low because his spiritual powers are too weak. The guy decides to take the test and says that he just came up with a way to improve the work with the element of water. The girl explains that if he fails to obtain a new ID, he will be blacklisted and will never be able to use the library's resources. But Boulier is serious about his intentions. After thinking for a moment, Molly decides not to argue with him and accepts his answer. She politely asks him to follow her, pointing with her hand into the next room. The girl went into the examiner's office and told them what Boulier had said. One of them is very surprised, saying that he does not believe that some student decided to perfect the magic of the water element. Another examiner says that it may just be an excuse to fool them, since the water balloon technology has been around for generations, and there is nothing to improve on. The man in the blue robe tells the student to think twice, because he will be blacklisted if he bluffs. But Molly stands her ground, saying that she trusts him and asks for permission to take the exam. They didn't argue with her, and the man in blue agreed with the girl and asked the guy to come in. Boulier calmly walks into the dilapidated room and adjusts her mask before saying anything. Not paying attention to the guy, both magicians sit and, sipping some red drink, talk about their own things. The protagonist greets them, introduces himself as Chen Luo, and says that he is studying magic. He came to show them how to improve the magic of water balls. Following his method, you can greatly increase the power of the balls. The examiner in the red robe begins to look nervously at the guy and his thoughts become confused. Rising abruptly from his chair, he cries out that he recognized the black-haired man, because it was he who broke their office with his magic. Calling the other man brother, he says that it's better to go to the testing room, because last time this guy almost destroyed the place where they are now. Not understanding this reaction, the man with the mustache begins to claim that he is just a student and does not pose a threat. He orders the boy to try attacking him with his improved water ball technique. Bulir first gathers all her strength around her own body. It passes mana through itself, simultaneously creating fire and water elements. A tall flame ignites in his left hand, and in his right, a clot of water quickly accumulates. The water mage sees what the boy has done and looks at him in horror, waiting for what will happen next. He starts complaining to his brother that the boy can summon 2 magical elements at the same time, and he already starts casting a spell. Bulir, having accumulated enough mana in his hands and converted it into elements, begins to combine them. Both elements, being under pressure, begin to merge with each other unyieldingly. Suddenly, as both spells merged, a water shockwave occurred around. The fire mage, having set up protection, desperately understands that now a situation similar to the one that happened before will happen again. There is a high-pressure explosion in the room, and everything around it rises into the air. The steam rising throughout the room begins to develop, and Bulier's figure begins to appear in the middle of the room. The water mage angrily calls the boy to him, shaking off the dust. He looks at him angrily and nervously asks how the black-haired man did it. According to the main character, this technique is quite simple. First, a water ball is summoned, and then a fireball. Then, these 2 elements simply need to be mixed by squeezing them with your hands and merging them into each other. And together they release significantly more energy than either one alone. The man in the blue robe tries to catch his breath and thinks about how the student was able to summon 2 elements. He is satisfied with the guy's performance and asks him to wait here for a while. Molly decides to take care of the guest and makes him a cup of tea, and he thanks her in return. He feels awkward because the girl is just standing next to him, and he invites her to sit down. Deciding to keep the conversation going, the guy asks if Molly is a magician. She tells him that her abilities are not as good as his, and admiringly recalls Bulir's performance. But the main character is modest, saying that he is not very capable either, because he has not even reached the initial level yet, and the power of the balls is determined by his technique. He can summon 2 elements, but it has nothing to do with his abilities. According to him, it's easier than it seems. It's like doing 2 different things at the same time with different hands. He demonstrates this using the example of drawing with both hands on 1 sheet of paper. Handing the sheet of paper to the girl, he shows her that he was able to draw 2 animals at the same time. The girl calls the dog and cat cute, and the hero replies that they are a wolf and a tiger. With an embarrassed expression, Molly says that she too can do 2 different things at once. At the same time, 2 examiners, having reached the office of the deputy chairman, came to notify him about the student. He, not believing a single word they say, says that a person of that guy's level physically cannot create 2 elements at the same time. A man in a blue robe named Brady says that he and Andre saw everything with their own eyes. A thought flashes through the vice chairman's mind, that perhaps this guy could show them a new path in magic. But the question is how many people will be able to use such magic? If this technique does not gain popularity, then what is the point of it? By order of the deputy, all managers and employees were gathered in one place. Many of them are indignant at such harshness, because some were busy with their personal affairs. Suddenly, the chairman appears with 2 magicians who declare that one magician has presented them with a new technique, and it has its own peculiarities in that it is necessary to simultaneously summon a water and fireball. Brady explains that they were all brought together to determine if the technique could be widely adopted, and asks them to give it a try. Some of the magicians began to wonder if this was even possible. The purple-haired girl wonders if this guy is the one who created this technique, but quickly dismisses the idea since he is just a student. All the magicians in the room concentrate and begin to try to recreate 2 elements at the same time. One of the magicians started to succeed, and fire started to flare up and water started to flow from his hands. But the water created in his hand suddenly goes out of control, and the spell is interrupted. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot summon the elements of fire and water at the same time. Magicians claim that it is impossible to summon 2 elements at the same time, and no one has succeeded in doing so. Brady informs the vice chairman that no one present has been able to create water and fire at the same time, and he orders to take him to the guy so that he can explain his trick. As they walk to the room where Bulisher is, Brady asks the chairman something, but is interrupted. According to the old man, he thinks that only Chen Luo is capable of such magic. He sadly reports that it is quite possible that no one else can do this except him. They were about to fail the exam, but suddenly they see Molly, who repeated the guy's trick. In one of her hands rests a ball of water, and in the other hand a ball of fire blazes. All three magicians fell silent at the same time and looked at the girl in bewilderment. Molly suddenly notices the three men and greets Vice Chairman Elton in surprise. The guy also greets him and says that Molly is a pretty smart girl and she has already mastered the technique, and asks about passing the exam. The old man states that according to their decision, at least 3 people are needed who could master the new technology. They gathered the members of the Magic Society, and no one was able to summon both a fireball and a water ball at the same time, except for this girl. Molly sadly asks if it's true that the guy won't pass the exam, but the chairman replies that he decided to make an exception for Chen Luo, since his new method could have a great impact on the development of magic. At the same time, he asks him to become an honorary member of their magical society. The guy replies that it is a great honor for him, but he has one condition. The chairman gives Boulier the floor and he starts saying something about Molly. His condition is that he wants her to become the assistant manager. Molly is filled with surprise and looks at the men with wide open eyes, uncomprehendingly. After some time, a girl with purple hair bursts into the secretary's office and begins to be indignant about the fact that Molly was transferred to assistant. She begins to hate the girl with blue hair because she should have been in her place. She orders one of the secretaries to tell where Molly and that student are now. Without holding back her emotions, she abruptly pushes the girl away from her and calls her a fool. But suddenly, she remembers that the guy asked about the second floor of the library. At the same time, Boulier is sitting in the chairman's office, filling out some scroll. He signs a document with a pen to patent his new technology. The old man says that he now holds the copyright to the improved water balloon technique. The black-haired man is very surprised that in this world there is such a thing as copyright. The deputy explains that their magical society will help him advertise his new technique. But if someone wants to learn it, they will have to pay money. They'll give half to the guy as the copyright holder, and half to their magical society. If someone learns the technique on their own and does not pay, they will find out, and the offender will immediately be blacklisted by their society. If there are aggravating circumstances, he may even go to prison. Boulier realized that he never thought that in this world with such a backward science, the concept of copyright would be so developed. The old man begins to talk about the price of this technology, offering 100 gold coins. He is very surprised, because for him this kind of money is a very large sum. The chairman misunderstood the boy's reaction, and explains that this technique is intended for very gifted magicians, and if the price is raised, those who pay and do not master the technique will be very unhappy with their company. The guy says he agrees with this price, but if society has problems because of this, he has one solution. He says he recommends writing something special at the end of the instructions. At the end, he wrote that this technique requires high skills in magic and a request to think before buying, and also that the money is not returned. He also wrote that the right of final interpretation remains with the magical society and Chen Luo. The old man asks what the final interpretation is, and the boy replies that it means they bear no responsibility. The deputy is surprised at how carefully the black-haired man thought everything through. Boulier sarcastically remarks that the old man also tried hard and they both caught the same wave. A little time passes, and here Molly is taking the guy to the second floor of the library. He is surprised that it is much larger than the first floor, and the girl says that only magicians at the initial level can enter here. Usually there is no one here. On the second floor, there are not only many high-level magic books, but also many new techniques. He can study them all. Molly is surprised by the guy's reaction and asks what caught his attention so much. The guy, in turn, says that he liked her new manager's uniform. The girl is very embarrassed by such an unexpected compliment and thanks the black-haired man. He suddenly becomes interested in whether there are any books on increasing spiritual strength, to which Molly replies that there are few such books. She wandered around the library for a short time and quickly found what the young man was looking for. The girl explains that this book is called Theory and Practice of Increasing Spiritual Strength. While trying to get down from the ladder that helps find books, Molly trips, and her body starts to fall down. Her hands lose their grip and she flies at full speed to the floor. But she doesn't feel the pain of hitting the surface and is surprised by this. The guy managed to catch the girl in the air and is now standing holding her in his arms. A romantic moment ensues and Boulier asks Molly if she is okay. The girl is very embarrassed, and for some reason this situation seems painfully familiar to her. This scene is noticed by a girl with red hair, who has just climbed up to the second floor and is looking out from around the corner. She doesn't perceive it in the way she should, and that's why some doubts creep into her head. The girl thought that Molly had seduced this guy, and perhaps that was why she had been promoted. Redhead approaches Bulir and playfully calls him by the name Chen Luo, to which he responds somewhat irritably. She congratulates him on passing the exam, and seductively says that she knew he would succeed. Her body assumes a sexual position, and she offers him her help, saying that she can do anything. But the guy calmly tells her to just leave the library. The red-haired woman's plan failed, and she looks at the guy in shock, realizing that such a simple trick won't get him. Realizing that he responded a little rudely, the guy apologizes and sarcastically tells her to go away, because now he needs to start reading books that are beyond his brain. The girl apologizes to him, saying that she was rude to him then, and asks him not to believe Molly's words, because she says nasty things about her. The guy notes that she didn't say anything about the redhead, and since she said so, then apparently she often does nasty things herself. He threatens to call Chairman Elton if she doesn't leave, and the girl decides to quickly retreat. Finally, the room becomes silent and Bulir starts reading. All magicians know that the level of spiritual power depends on talents. The more talented ones have a faster level of spiritual power, and vice versa. At the moment, magicians know two ways to increase spiritual power: meditation and constant activation of magic. The author of the book read by the hero discovered that during the study of new techniques, the level of spiritual power of the magician is depleted. But after rest, the level is renewed, and the upper threshold increases significantly. Therefore, Bulir needs to constantly exhaust and replenish his spiritual power level, and in this way, he can become stronger, breaking through the shackles of his talent. The hero gets inspired and decides to try this technique today. Now he will have a chance to become a real magician. He, without wasting time, goes to his favorite spot near the high fence of the academy. But something elusive appears in his head, and he becomes extremely thoughtful. He is overcome by the feeling that he has forgotten something very important, and he quickly returns home. At his home, he sees two girls who are really upset because their boyfriend forgot to cook them dinner. This lack of independence shocks him, and he thinks that they are like animals who cannot take care of themselves. Isabella suddenly gets up from the table and exclaims because Bulir came home too late and didn't cook them anything to eat. Without wasting any time, he puts on an apron and says that he went on business to the Magical Society and thought that the teacher would prepare something for herself. The guy also asks what the blonde is doing here, and she happily hurries to tell him something. She announces that from today on, she will also move into the teacher's house. Not expecting to hear such information, Bulir accidentally knocks over the frying pan. His extremely negative reaction irritates the girl, because she does not understand why he is unhappy that he will live with such a nice girl. Boulagny also hurries to announce that Isabella will move in with them so that it will be more convenient for them to study magic and mathematics. The main character is not too happy about this news and turns to the stove, nervously muttering under his breath. His conversations with himself are noticed by a blonde who begins to threaten him. Bulir decides to take a break from all this, and thinks that he needs to conduct experiments with magic today. Finally, dinner is prepared, and they all begin to eat with pleasure. Isabella is the first to eat her portion and sighs tiredly but happily, and the guy scolds her to go wash the dishes after herself. After dinner, they go to wash up, and the black-haired man suddenly comes into the bathroom to tell the blonde that she hasn't put her hair up again. But the guy arrived at a moment when both girls were just changing clothes and saw them naked. He blushes deeply out of embarrassment, and a slipper immediately flies into his face. Some more time passes, night approaches, and everyone gets ready to go to bed. Bulir sits at the table in his room, reading something, thinking about how he has to look after the girls like children. But suddenly he gets tired of sitting idle, and he suddenly jumps up from his seat, slamming his hand on the table. He was planning on learning a new technique instead of dealing with household chores, and now was the time. Looking at the book, he decides to learn the Firebird technique, which is described in detail there. Suddenly someone knocks on his door, and the hero irritably asks who is there. Isabella decided to go into the guy's room before going to bed to ask something. The protagonist restrains his irritation and asks the girl to come in. She was worried that she had emotionally thrown her slipper in his face and had come to ask how the guy was feeling. But the black-haired man understands that this is just an excuse and she wants to talk about something else. So he directly asks what she wanted to talk about. The girl says with embarrassment that she couldn't sleep and asks what the guy will do next. The hero makes a surprised expression on his face and doesn't understand what the blonde is asking about next. She explains that she has 1 year of school left and he has 2, and she is interested in what he will do after graduation. He replies that he hadn't thought about it at all and will probably stay at the academy to work as a teaching assistant. Unable to contain her emotions, the girl suddenly rushes towards the guy and grabs his forearm with both hands. The blonde switches to a pleading cry and asks if he wants to go to the capital after graduating from the Institute of Magic. Her eyes lit up mysteriously, and she said that her father would help the guy get in and they would study together. The girl thinks that in this case, he will cook for her every day and that she feels very good with him. The hero is embarrassed by how close the girl is to him, and he says that studying is a waste of time, and now he just wants to stay at the academy and study magic. Isabella is worried and asks if he will be able to study magic well at the academy. The boy explains that there is a teacher, Bologna, and her talent and knowledge are enough to teach him. The girl is very embarrassed by the mention of the teacher's name, because she began to perceive her as a rival. This is what she leads the dialogue towards, saying that the hero actually just wants to stay with Bologna and not with her. She didn't wait for any answer, and decided to just start interrogating the guy. And at that moment, the teacher comes in to see them. The teacher comes into the hero's room and asks why they are not asleep yet. Suddenly, she finally wakes up, opens her eyes and sees a girl and a guy sitting in a strange position. The night passed and the morning came. Boulayer prepared breakfast for everyone, and they sat down to eat peacefully. The guy thinks that at night he tried to exhaust his powers by learning new magic, and in the morning he felt that his power had increased, which means that the method works. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by the teacher, who starts talking about how it is too early for them to do what they were doing in the guy's room. But the protagonist rushes to justify himself, saying that they were simply discussing plans for after graduation and were misunderstood. Bologna did not argue and asked for forgiveness for her mistake, while Isabella suddenly slammed her glass on the table. Talking about that situation really irritates the girl, and everyone sees her bad mood. Changing the subject, she says with irritation on her face that she has a lesson soon and needs to go. The teacher decides not to anger the girl even more and simply agrees in a conciliatory gesture. Isabella begins to get up from the table and walk away, deliberately hitting the guy in the face with her elbow. Bologna doesn't understand this reaction and asks if Boulayer had a fight with the blonde yesterday, to which he receives a negative answer. After this, the teacher changes the subject, asking if the boy has time this morning. She asks him to take the article about the devil's number to the mathematical society. The hero agrees, and along the way thinks that Bologna has a huge talent for mathematics, because he only directed her, and she already conducted the research herself. Finally, he comes to some kind of dilapidated brick building and wonders in his mind whether this is a mathematical society, because the building looks very untidy. Inside, things don't look any better, with people milling around everywhere and some notices scattered on the floor. There is a man with a mustache sitting at the counter who says that if the guy brought a manuscript, then he should put it on the shelf. And if he came for a reward, then he should go to the manager. The guy said that he brought a manuscript, and the man, looking at him, reacted very strangely. He recognizes the hero by face, and with great hesitation tries to remember Boulier's name. Finally, his name is remembered, and the man pronounces it for all to hear. The guy is very surprised that he has become popular, and the secretary says that he saw him at the seminar. Many people ask him for an autograph, and some ask him with interest about something of their own. Not expecting such a reaction from the men, the hero tries to get out of this situation and says that he just brought an article from his teacher. As he starts to leave, the secretary mentions that he can come back for his reward at any time. Smelling money, the guy turns around excitedly and asks what kind of reward they are talking about. The man apologizes to him for initially thinking that he only came for money. Without showing his emotions, Boulayer again asks what kind of reward he was told about. The mustachioed man is very surprised that the guy doesn't know anything about the Mathematical Society's reward. The society gives a reward for difficult mathematical problems that can be solved. Scientists receive money for solving the problems, and the amount of the payment depends on the complexity of the problem. The main character is inspired by the fact that he will be able to earn money and says that he would like to look at these tasks. The man invites the boy to follow him to show him unsolved mysteries. They approach a wall that looks like a notice board with many pieces of paper stuck to it. They depict various figures and equations in the style of a bounty. The man says that these problems were here before he joined the society, and he does not expect to live to see them solved. The black-haired man decides to take the matter seriously, and asks to be left alone to think about the solution. He leaned artistically against the brick wall, pretending to gather mana around himself. Some guy from the Mathematical Society asks Andre's deputy with surprise what is going on with Boulayer, and he explains that the black-haired man cannot be distracted, because inspiration can descend on such a talented person at any moment. While the man is looking forward to finally seeing a miracle and solving the mysteries of society, the guy next to him asks him to look ahead. Pointing his finger towards the wall, he says that it seems Boulayer has already left. The man falls into despair and looks in confusion at where the one he had placed so much hope on had gone. At this time, the black-haired man had already gone outside and happily declared that he could get as much as 500 gold if he solved all these problems that even a first grader could solve. He thought that he had no money for new techniques, and he could not imagine that there was so much gold in the destroyed building of the Mathematical Society. He doesn't want to speed up the development of mathematics in this world. but he really needs this money. The main character, dancing, runs along the street, scaring local children, and thinks that it would be better to solve these problems secretly, and then go for the reward. One day passes, and everything is still peaceful and calm in the mathematical society. The brown-haired guy asks Deputy Andre why Boulier is considered so smart if he simply ran away yesterday. The man thought that perhaps even a genius like Boulier couldn't handle these problems, since they had been hanging there for many years. Suddenly he only has time to hear the door open, and a huge stack of sheets of paper falls on his desk. The hero decided to hand in all his work on the tasks secretly, and therefore says that he has little time and demands a reward. The man with a shocked face asks which of the problems is solved in these works, and the guy replies that this is the solution to all problems. At this moment, the mustachioed man is simply overcome with hysterical shock, and he looks at the black-haired man with incomprehension. The protagonist, under the guise of Chen Luo, says that he solved all the problems of the mathematical society of the city of Yabo. There were 23 of them in total. Deputy Chairman Andre and his colleagues spent the entire day checking the guy's work. Suddenly, someone declares that the mustachioed man has already managed to check all the solutions, and everything turned out to be correct. All the mathematicians in society are amazed to realize that a miracle has happened, and that guy really was able to solve all the unsolved problems. The black-haired man was tired of listening to compliments and simply settled down on the books, bored. Everyone around him was already starting to go crazy, and someone suggested calling the guy the god of mathematics. Finally, the man came up to him and, with tears in his eyes, began to wake Boulier. He started to wake up and ask if they had finished checking all his decisions. The check was over. Everyone around bowed respectfully to their savior, and Andre asked what the guy's name was, and in response he introduced himself as Chen Luo. They finally decide to give the reward to the black-haired man, and he politely refuses a small amount, as a sign that their cooperation has only just begun. Boulier, under the guise of Chen Luo, decides not to delay and goes to the Magicians Association to spend the money. He places the money in front of Molly and says that he wants to buy new magic. Somewhere far from the association, a knight on a horse gallops quickly during a pouring rain. He urges the animal on as if he is in a great hurry to get somewhere, afraid of not making it in time. In front of him, at some distance, one can see the palace of the head of the city of Yabo, which stands between several mountains. The knight finally arrives at the main gate, but the guards won't let him in. The messenger suddenly declares that he has an order from the capital and he needs to take it to the city leader. Finally arriving at the city mayor's office, the knight handed the letter to a certain gray-haired old man. This elderly man is the head of the city of Yabo, named Osden Clavius, who, reading the letter, is somewhat confused and asks whether what is written there is true. The messenger confirms that Baird is already in the city of Yabo. The capital has confirmed this, but his exact location is unknown to them. The city's mayor's wife asks about Baird. She says that he is a traitor and a high-level magician who disappeared 3 years ago. Clavius cannot understand why this man decided to return to the city of Yabo and says in confusion that if he uses his powers, then the city of Yabo will come to an end. The main character is sitting in class at this time and suddenly accidentally drops his pen. He dropped it due to weakness, because he had again spent all his strength the day before learning all the new magic he had bought. 500 gold pieces weren't enough. He wants to figure out a way to get more money. Toby sarcastically notes that the black-haired man looks very tired every day after moving into Boulangya's house. At this time, most of the girls in the class gather around one who has decided to draw a portrait of the god of mathematics. The leaflet depicts Boulier under the guise of Chen Luo in a very masculine pose. Toby just irritably calls them fools, clearing his ears and getting indignant, and the hero asks what god they are talking about. The fat man explains that recently, a guy named Chen Luo appeared, who solved 23 of the most difficult problems of the mathematical society, and now everyone in the kingdom of Lonan is talking about him. Boulier is both flattered by such popularity and more annoyed that his pseudonym has been elevated to a god. Toby thought that if that person was that good at math, he must be an old man, not a young guy. He also asks the black-haired man who he will be on the team with for the magic practice after school, and he asks in surprise why Toby won't be on the team with him. The fat man says that he will not take part in the practice because his level is too low. He also says that there will be a second and third year in practice, and the black-haired man reacts strangely to this. Finally, evening comes and it is time to begin magical practice. The examiners explain that the purpose of this practice is to develop magical skills in students. This practice gives them the opportunity to apply knowledge in reality. But it is important for them to remember that although practicing magic is very important, safety is even more important. Therefore, most of the dangers in the mountains have been eliminated by them. and they need to be careful and not leave the vicinity of the mountains. Now they need to split into teams of 3 or 4 people. They will go into the mountains for one night, and tomorrow at noon, they must return back. After the explanation, Isabella and Alice approach Boulier, and the first one asks who he will be on the team with. Not risking choosing between them, he asks why they can't all be together. Alice just laughs childishly, saying that he has a big heart and wants to be with all his friends, but at the same time she approves of his idea. Isabella at this time begins to get angry because she was not allowed to be alone with the black-haired man, and the other girl decides to ask if she agrees to be on the team with them. The blonde, not finding any other way out, decides to agree with this proposal. Boulier is very happy with this outcome, because the situation did not escalate into a dispute. Suddenly, somewhere far away from behind the mountain, a man with gray hair appears. Looking into the distance, he turns around and tells Mr. Baird that the sun has already set. Baird stands still for a moment, thinking about what to say to the people standing around him, waiting for orders. Finally, he solemnly announces to them that they have finally reached this place. Looking at the distant mountain peaks surrounded by the sunset haze, he says that the city of Yabo will not see the next sunrise. In the Shandanasi Mountains, where the exam is currently taking place, night has fallen and the surrounding nature has come to life. Some white hare, who was lying peacefully on the grass, suddenly felt someone approaching. Without wasting a second, he began to gather fire magic in his tiny mouth. The mana turned into a fireball that shot out from him under pressure at those who approached him. But suddenly, the fireball, before reaching the potential offenders, simply evaporated into thin air. The person who stopped the fire magic turned out to be Isabella, who simply deleted it. The girl was very inspired by the fact that she was able to control the magic released by the wild animal. And Boulier, who was standing nearby, began to explain that if the rabbit's right to control the fireball was taken away, then it would not be able to move. Suddenly, the guy gets very scared because someone unexpectedly grabs him by the ear. Isabella decided to teach the black-haired man a lesson because he shouldn't grab rabbits by the ears. She took the animal from him and sat it against her chest, stroking it. Someone grabbed Boulier's ear again, but this time it was not out of malice and without creating any pressure. This person turned out to be Alice, who excitedly approached the guy and asked if he was in pain. Continuing the dialogue, the hero decides to ask the girl if other animals have magic. She confirms this and says that on the continent of divine grace, people and most animals have the gift of magic. But usually they control only one element and do not possess complex techniques. For example, rabbits can only control the element of fire, and can also create water balls of the lowest level. She also says that no one knows the answer to the question that Boulier asked teacher Antony. A man stands in the middle of the forest near the stone question and thinks about something. This man turns out to be the teacher Antony, to whom a dark figure is now approaching. Archil approaches the teacher and asks why he is not patrolling the mountains, and in response he receives that Antony is still thinking about the question that Boulier asked him. The deputy chairman wonders what kind of question the black-haired man asked the teacher. He explains that the protagonist learned that rabbits can spew fireballs from their mouths, and wondered why humans couldn't do the same without using spells and gestures. Archil adopted the teacher's thoughtfulness and also stood up worriedly, thinking about this question. Now they both stand in the middle of the forest, heavily burdening their brains with this question. The gray-haired man is distracted from his thoughts and tells Antony that he needs to go guard the students. The teacher, in turn, continues to think about this riddle, telling Archil that he did not answer the question, but the deputy chairman nervously raises his tone and says that Antony must go to protect the students. At this time, Boulier's group decided to take a break and rest by the fire. Holding her shirt erotically, Isabella says that the guy has already touched something and asks who has more, hers or Alice's. The hero sits there embarrassed and says that it is very difficult for him to determine, but Alice suggests touching something of hers again to check for sure. Isabella, raising her voice, declares that her rabbit is bigger and asks the guy to admit it. She hands him her captured animal and asks him to touch it again. But the rabbit is not going to climb into the guy's arms and starts trying to get out. The girl, unable to hold the animal, looks after it in surprise as the rabbit quickly runs away from them into the forest. She saw that he had run away towards a hollow stump from which the hare's butt was now sticking out. Approaching this hole, she realizes that the animal has run further into this cavity. While the girl tries to make out her prey in the impenetrable darkness, Alice slowly approaches her. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange sound begins to come, and the ground beneath them begins to shake. Boulier's entire group understands that trouble is inevitable and something is about to happen. The ground beneath them splits in half, and the ditch grows ever larger in size. Literally beneath them, a funnel begins to grow, pulling the girls down. They fall into some room and are instantly covered with a thin layer of dirt. Isabella, like a zombie, pulls her hand out of the ground and tries to crawl out. She managed to pull the upper part of her body out of the rubble and later climbed out completely. She immediately finds Alice and helps her get out and shake off the dirt. Leaning against each other, the two girls try to recover from such a stressful situation. They manage to survive the fall from a height of about 8 meters without injury, and are now looking at a hole in the ceiling. The blonde tries to understand where they ended up. Around them you can see the boards that hold this tunnel. Without thinking about herself, Alice lies on the cold floor, enduring the pain, and calls out for Boulier. Isabella, seeing that her friend is in an incomprehensible state, tries to make her wake up. She puts her index finger to her nose to check her breathing, but she is overcome with fear because the red-haired girl's breathing begins to slow down. Without thinking twice, the blonde gives her friend artificial respiration to bring her to her senses. Finally, Alice wakes up and sits up abruptly, clearing her throat and catching her breath. She breaks out into a violent cough, but her face turns crimson and she comes to her senses. Isabella was happy that she was able to save the redhead and asks her if everything is okay. Alice wonders where they ended up, and her friend replies that she doesn't know and that they came out of a hole inside the mountain, assuming that it was a mine. The redhead says that she hasn't heard that there was a mine in the Academy Mountains, and the blonde points to a door she noticed. Taking a slight detour, Alice thanks Isabella for saving her. But she reacted very strangely, looking at her friend with incomprehension. Alice asked what was wrong with her face, and in response she heard that Isabella did not expect to hear words of gratitude from her. All the teachers and students around felt this earthquake and were terrified. They were scared at the prospect of failing the exam, because after this incident all the rabbits ran away, but Archil reassured them. At that moment, Anthony came running and reported that all the students had been evacuated. The earthquake was so unexpected that he and the teachers did their best, but no other students were found. So Teacher Cook is now checking everyone on the list. Suddenly, everyone around hears the loud clatter of hooves on the ground and approaching danger. Some people, clad in armor, are loudly shouting for everyone present to disperse. They are getting closer and closer to the students, and they are looking at this event in surprise. Teacher Anthony wonders what the soldiers are doing here, and Archil looks at it with fear. He thinks about it and suggests that the earthquake was probably not without reason. At this time, something else is happening in the mysterious catacombs. Isabella opens the door. She notices that the room that opens to them is quite spacious, and they go inside. The girls see some mysterious pillar that shimmers purple, and symbols of the same color fly around it. Without thinking twice, the blonde decides to put her hand up to this post and read what is written there. She doesn't understand a word, and says that this writing is very difficult. After this, the blonde decides to touch this pole with her hand, and suddenly lightning comes out of it. They cover the girl's entire body, pushing her back about 10 meters. Alice, seeing this, desperately rushes towards the girl to save her. But Isabella wasn't too hurt by the attack and she says she's fine, and that there's probably a high-level spell cast on that column. The redhead notes that she saw something similar in ancient books on magic. According to legend, ancient people built a huge copper column with magical writings. With the help of copper wires, a powerful magical field is created. Isabella becomes curious about what this magical field is for. But Alice says that she doesn't know, and perhaps it has healing or growth acceleration functions. Suddenly, some metal arrows start flying at them out of nowhere. Flying from a height, they began to accelerate more and more and fall straight towards the girls. But the attack was not entirely accurate, and the arrows, which had become covered in ice along the way, fell literally a couple of meters away from them. They decided to look in the direction from which the attack came. On the stairs that go along the wall, there is a fair-haired guy who holds a huge arrow in his hand, and says that the girls are very dexterous. Standing right on the railing, he looks at them mysteriously, continuing to hold the arrow in his hands. Alice decides to start a dialogue and asks who this man in armor is. He replies that this question should belong to him, and without ceremony says that they are going to die now. Hearing this answer, the girls look at each other and think about how to get out of this situation. Without hesitation, they both begin to summon fire magic to attack the man. But he just smirks as he watches these kids try to do something. He just stands there and watches as a huge ball flies towards him. The fireball suddenly finds an obstacle in the form of an ice shield, which appeared literally in a second. The attack did not work. The man, without spending almost any effort, calmly reflected their magic. The girls are shocked at how easily their magic was dispelled. The man decided to move into close combat and quickly jumped on their heads. He immediately kicked Isabella aside with force and aimed at Alice. While one girl lies in the distance and tries to come to her senses, the other takes a fighting stance. But she doesn't have time to do anything, and the man demonstratively thrusts the spear into the wall right next to the girl's head. Alice doesn't understand what to do in this situation. and the white-haired man smiles sarcastically. A massive metal spear nearly pierces her head, and she looks at it in horror. The man makes a grab and grabs her by the throat with his left hand, starting to choke her. He squeezes her throat hard, causing her to cough and gasp for air. The white-haired man lifts Alice's body off the ground with one hand and continues to strangle her while she tries to say something. But he doesn't listen to her, making a terrible face and apologizing for something. He declares that he must kill them, while Alice looks like she is about to pass out. At this time, the man snatches the sword that was resting on his belt. He quickly points it at the girl, trying to stick it right into her head. The sword reached the body, scarlet blood spilled and fell straight onto the floor. But he didn't achieve his original goal, burying his head in the protagonist's shoulder. The man starts to panic because he didn't expect this guy to show up. Alice looks at the black-haired man with horror, noticing that blood is coming from his shoulder. Isabella, finally waking up, happily calls Boulier by name, hoping that he will save them. She shouts at him to be careful, while the man is frightened by the fire that appears out of nowhere. The fire engulfs everything around and pounces on the blonde man like a predatory beast. Flames begin to lick his body, and he is surprised that the guy recreated magic without a spell. A huge fiery explosion occurs, with a man at the epicenter. Dust and smoke begin to develop, and in the center of it the Boulier group can be seen. Alice and Isabella survived the attack of this magician, and now the main character has come to protect them. The blonde started to worry about the guy because he was bleeding from his shoulder, and he started saying that he came here through that hole and followed the girls. Not daring to be distracted from his opponent, he stated that they could treat his hand later. By that time, the man had already begun to recover from the explosion and come to his senses. He turned out to be Baird's servant, and he was surprised that the boy could activate magic faster than his master. White-haired decides to kill their entire company because they managed to see what is underground. His long metal spear becomes covered in a thick crust of cold ice. He immediately rushes towards the guy, lunging with his spear. Looking at this, the girls urge him to take care, but the guy steadfastly waits for the enemy to approach him. The man is amazed by the boy's reaction, and his face becomes extremely surprised. He notices a huge clot of mana hovering right above him. His keen eye discerns the water ball technique in this clot, and he is amazed that the guy did not make any movements and activated the magic. He also notices that this water ball has a very strange shape. This ball falls rapidly on the man, completely enveloping his body, and suddenly blood starts flowing out of him everywhere, and the blonde guy starts coughing heavily. His eyes fill with anger, and his body appears completely burnt in exposed areas. A metal spear, which had already become covered in water, falls from his bloody hand. Trying to stay on his feet, he only manages to exclaim something. Surprised by the force of the attack that hit him, he falls to the ground unconscious. At the same time, on the surface, on a huge boulder, sits Baird. He is thinking hard about something and his face looks extremely serious. One of his comrades notices this reaction and asks what happened. Getting up from the stone, Baird looks away and states that some rats have gotten in among them. The squad of knights that ran past the students had already run far away from there and was now running towards the forest. Their commander orders all his comrades to stop their horses. He says that there is an underground passage ahead and orders us to dismount our horses and prepare to enter. The commander of the bandit army is a well-trained royal warrior named Baird, a top-level mage. He is very dangerous. One of the subordinates asks his captain to turn to the side, pointing his finger in that direction. A short distance away from them, a certain magician with a staff stood in the middle of the road, blocking it. This magician turned out to be Baird, who addressed the people as fellow soldiers and said that the passage was closed. All the knights, without wasting a second, decide to go on the offensive and run into a frontal attack. They all stand in line one after another, waiting for the order from their commander. One of the knights tells the second one, addressing him by name, not to follow him everywhere. Full of courage, they finally went on the offensive against the magician, and the clearing was filled with screams. A knight with black hair and a bloody head, lying on the wet ground and having let go of the blade, only breathes rhythmically. He lies among his dead comrades and a torrential rain pours down on him from above. Regaining consciousness surrounded by people and dead horses, he clutches his aching head. Ethan realizes that he was able to survive this unequal and extremely brutal massacre. From one of the possible corpses, he suddenly hears a voice calling his name. This man turns out to be his uncle, who is still clinging to life. The guy ran up to his relative, looking at him with tears in his eyes. His uncle's legs disappeared, and Ethan began to get angry about what happened to the man. But the adult knight orders his nephew not to worry, and hands him something, telling him to finish the task. Ethan despairs and states that he cannot do this because that magician was able to defeat an entire army. According to him, Baird was able to kill their commander with one hand, and he could crush him with just one finger. The boy tries to save his uncle by grabbing him on his back, but he only thinks about the task. again asking his nephew to complete the task. While asking to save the city of Yabo, his hands stop grabbing the boy and he falls. The young knight realizes that his uncle has finally died, and he begins to become overwhelmed with emotions. Ethan is filled with despair and anger, and breaks down in a mad scream. At this time, something else was happening underground, in the very dungeon where Bulayer's company is now located. Having defeated Baird's henchmen, the girls were finally able to start bandaging the wounded guy. Isabella was very interested in the fact that the black-haired man was able to create magic without a spell, and he simply began to deny it. Not hearing an honest answer, the girl pressed hard on his wound. The hero, who had just recently received this wound, yelps loudly in pain. He rolls on the floor in agony over what the blonde did to him. After this, Alice advises Isabella to be gentler with Bulier, and she responds by saying that there was no need to boast about her skills. But at the moment they are more interested in this mysterious column. The red-haired one says that it was written in the book that this column creates some kind of magical formation. Although they don't know its functions, that earthquake must definitely have something to do with it. She also mentions the man who attacked them, and apparently this system is not so simple. Bulier states that they need to quickly find a way out and report everything that happened here. He says he doesn't want to deal with it himself, and then a sword is suddenly put to his throat. The girls see the man behind the guy and they are overcome with surprise and fear. A certain knight approached the guy from behind, and now his sword is practically leaning against the main character's neck. The man in armor asks the whole group who they are and what they are doing here. Feeling that he was distracted, the guy suddenly lunges his hand towards Ethan. He grabs him by the forearm and thus gets out from under his sword. The knight's face becomes extremely surprised by the black-haired man's skills. Taking advantage of the momentary hesitation, Bulier stands up and rushes behind the armored man. He grabs his arm, twisting it behind his back and making a hold so that the guy cannot get out. Having fully applied the grip, he informs his girlfriends that the knight has a partner. Isabella looks at this guy with brown hair with undisguised surprise and interest. Ethan demands that he be released, because if this does not happen, then the entire city of Yabo will come to an end. Not expecting such an answer, Buliger simply froze, looking at the guy in armor. The protagonist's entire group is puzzled by this statement, and they ask him what he meant. Having finally freed Ethan, who told his story, Isabella asks him again for details. The knight says that in fact, the capital discovered a few days ago that Baird had invaded the city, but they were unable to find him. They didn't know that Baird was really so strong that all of them together couldn't defeat him. Bulier, after hearing this story, enthusiastically decides to ask who this Baird is that everyone is afraid of. Everyone present just laughs ironically because the black-haired man doesn't know anything. Alice begins to explain that Baird is the most famous and most dangerous criminal in the kingdom of Lonan. Even small children know his name. He was once a general of the royal army. He is strong not only in war, but also a top-level magician. He has enormous magical power. He was the hero of the kingdom, but no one expected that in one of the battles, he and his army would betray the kingdom. Since then, he has been missing, although the king announced a reward for the capture of the traitor. But until now, no one has been able to find him. Isabella asks the knight about Baird. She is interested in whether it is true that he came to the city of Yabo because of this structure, and what this structure can do. Ethan, with fear in his eyes, declares that the magical system could wipe out the entire city. The three of them, not believing his words, ask again about the detail that the entire city could disappear. The knight explains that the formation includes 118 columns that are located inside the mountain, and they do not know who installed it and why. But it is known that this formation has stood here for more than 1,000 years. 10 years ago, the city's leader discovered this formation, and then called together a community of mages to investigate it. Research has shown that this formation is superior to modern magic, but they know that if it is activated, it will generate a huge magical force that will be enough to destroy Yabo. Since it was not possible to safely remove this formation, this place was declared top secret, and the knight does not know how Baird did it. But now the formation is activated. Bulier wonders how they are supposed to turn off this formation. Ethan says that what he currently has in his hand will help with this. The main character's entire group stared in surprise at a certain magic stone. Ethan explains that although this formation consists of many columns, there is still one largest one. It is the key to activation, and this piece was discovered next to the main column. The community of magicians conducted an experiment. As soon as this piece approaches the column, the strength of the formation is significantly reduced, and if you place it directly next to the column, it will completely lose its strength. Bulier guesses that now they have to find the largest column. Ethan agrees, but Baird is much stronger than they imagined. The black-haired man says that the knight should call as many soldiers as possible to complete the mission, but he replies that it is too late to call anyone, and they need to quickly solve this problem, because in an hour the formation will be activated at full strength. He states that only he can find this column, and everyone else needs to hide in the shelter since they are civilians. Suppressing an internal chuckle, Boulier points his finger towards the boy's pants, saying that he didn't want to interrupt his burst of courage. Ethan, who had just finally pulled himself together, looks down in surprise, looking at his crotch. On his thighs there is a stain from some liquid that has wet them. His face turns completely red, and he starts making excuses that it was the rain that wet his pants so much. Suddenly, Isabella jumps up from her seat, and from her irritated look, you can tell that she wants to say something. She states that their Clavius line has protected the city of Yabo for generations, and therefore she must fulfill her duty, so she will help to disable this system. Boulier, hearing that Baird was being offered for 100 million gold coins, was extremely surprised by this amount. Ethan suddenly realizes that the person standing in front of him is the mayor's daughter, named Isabella. The black-haired man, in high spirits from the news he had recently heard, places his right hand on the knight's shoulder. Upon hearing about the reward for Baird's head, the boy declares that protecting the city of Yabo is also his duty as a decent citizen. Alice decides not to shirk and also agrees to go with her friends. The knight is touched by the genuine sincerity of the guys, who want to help the city with all their hearts. But interrupting such a heartfelt moment, one of the three suggests that the knight change his pants, to which he reacts extremely negatively. At this time, many magicians gathered around the mysterious magical barrier. Using spells, they try hard to make a breach in this barrier. But their efforts remain unsuccessful, and the dome holds back all their attacks. One of the magicians turns to Elton and says that their magic does not work on this barrier, and Andre says that they should wait for the chairman to return. The deputy chairman dispels their hopes by saying that the chairman is currently on his way from the capital and will not arrive until tomorrow morning. Suddenly, the head of the city, Yabo, appears before them and asks how things are going. Elton talks about how the barrier could not be broken through by the efforts of all the magicians gathered around. The leader says that the vanguard is already behind the barrier, and they have a tablet with writing, so we can only hope for them. While walking with a group through underground tunnels, Ethan suddenly declares that their undertaking is very dangerous. But suddenly, Boulier turns around and hits him hard on the head with his hand. The knight is unhappy with this treatment and asks why he is beating him near the web. Suddenly he notices some movement in the area of his neck and reaches out his hand there. He puts his hand in front of him and sees that a yellow spider with a white head has landed on it. Unable to withstand direct eye contact with the insect, the knight runs away with a squeal. As he ran in fear, his foot hit some kind of pressure plate, which sank down from under his feet. At the last moment, Boulier managed to grab Ethan by his clothes and move his head away from the arrow that flew past. Realizing that he has just been saved from certain death, the knight thanks the protagonist. The hero warns his companions that there are traps everywhere and asks if they are going there at all. Ethan has no doubt in his memory and says that he knows this secret path by heart. There are several paths leading to the room with the main column, but they all go through the main gate into the room. Baird is definitely guarding the entrance. If they have to fight him, they won't be able to win. So he will lead them all through a secret path that does not go through the main gate. They will enter the room quietly, attach the piece to the column, and complete the task. Boulier asks him with interest how he knows about this secret road. Ethan explains that he graduated from the history department and can read ancient texts. One day he found a map in the palace and now knows all the passages of this dungeon. The black-haired man wonders why he joined the army if he graduated from the history department. The knight explains this by the fact that it is difficult for historians to find work, and his uncle served in the royal army, so he got him a job. In fact, this is his first assignment. Boulier despairingly notices that it is just as difficult to find a job in this world as it was in his previous world. Finally, Ethan finds a ledge in the hallway they are walking down. He presses on the board, and in the place where he pressed, the board bends inward. The walls slide apart near this spot, opening a passage for Boulier's team. Ethan says that from here they can go to the main room and complete the task. Baird is already sitting in that room, and they report to him that the barrier outside is working perfectly, and they still haven't been able to destroy it. He notes that the defensive system of this formation is very good, and suddenly asks about a certain Sid. His servant replies that he went to patrol the western sector and never returned. Baird looks thoughtfully at the main column and the writing around it, thinking that another rat has gotten in. At this time, Boulier and his team finally begin to pass through the secret passage. They reach the stairs that lead up, straight into the main room, and the black-haired man decides to take a quick look around. After making sure that Baird is not in the room, he throws back the passage cover that imitates the floor. Finally, they emerge from the narrow passage and are surprised at how spacious the room is. Isabella says that this room is very large, but it only contains an energy ball and the column is nowhere to be seen. Apparently the column turned into a ball after activation, and Ethan finds a tablet on the floor with writing on it, which contains instructions on how to raise the column. He begins to read these letters out loud and something begins to happen around him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a small column appears, engulfed in a purple glow. Ethan explains that it will take a few minutes for the column to rise fully, while Alice is happy that they took the knight with them. She is surprised at how selflessly he carries out this task, being a complete coward. Showing off in front of a beautiful girl, he claims that he is a soldier of the city of Yabo and always puts the safety of the citizens first. Balir hits him on the head to stop him from pretending to be someone he really is, wiping the smile off his face. He says that he is doing this task because of his uncle. His dad died when he was very young. His uncle raised him, sent him to school, became a second father to him, and Baird killed him and the rest of the soldiers. He wants to protect his uncle's only daughter, who lives in the city of Yabo. In an attempt to lighten the depressing atmosphere, Balir says that he thought that Ethan was doing this task because he liked his uncle's daughter. Blushing at this suggestion, he declares that he is no match for her at all. Two girls suddenly grab the guy by the most painful places, saying that he has become too active. But suddenly they notice a photograph in Ethan's hand with a certain girl in it. He says that this is his uncle's daughter. Her name is Lena, and as soon as he finishes the task, he will immediately go to her. Balir, distracted from the photo, suddenly grabs the guy by the forearms and pulls him towards herself. He orders him not to say such a thing, otherwise he will curse his fate, and he, incomprehensibly, asks the guy again about this strange expression. The black-haired man explains that this is how they say it in his homeland, and he shouldn't say anything until he finishes the desired task. The girls also say that they have never heard of the word nakarkat. Finally, the column rises completely and they all stop talking. Ethan says that he will activate the seal and asks Bulir's group to wait. The black-haired man asks him again about the seal in surprise. The knight explains that to prevent Baird from discovering the fragment, a simple magical seal was placed on it. He pours some of his power into the stone and it rises into the air, covered in a purple glow. Finally, Ethan props up the fragment and tells everyone to run away when the stone connects to the column. Suddenly, Ethan's attention is drawn to something terrible, and his face becomes extremely shocked. At the place where he applied the seal, a huge fireball suddenly appears. His entire body is engulfed in orange flames from which he desperately tries to hide. The magic disappears after a while, but by that time the knight had lost consciousness. The seal he wanted to bring to the column falls out of his hand and lands near his head. Baird wasn't as stupid as Bulir's group thought. He noticed the rats that had gotten to him. Although wounded, Ethan was able to quickly recover from the magical blow. The girls look at each other and without saying a word, understand what they need to do. They see Baird and several of his warriors in front of them and without wasting a second, begin to secretly read the spell. Finishing the fireball spell, they release one at each of the gang leaders. The white-haired man doesn't even think about reacting to their attempt to attack him. The fire magic simply evaporates a couple of meters away from the guy, without reaching him. Both girls are very surprised because his spiritual power is far superior to theirs and he can easily control their power. But suddenly, something makes Baird tense up and direct all his attention to it. A volley of fireballs comes at him, which he was unable to stop. The magic that reached the mage's body was released by Balir, who was surprised to see that he was able to dodge it. Due to the unusual reaction of the squad leader, who usually does not receive blows, his subordinate begins to panic a little and worry about the health of the white-haired man. Baird, in turn, is surprised that the boy did not use any spells or gestures, and besides, his spiritual power looks unusual. Balir orders the girls to take the fragment and complete the mission while he detains the mage. He sends multiple fireballs at Baird at once, but he continues to stand still. The white-haired one manages to put up a magic shield at the last moment. He is surprised that the black-haired one can apparently use magic just like that. The girls were unable to complete the task, as there were several other strong guys in the room besides them and Baird. But Isabella does not plan to give up, and even while being captured, she tries to feel for the seal. Balir realizes that the only way to resolve this situation is to kill the gang leader. He, in turn, looks at the guy's technique and thinks why he summoned two different elements. The main character created water magic and fire magic and began to merge them. Both elements merged right in front of Baird's face, and a huge explosion swept through the room. The white-haired man's subordinates, seeing the explosion, began to worry about their leader. Balir arrogantly thought that his attack had managed to reach Baird's body. But without waiting for the smoke to clear in front of him, the white-haired man lunges and is already flying with his fists at the main character. He takes the boy by surprise, as he did not expect the mage to completely block his attack. While beating him with all parts of his body, he explains to the guy that before attacking an opponent, you need to find out his weaknesses. Moreover, he is completely unprepared for unexpected attacks from the enemy. After landing several powerful blows to vital points, Baird knocks out his opponent. He says that he has great talent, but he knows nothing about fighting, and if he were on the battlefield, he would have been dead long ago. Ethan finally comes to his senses and declares that Baird is the one who doesn't understand anything. The magician, in turn, did not expect at all that the knight would be able to wake up after such a powerful magical attack. Ethan's face looks wounded, but he is filled with courage and a willingness to give his life. Amidst the general noise, he managed to steal the seal that was lying near Isabella. His body is badly wounded and he can barely stand on his feet, but suddenly he raises his hand in which rests a stone. Before he is hit, he throws his hand back and is about to throw the seal straight at the column, trying to stop the guy as quickly as possible. Baird orders a blonde guy named Oslo to throw his spear. Boulier, in turn, tries to save his new friend by asking him to bend down. As Ethan's name is called and the noise around him rises, he is momentarily lost in his memories. He remembers standing near his uncle's grave as a child with another uncle and his daughter. He was puzzled by the question of whether his dead uncle Jason was a hero because of his strength. The man replied that his uncle was neither physically nor spiritually strong, he was a coward. The boy was very puzzled as to why everyone considered him a hero then. The answer was quite simple. He sacrificed his life to save others. The scene they saw suddenly brought Boulier and his team to tears, and Isabella desperately screamed the knight's name. Ethan, without trying to dodge, received a spear strike right in the chest, but managed to fulfill his purpose. Even an ordinary person is capable of incredible deeds, and then he becomes a hero. The stone hit the target exactly and began to be absorbed by the mysterious column. One of Baird's henchmen asked in a resigned tone if the formation had ceased to function. The man named Oslo, who threw the spear, said Ethan didn't even try to dodge the weapon. Baird, in turn, approached Ethan, who had fallen to his knees, and put his finger to his nose to check his breathing. After a little while and listening to his breathing, he quietly declared that the guy was dead. Boulier was furious when he heard this news, because Ethan had only recently become his friend. The white-haired man's henchmen began to ask what they should do, since the formation had stopped working. Baird, meanwhile, was nervously examining the drawing of the girl Ethan was going to return to. The entire squad of knights began to worry about their master, but he declared that they had lost. He said that this young soldier consciously did not evade and accepted death. He chose to sacrifice his life to deactivate the device. With some sadness, he stated that this time they had lost, and they had to leave. The blonde-haired man asked in surprise why they couldn't resort to another plan. Baird explained that they didn't understand the method well enough, and that they were probably just wasting their lives in vain. All his henchmen suddenly fell to their knees, asking him to try another plan, because they were ready to sacrifice their lives for him. They need to take revenge for everything that happened to them. If there is even a grain of hope, they want to try. About to begin another plan, a squad of knights tie up the hero and his crew with ropes. The girls were seated on chairs, and Boulier was tied tightly around his chest and arms and casually thrown at their feet. Isabella and Alice began to worry about him, as the black-haired man was still injured. But he said with a worried look that he was fine and still holding up. The knights by this time informed their master that all preparations for the plan were completed. After some thought and courage, Baird spent a few seconds thinking about what to say to his soldiers. He pounded his chest with his fist and enthusiastically asked his subordinates to help him one last time. Without a second's hesitation, they selflessly agreed to the order of their leader. They all slowly walked up to the purple column and placed their hands against each other, reciting the spell. The clots of magic created by each of the knights began to flow into one large haze. Boulier, who saw such a picture for the first time, began to ask his friends what it was. Alice replied that it looked like a sacrifice spell, and apparently they were doing it to restart the formation. But then they wouldn't be able to restore their power. Channeling all her magical power into the mysterious column, she began to react. These machinations are noticed even by those who are now on the surface. Elton suddenly tells the city's mayor that the barrier had begun to weaken, but has now been restored. The chief doesn't care much about this, and he notes that something very bad is starting inside. One of Baird's subordinates shouts with delight that they have managed to launch the formation, but suddenly he notices that his body, like the bodies of his friends, is slowly beginning to disappear. With a smile on his face, the blonde-haired man says goodbye to his master. In return for their dedication and sacrifice, Baird promises his subordinates that the city of Yabo will be destroyed. These words become enough for the dying man, and he thanks his leader. Alice, like the rest of Boulier's squad, notices that the formation has activated again. Isabella can't contain her emotions, and hysterically asks why Baird is doing this. She doesn't understand why he wants to destroy the city of Yabo and kill several 100,000 people. Baird, still reeling from the deaths of his comrades, states that he does not think he is doing well, and thinks that he and his comrades are just a bunch of lunatics. Not receiving a clear answer to her question, Isabella again asks why he would destroy the city then. Baird thinks seriously about this question this time, and thinks about what to answer the girl. There is still half an hour before the city is destroyed, and so he decides to tell them his story. He is plunged into memories, and a picture appears before him of how he and his comrades found themselves locked at the top of the tower. His comrade, Oslo, said that they had run out of arrows and only had enough food for half a day. Suddenly, the commander said that they would probably have to break out of the encirclement, because they couldn't die here. They needed to deliver information about the enemies. Oslo is embarrassed by the fact that the kingdom has already recognized them as traitors. They fought the enemy for 10 days, but reinforcements never arrived. There is talk among the soldiers that they were never sent at all. Not allowing the soldiers to lose their fighting spirit, the commander stands up and loudly hits the bricks with his staff. He orders Oslo to shut his mouth because what he thinks is just an enemy trick. He was about to object, but at that moment he was abruptly interrupted. Commander Baird decides to nip his doubts in the bud and orders him to stop this. He says that they are fighting for the safety of their homeland, and states that he does not mind if any of them capitulate. One of the guys sitting next to him loudly declares that he believes Mr. Baird and will follow him to the end. Oslo does the same, trusting its entire life to just one commander. The magician managed to raise the morale of his comrades, and they all began to shout that they would follow him to the end. He triumphantly declares that they should not worry about the kingdom abandoning them, and sends everyone to attack. 3 days passed from that moment, and on the fortress wall of the city of Yabo, someone noticed movement in the distance. One of the patrolmen, looking at the horizon, noticed that some kind of detachment was walking towards them on the road. These people turned out to be Baird and that part of his squad that managed to survive. The white-haired one joyfully shouted that they had reached their homeland and fell down, exhausted. The man patrolling the wall immediately called his colleague and said that they needed to check who these people were. When Baird woke up, he found himself behind a cage in the city prison and hurried to report that he was the commander of the royal army and needed to report something to the king. The warden approached him and declared that he was a traitor. His wife and child had already been punished in accordance with the law, and tomorrow he too would go to the chopping block. He was struck by shock and looked at the man in front of him with confusion. He abruptly grabbed the man with the mustache and, shouting, began to say that he had not betrayed his homeland, asking to release him and his family. The warden broke free from his grip and said that everyone knew he had not betrayed his country, but someone up there wanted him dead, so he and his family had to die. Walking slowly away, he declared that he had said everything he had to say, and now he had to go. Baird was overcome with extreme despair because he stood for his homeland to the end, and it betrayed him. Some time passed, and another guard standing on patrol suddenly noticed a strange noise. His throat was suddenly covered in blood, and he suddenly began to fall down dead. After this, someone inserted a key into the lock of Baird's cell and opened it. These people turned out to be the white-haired man's subordinates, who escaped from a nearby prison to save their commander. Having completely lost the will to live, Baird did not react to their arrival in any way, and simply continued to sit in the corner. A scream was heard in the corridor, indicating that someone had noticed their squad. While some were fighting the advancing guards, others began to carefully lead their commander out of the cell. In order to survive, they all had to fight their way out of prison. A day later, an execution took place, at which it was announced that Baird had betrayed their kingdom and passed secret information to the enemy. Yesterday, he and his army invaded the city of Yabo to carry out a coup, but was caught by the valiant soldiers guarding the city. During the night, Baird continued his resistance, mercilessly killing their guards and escaping from prison, but 3 of his squad were captured. According to the laws of their country, the rebels will now be hanged. One of Baird's henchmen, who was standing at a distance in a robe, began to be indignant that this herd of brainless people was even rejoicing. He came to the execution of his friends together with the commander, who had lost the will to live, and the second henchman declared that they urgently needed to leave the city. Baird finally spoke up and told his squad to leave, as he needed to be alone. By the evening of that day, he and the detachment that did not abandon him reached the grave of their commander's family. They began to wonder what they should do next, if even their own state had rejected them. Baird ordered them not to call themselves commander, because that was no longer the case. This state betrayed them. Now it has become their enemy and must pay for all the suffering they have endured. The girls suddenly woke up from the spell that Baird had cast on them. Alice was surprised at how real it all was, and asked if it was an illusion. The man said that these were fragments of his memories. He used synchronization magic on them, allowing them to share memories. The redhead asked in surprise where he had learned such an ancient form of magic. Bulir suddenly started to wake up and make some sounds, which the girls noticed. Isabella began calling his name worriedly, and he finally woke up. The girl sighed with relief and said that he scared her because he was in the dream longer than anyone else. Not understanding what had happened to him, the guy with a streak of tears on his right eye began to look at the white-haired man. Apparently, the black-haired one was able to delve deepest into his memory. Baird decides to stand up and says that he didn't want to violate his personal boundaries, because it will all end soon anyway. Before joining the royal army, he served for some time in the defense of the city of Yabo. It was then that he learned of the existence of this system. So he decided that after he took revenge on the kingdom, he would lead them to this place. In the basement, they found many ancient records. It took a lot of time to study them. In them, they found various ancient magic, as well as history and instructions on how to use this system. In ancient times, a war broke out between their ancestors and the inhabitants of the city of Yabo lost, and then they established this magical system. It is not known how it all ended, but they are sure that since the installation, this system has never been activated. Once it is activated, it will immediately produce incredibly powerful magical energy, capable of destroying all life in the city of Yabo. Baird, with trembling hands, declared that in an instant all people would be wiped off the face of the earth without having time to understand anything. Alice asked him to stop, saying that she understood him, and that he could not carry out his revenge at the cost of the lives of ordinary people. The white-haired man said with a grin that she couldn't understand him, because sometimes he himself didn't understand himself. Boulier decides to intervene in this dialogue, saying that these persuasions will not help. After all, he wants to take revenge not only on the kingdom, but also on the common people who laughed when his comrades were executed. Baird claims that the guy must have actually been able to penetrate deep into his memory. The system finally gained its power, and the white-haired man decided to put his plan into action. He raises his hand and extends it inside the mysterious column. On the surface of the earth, a certain energy suddenly flares up, the power of which suppresses all living things. Elton and all the other magicians understand that apparently the formation has already been put into action. Even Bulangi's teacher, who is sitting in her office, notices the energy that has appeared. There is a purple light flickering outside her window, and she assumes that an earthquake has started. But after thinking a little, she understands from the magical vibrations that this is not an earthquake. At this time, something terrible is happening underground. The students stand and watch as the sphere of power continues to grow. Before her expected death, Isabella tries to apologize for dragging them into all of this. She was about to confess her feelings to the guy, but he stopped her. He suggested that they talk to her about all this when they got out of here. Isabella was shocked by the guy's reaction, and she suddenly took on a shocked look. Leaning his hand against the structure, the mage bids farewell to his former comrades aloud, promising that their wrath will fall upon the kingdom. After this, he orders the formation to activate with a menacing look. But suddenly Boulier's fist hits his face, as he decides to try to interrupt Baird. He hit with such force that the magician flew away from the construct several meters and fell. The guy said that he had to stop this white-haired man. Almost all the knights and mages on the surface suddenly fell onto the grass. Andre suggested that the activation of the magical system had probably stopped. One of the knights said in horror that he thought that this was the end for them. As the mayor stood and looked at the barrier, Elton suddenly noticed movement behind him. Boulangi came to them and decided to find out what was going on here. She was told that all the students had been sent home and that she should not be there. Not believing his words, she says that Boulier and Isabella did not come home. At least 2 students have not yet emerged and are underground. Elton suddenly realizes what the teacher is saying to the daughter of the head of the city of Yabo. Their dialogue is heard by Osden, who realizes that his daughter is at the epicenter of events. He immerses himself in memories of how his little daughter, at that time, said that she wanted to go into city defense. The young father was very surprised by his daughter's desires, and he asked her why she wanted to go there. The answer turned out to be banally simple. The girl said that she was from the Clavius family and wanted to protect the city and her father. Osduna was surprised by his daughter's desire, and he hugged her tenderly, starting to laugh. Now he realized that his daughter had already grown up and was now really fighting for their city. Baird, who had fallen to the floor, asked in surprise how the boy had managed to free himself from the ropes. Bulizer in turn said that he should ask the soldier they killed about this. The guy remembered that Ethan had handed him the knife in the corridor of the building, calling it a tradition of the city guard. The black-haired man was surprised by this, and asked how he would be without a knife now. But in response, he heard that the hero would need it more. Baird chuckled and said he had forgotten about that tradition and called Ethan a worthy soldier. He became interested in the guy and asked him if he would really resist him, despite having seen his memories. The hero answers in the affirmative, because he needs to save his friends and prevent this madman from blowing up the city. Baird states that they have different ways of thinking and need to stop chatting. He immediately begins casting a spell and summons a huge fireball. The girl with red hair warns her friend that this magician is very powerful. But the guy is not afraid and says that he has already figured out how to defeat Baird. He, in turn, manages to fully read the spell and send a rain of fire towards the black-haired man. Fireballs scatter in a scattering manner, seeking to devour the body of their opponent. Before the attack could hit him, Bulir managed to put up a barrier around himself. The flame greedily clings to this shield and tries to break through it. But he doesn't succeed. The fireballs go out as soon as they pass through the shield. The girls are very surprised that Baird's attack passed the barrier, but did not reach the hero's body. The hero was able to recreate the shield and pump out all the oxygen inside it, thereby suppressing the enemy's attack. Baird begins to panic, thinking that the guy can control his element and is superior to him. Suddenly, he turns his head to the right and sees a fireball approaching him. The fire quickly flies towards the white-haired man, trying to engulf his body. At this time, the man in his head confirms his previous words about the guy being able to use magic without gestures. Bulir takes advantage of the momentary delay and approaches the enemy, ironically saying that he was not prepared for a close attack. He hits the man in the face with all his might and knocks out his tooth with his powerful blow. Bader flies back several meters and falls on the floor on his back, dropping his staff. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bulir decides to quickly grab his opponent's weapon. Thinking that Bader has no chance to react, he tries to catch the staff in midair. He succeeds in this, and now in his hands rests a large staff with a blue top. But suddenly, he notices that there is still some magic left on the staff. Bader starts to smirk and say that the guy is still thinking one-sidedly because he hid his sword in this staff. Realizing his mistake, the guy tries to figure out what to do with the enemy who is running at him with a sword at the ready. No thoughts come to mind, and Bader manages to wound the guy in the same hand where the spear had landed earlier. Writhing in pain, Bulir falls down, clutching her twice-wounded arm. In an attempt to completely overwhelm his opponent, Bader steps his foot directly onto the victim's arm, causing him to thrash around in agony. He admits that he was surprised by the guy's abilities, but he lacks the determination, because he had the opportunity to kill the white-haired man. The magician decides to end this and finish off his enemy, saying that on the battlefield, killing a worthy opponent is an honor. Knocking the man's confidence out of him, the guy turns his head sharply and shouts that this is not enough. At the same time, Bader notices that several fireballs are flying straight towards him. They manage to reach him and explode right in front of his face, illuminating the entire room. The guy's saviors turned out to be Isabella and Alice, who managed to create a spell and launch it at the white-haired man. Bydra is slightly hurt by this attack, and Bulir decides to take advantage of the delay by pumping out the oxygen around him. He points his bloody hand towards the white-haired man and uses magic, but at first he doesn't feel anything, and wonders in surprise what the meaning of this spell is. Suddenly, he becomes unable to hold the sword and it falls out of his hands. He realizes that he can neither speak nor breathe. Trying to catch his breath, Bydra begins to cough and clutch his throat, while Bulir stands up. The boy apologizes to the man, saying that he was right about the honor of killing a worthy opponent. At this time, the white-haired man begins to convulse, trying to breathe in at least a sip of air. He begins to slowly lose consciousness and think that he has let his comrades down again. Finally, consciousness leaves his body, and he falls with all his weight onto the hard floor. Seeing this, the girls run to Bulir in relief, asking if he is okay. Meanwhile, the energy accumulated in the column begins to gradually disappear. Alice suggests that perhaps if this formation is not activated after it has accumulated energy, it automatically stops. Isabella excitedly asks rhetorically whether they succeeded in defending the city. This realization dawns on her, and she joyfully begins to hug the wounded Bulir. Suddenly, lumps of earth and parts of the building begin to fall from the ceiling. Alice explains this by saying that many ancient structures are destroyed after activation, so that enemies cannot use them. Not understanding the essence, Isabella asks her friend again, and she says that the system is beginning to destroy itself. Suddenly, a huge block breaks off from the ceiling and begins flying straight towards Bulir's group. He quickly takes the girls by the hand and starts running away from here before they get buried. He scolds Alice for not directly telling her that they should get out of here. The column begins to collapse and threatens to fall right on the fleeing people. On the way, the guy notices his dead friend, who is sitting right in front of a falling column. He decides to honor his memory and Baird's, and so turns around for a second and says goodbye to them. The knights and mages standing near the magical curtain watch as it dissipates. They all begin to rejoice that the barrier is finally disappearing, but only Bolangi breaks away from her place and flies to look for her students. She activates a flight spell and quickly approaches the entrance to this dungeon. Elton smiles and notices that teacher Bolangi is very impatient. At this time, the head of the city orders his knights to go to the opened barrier and deal with the situation. With sadness in his eyes, he thinks that he hopes his daughter Isabella is okay. At this time, the students are rushing to leave the collapsing dungeon, which threatens to finish them off at any moment with a falling stone. Finally, they reach the place through which all three of them entered this dungeon. Isabella notices that the ceiling is starting to collapse right in front of them, and she orders everyone to move away. Huge boulders fall from above and block the exit to the outside. The girls try to clear their throats of dust and call out for Bulir, who suddenly disappeared. They notice him at a small distance from them. He looks shabby. Isabella asks worriedly if he was caught in the collapse, but he says he is fine, but his shoulder hurts a lot. Alice notes that the passage outside is blocked and now they can't get out. Now they are sitting in the dark, in a narrow passage, littered with many stones. Bulir thinks that this passage has fewer rocks than the other exits and suggests blowing them up. Isabella says that a lot of fireballs will be needed here, and their spiritual powers will not be enough. The guy asks if the girls have studied the fire shield technique, and says that he has a plan. This time he does not pump out oxygen, but on the contrary, he extracts it in his hands. When the oxygen concentration in the air is between 4 and 75%, the ignition will increase. After filling the sphere with oxygen, he ignites it and throws it into a pile of rocks. There is a powerful explosion and stones quickly fly all over the room. By that time, the girls had already managed to build a fire shield that protected them from the stones. The passage finally opens, and Bulir happily declares that they have succeeded. In the outside world, meanwhile, dawn breaks and the sun illuminates the mountains with yellow paint. A hand emerges from a hidden entrance to the dungeon, trying to cling. Alice is the first to try to get out of the room and lifts herself up with her hands. Isabella reaches out to her for help, offering her hand to her friend. Bulir is the last one to emerge from the dungeon, looking very tired. Both girls offer him their hands to help him out, and Isabella asks how he feels. He says he's fine, but in his mind he's thinking that he can't take it anymore and is at his limit. His legs give way and he stumbles on the climb out of the dungeon. The girls didn't have time to catch him, and so he began to fall down from his full height. In his last seconds, he thinks that he will die from the fall. Suddenly, someone manages to grab him by the hand and save him from death. This man turns out to be Bulangia's teacher, who managed to catch up with him using flight magic. Some time passes, and now he finds himself in a hospital ward, where girls have gathered around him. Finally, he wakes up and opens his eyes, trying to understand what happened. He tries to come to his senses and understand where he is, experiencing severe pain at this time. Isabella wakes up from strange sounds and tells him not to move. All the girls are very happy that the hero has finally come to his senses. Isabella was especially happy about this, taking the hero by the shoulders and starting to shake him with joy. Bulangi informs him that his wound was not fatal, and that he had simply lost a lot of blood. Changing the subject, the guy wanted to tell the girl something about Baird, but she quickly cut him off, saying that Isabella and Alice had already told him about it, and that it was not worth including in the report. The guy agrees with this statement, since they can no longer do anything. Suddenly, the door to the room unexpectedly opens, and another person enters. The girls, like the guy, turn around in surprise to see who entered the room. This man turned out to be the head of the city of Yabo, who decided to visit the black-haired man. The hero immediately asked with interest why such a high-ranking official needed him. The man bowed to Bulir and thanked him for saving his daughter. The main character did not expect such statements from the head of the city, and therefore was very embarrassed. Without raising his head, the man continued and said that he was inviting him to the Clavius family's family dinner. The hero, having heard about the invitation, began to look stunned by such a surprise. Isabella heard this too, and immediately thought that the dinner would help the hero get acquainted with her parents. Thinking in the wrong direction, her face turns red and she becomes very embarrassed. It was evening the next day, and Bulir, already dressed for the event, was about to go to dinner with Isabella. The girl told him that there would be other families and important people at the dinner, and that is why the hero is afraid of such an influx of people. Isabella explains that their family dinners are always held in this setting. The hero comes to the realization that the title of head of the city is passed down in their family by inheritance, and it is not surprising that their family dinners are parties for the upper classes. The guy suddenly thought that the girl would become the next head of the city, and if he married her, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the city of Yabo. And their child will also become the head of the city, only he will have to bear the surname Clavius in order to rule the city. He continued to reflect on the topic of having children with Isabella. But suddenly, the girl grabbed him by the left ear and pulled it hard, saying that he was thinking about something disgusting again. She asked him what he was thinking about, and he said that it would be possible to have 2 children. Not daring to tell the truth, he changes the subject to the fact that one of his friend's wife is going to give birth and she will have twins, and he was asked to help come up with names. Isabella thought that he was thinking about their future children, but she also did not dare to say so and asked if he had thought of names. The guy answered negatively and said that they wanted one child to have the mother's surname and the other the father's surname. The girl suddenly became interested in whether the guy would agree to his child having the mother's last name. He replied that if he had 2 children, he would agree to such conditions. After talking for a while, they slowly began to approach the place where all the people had gathered. On the way, Isabella saw her mother, whom the guy would now meet. The blonde's mother, who has the same hair color, greeted her and Boulier. The hero bowed politely and greeted Mrs. Clavius. Getting straight to the point, the woman thanked the guy for saving her daughter and said that she had told him a lot about him. All the girls who were standing near Isabella's mother began to look at the guy with interest. This attention frightened the blonde, and she abruptly snatched his hand, telling her mother that she would take him to his dad. One of the girls asked why Isabella was so scared, and she, in turn, without answering, ran away with the guy. Under everyone's gaze, they quickly ran to the father of the family. Something interesting was happening in the chief's office at this time. Abel Howard came to Osden. The white-haired man said that the Minister of Finance, Walter, was up to something, and the old man replied that such a minor official would not be able to shake their power. Abel replied that this was the case before, but in recent years the capital has been greatly restricting the powers of city leaders. Now the finances and military power of all cities are out of the control of the city leaders. The king sends his servants to manage, and the Minister of Finance is the younger brother of the queen. Every year at this time, tax inspectors come from the capital. They have great power, and if they find something wrong, they have the right to arrest even the head of the city. Abel knows about the information that Marquis Walter will come to Yabo City, and they had a conversation a few days ago, and most likely they will organize a conspiracy against Osden. The mayor thanked the white-haired man for the warning and promised to be careful. Having told all the important information, Abel says goodbye to the old man and is about to leave, but he wonders why Howard decided to tell him all this. Abel explained that this was for the safety of their family, as the Howards would need some time to recover. Understanding what the white-haired man wanted to say, the city leader looked at him suspiciously. At this time, Boulier and Isabella had just arrived at the head of the family's office, missing Abel. He noticed the black-haired man and thought that a hero always appears where something is happening and mentally wished him luck. The students finally reached the father of the family's office and after greeting him, sat down in the chairs. Isabella asked in surprise why the old man had been silent for some time. He asked her to leave the office to talk to Boulier alone. Not daring to disobey, she obediently went to the door, and the guy said that he would come to her when he finished. The girl, in turn, said that she would wait for him outside. As soon as the door slammed shut, the old man stood up and put on a menacing expression, thanking the guy for saving his daughter. Boulier politely replied that a man should always stand up for a woman. Taking up the sword, Osden mentioned that Isabella said that the guy took care of her at the academy too. Saying this phrase, the old man began to pull out his sword from the scabbard resting in his hands. Starting to panic a little, the black-haired man said that they both studied under teacher Bologna and cared about each other. The head of the family brought the sword, which was not fully drawn from its sheath, to the boy's face and asked if Isabella was telling the truth. He receives an affirmative answer, and in response to this, he takes his sword out of its sheath, saying that the girl in her dream said that he kissed her, hugged her, and also offended her. The main character asked, confused, when he managed to kiss her. Having received no answer to his question, the old man said that it meant that he had hugged her and then offended her. Not understanding the gist of the conversation, Boulier decided to get down to business and asked if this was why he was called here. Osden was pleasantly surprised by the young man's wisdom and said that he was the first person to speak to him like that, and everything that had been said earlier was just a joke. Extending his hand to him, the old man asked him to continue to take care of the girl. The protagonist also raised his hand, extending it to the old man, and they politely shook hands. After this, at the old man's suggestion, they agreed not to talk about this conversation. Some time passed and the whole family finally gathered at the table, which stood not far from the estate. Isabella wondered what he and her father had been talking about in his office. While choosing cutlery, the guy seriously said that he couldn't tell, since it was their male secret. The girl, who could not stand secrets, frowned angrily at the fact that something was being hidden from her. She decided to beat Boulier up a bit in revenge for him not wanting to tell her the secret. Suddenly, the old man was approached by his subordinate, who informed him that the Minister of Finance and the tax collector had already arrived. The minister in blue decided to immediately go to the head of the city and ask why he had not invited him to such a luxurious dinner. In response, he heard that Osden did not want to disturb him because it was a family dinner. The minister, in turn, asked them not to worry, since the tax collector had already told him about their problem. The second one didn't keep us waiting, and, coming up to the table, said that they suspected that the Clavius family had committed illegal acts in the area of taxation, and they would like to conduct an investigation. Osden's face turned angry, and he respectfully asked to be allowed to at least finish his dinner. But without delay, the tax collector said that he would not repeat himself twice, and that he represented the interests of the capital. All the people gathered for dinner began to discuss the situation with concern. Isabella began to tremble all over and placed her hand on Boulier's knee, asking for support. You can tell from her face and posture how worried she is about her father. The minister took the floor and said that he did not recommend him to create a scandal in front of so many people, and that it would be better to voluntarily cooperate with the investigation. The old man was very angry that they were trying to control him, and he raised his voice. His wife decides to smooth things over a bit and tells the assembled people that dinner is over and Osden needs to finish some business. Boulier also tries to calm Isabella down and suggests that she leave here. He also notices that Calvin and Brad have arrived for dinner, standing behind everyone else. The blonde took the guy by the hand and led him away from everyone to calm down. Her face looks very downcast, and the guy decides to ask her how she feels, saying that the city leader is in danger. If they find anything, he will be removed from office and put in prison, and because this Walter is the queen's younger brother, he does whatever he wants in their city. As the couple passes by the girls who were at dinner, they hear them start gossiping about the mayor of the city. One of the girls says that she didn't think that the Clavia family would be removed so easily. Isabella, hearing these words, suddenly squeezed Boulier's hand, which caused him to react. He looked at her and his face was darkened by strong concern for the girl. Before his eyes stood a beautiful girl who was currently crying. This threw him off balance and he began to frantically ask why Isabella was crying. But she didn't say anything and just threw herself into the guy's arms. She began to cry, not knowing what would happen to her father, and because of this she became hysterical. The main character decided to calm the girl down and quietly told her not to worry. In his head, he thought that he would not allow anything to happen to her father. Some time passed, the guy managed to calm the girl down and decided to go to Calvin with Brad. He greeted the men, who asked him what he was doing there. The guy replied that the head of the clan was her friend's father, and they, changing the subject, thanked the black-haired man for saving the city. The main character was interested in what the two chairmen were doing here, and he asked if they had come with the tax collector. Calvin replied that the tax collector was the vice chairman of their mathematical society, and they should accompany him, and Brad should be responsible for the collector's safety. The guy was interested in why he came to the head of the city with problems about finances, if the Minister of Finance is responsible for this. Calvin explained that the Minister of Finance is subordinate to the head of the city, and therefore everything is under his responsibility. The main character decides to ask forcefully whether the chairman believes his own words. He becomes a little confused and says that they are just scientists and do not belong to the tax service. They have no right to interfere. Changing the subject, the guy asks if they remember the man who solved all the problems of the mathematical society and also created a new technique in the magical society. They reply that they remember him perfectly well, but suddenly Brad gets the right idea. He says they didn't tell anyone about what happened in the magical community. The protagonist explains this by saying that he is that very man named Chen Luo. Both men are shocked to realize that such a brilliant person turned out to be some student. Going into denial, they politely ask the guy not to joke like that. Deciding to prove his position, he told about how much money he got from riddles and the secret of a new magical technique. Finally, both chairmen come to their senses and ask the guy for forgiveness. Brad begins to flatter the hero, saying that it is not surprising how he was able to defeat Baird. Calvin, kneeling, tells the guy that he is ready to sacrifice even his life if he has some request, and he only asks for help with the tax collector. Putting on a serious face, both chairmen say that they are responsible for protecting the ministers, but they can make a mistake. For example, tonight. The guy noticed that these two men had always demonstrated their good manners, but now they were behaving like two teenagers. Apparently, the impression created by the god of mathematics Chen Luo left an indelible mark on their souls. Both men decide that for Chen Luo's sake they are willing to kill even this Walter. Continuing to talk about his plan, the guy says that the tax collector is their main problem, and he should be eliminated. Not quite understanding what exactly the guy wants from them, they declare that they will kill his entire family. Such a strong belief in his idol simply plunges the guy into deep shock. But later he explains that he does not want to kill the man, but simply wants him to get out of the city of Yabo. Both chairmen felt ashamed of their thoughts and finally grasped the essence of the boy's request. He also asked them not to tell about his second personality, because if they did, he would get into trouble. Their dialogue was over and both chairmen went to fulfill their mission. Calvin approached the crowd and asked Deputy Caesar to follow him to talk about something. The blonde asked the head of Osden to stay here. He would resolve the matter and return. Stepping back, Calvin declared that Walter was not fit to be the finance minister of the city of Yabo, but Caesar's face became more serious after receiving the information, and he answered the chairman that it was not up to him to decide. Brad was standing nearby and suddenly said with a sly smile that the rumors were probably true. The blonde stared at the chairman with an uncomprehending look and tried to understand what he was talking about. Suddenly, Brad grabbed him by the shoulder with his right hand and came closer. He asked him with a grin if Caesar liked the finance minister named Walter. Not being able to stand such jokes, the blonde pushed Brad's hand away with his hand and said that he was simply doing what was fair. But suddenly, the chairman said that it was not up to him to decide, and one person at the top wanted Walter to leave the city, and if this did not happen, then he would not be able to guarantee his safety. Calvin continued, telling him not to forget that Caesar was first and foremost the vice chairman of their mathematical society, and only then a tax collector. Such caustic statements made the blonde think seriously. He turned thoughtfully towards Walter, who was enjoying himself at that moment. Suddenly, Caesar ordered the local guards to seize the man in blue robes. He began to be indignant that he had been captured and not the head of the House of Osden. Unable to bear the shouts of the Minister of Finance, Caesar ordered the guards to shut him up. He approached Osden and informed him that they had received evidence that Walter had been embezzling the king's treasury, and now said goodbye. Not expecting such a turn of events, the head of the family only looked after them in surprise. As he watched the plump minister being led away, his wife noticed Boulier a short distance away. At this time, he was trying to find a way out of this clearing in order to find Isabella. The woman who was watching this comical situation began to laugh a little, and her husband asked what she was laughing at. She took a glass of wine for herself and him and asked a rhetorical question. Clinking glasses, she declared that Boulier was a great guy. The accumulated stress disappeared, and they were finally able to enjoy the evening alone. At this time, Isabella was sitting somewhere near the estate on a bench and thinking about Boulier. Before she had time to come to her senses, the guy had already approached her and gently placed his hand on her head. Still crying, she asked if the boy was there and how her father was feeling. The main character casually reported that everything had been resolved. His friends had helped him, and Walter had already been taken away. He said that Yabo City would soon have a new finance minister, and the blonde asked in surprise how that could be if Walter was in cahoots with the tax collector. Smiling sarcastically, the black-haired man explained that his friends turned out to be somewhat cooler than the tax collector. The girl finally began to calm down and enthusiastically asked what kind of friends he had. But he approached her, romantically placing his finger on her lip and saying that she was asking too many questions. Giving into the moment, Isabella decided to kiss the guy on the cheek, and he in turn became very embarrassed. Unable to contain her emotions, she bashfully ran away from the guy, saying that dinner was not over yet. Before the event began, the court families began to fight for money because they had previously placed bets on who would win the dispute. One of the gold coins suddenly fell out of the man's pocket and rolled away. Just at this time, Isabella ran towards the table, followed by Boulier, who tried to stop her. Without looking at her feet, the girl accidentally trips over a coin rolling towards her. She loses her balance and starts falling straight towards the guy. Boulier, in turn, even with a broken arm, tried to catch the girl. He almost ran to the place where she fell and was about to catch her with his body. But his hand accidentally grabbed not her body but the shawl hiding her breast. Right in front of her parents, the guy accidentally exposed a little of the blonde's breasts. Isabella started to cry because of this, and the guy, panicking, tried to calm her down. Covering her slightly exposed breast, she called him a pervert and said that he did it on purpose. The girl started to attack him with her fists, and at that time he tried to justify himself by saying that he just wanted to catch her. Realizing that fists don't work, the blonde decides to use another method of attack. She closes her eyes and begins to cast a fireball spell. In response to this, the guy only turned towards her parents, asking for help with his eyes. Isabella suddenly realized that the spell was inappropriate here, and, having stopped reading the spell, simply began to insult the guy. He began to make excuses again, saying that he had not seen anything at all. He pretended to be naive, and the girl began to feel even more embarrassed. Osden's wife, looking at this scene, began to laugh a little, saying something about youth. The head of the family decided to take advantage of the momentary silence and called Boulier to talk in private. The woman explained to her daughter that the guy had helped their family a lot and that he apparently liked Isabella, but she decided not to show her true emotions and said that she did not ask for it. Boulier and the old man finally moved to his office and began to talk. Osden began to say that the guy was not as simple as he seemed. He said that the guy apparently understood everything, but everything is not as simple as it might seem. In fact, Calvin and Brad were in debt to the old man, and today he was able to return it. The hero replied that it was an honor for him to defend Isabella, and the Minister of Finance had been collecting taxes for 3 months as he wanted. Even the price of pork had quadrupled. The old man asked him in response if these were all the reasons why the boy helped him. Beliar said that if the price of pork had risen so much, then the price of everything else in the city would also rise. Taxes affect the economy of the state and the well-being of the people, and if they let everything go unpunished, then the people will have a hard time. And if people have nothing to eat, will the city have any hope? The old man replied that he had spoken correctly and that it was his responsibility, and the boy suggested not to blame himself. While the men are having serious conversations, the women decide to eavesdrop through a gap in the door to see what they are talking about. Ozdong and Bulayer talk with smiles on their faces about the need to choose a responsible person for the position of the new minister. But suddenly, someone puts a hand on Isabella's back and pushes her into the doorway. Unable to contain her momentum, she accidentally falls into the room. Her legs trip over each other and she flies at full speed straight into Bulayer, who is holding a glass of wine. Trying to stop the momentum, she puts her hands in front of her and collides with the guy. From such a sudden movement, a glass goblet of wine fell out of the guy's hand. The wine spills out onto both people's clothes before the glass even hits the ground. Isabella's mother comes up to them and tells them that she should be careful and bring clean clothes to Bulayer. And since she's going to get clothes, let her help him tidy up his room at the same time. Both students were about to say something to the head of the family's wife, but she interrupted them. She thanks the guy for the deed he did earlier, and wishes them both good night. After changing, Isabella and Bulayer are standing in the hallway, and he is trying to find out if he will be spending the night at their house. But she doesn't intend to answer him and simply orders him to follow him, taking his hand. Some two figures, eavesdropping on the couple's conversation, stand behind the door and wait for them to leave. These people turn out to be Osden and his wife, who in turn asks about the situation that has occurred. The head of the family replies that the tax collector clearly changed his mind because of Bulayer, but he says that it was Calvin who did him a favor. But the old man thinks that everything connected with this matter is not so simple. The woman says that everyone has their secrets, and let him continue to treat Isabella well, that's enough. Osden asks her how he knows that their daughter likes the guy. She tells him that it is obvious, because she always said that she wanted to go to the capital. But now she has not applied, and perhaps she wants to wait a year to enroll with Bulayer. But the old man suggests that perhaps she simply doesn't want to leave home. At this time, the guy is already lying on the bed in the guest room, resting after a difficult evening. He thinks that he used to pretend to be someone else to avoid trouble. But now he sees that being Chen Luo has other advantages. Walter, he is the queen's younger brother. He can put pressure on Osden and go against the rules. Chen Luo is a god for the mathematical community. Calvin worships him, believes every word of him. One word from God was enough to bring Walter to his senses. The rules of this game have changed right down to the control of human life. The main character thought about the fact that he must protect himself and the people close to him. It seems that in order to live well in this world, one needs to have high status. One needs to have unlimited power. The hero suddenly hears someone knocking on the door of his room. He immediately gets out of bed and goes to the door, and when he opens it, he sees no one. And the culprit of this event, suddenly, as if nothing had happened, jumps through the window. While the hero is angry at her for not entering through the door, the girl jumps onto his bed, and she justifies her actions by saying that she didn't want to be noticed. The hero asks if she is going to do something impermissible, because she entered through the window, she might be misunderstood. Childishly fooling around, she asks why he couldn't sleep, and suggests that it was because he was overexcited by the sight of such a big bed. The guy decides to play along with her and says that if she takes off her clothes, it will be even better. Finally, the girl becomes embarrassed and, calling Bulayer a pervert, says that she came to him on business. She wonders what he talked about with her father in his office today. A little embarrassed, the black-haired man asks if she really wants to know, and she only egged him on. The hero decides to show his cards and tells her, looking at her chest, that her father thinks she is small and is worried about her, so he told the guy to look after her. The girl, a little upset, begins to think about why he considers her small, but suddenly the realization of the black-haired man's teasing dawns on her. She starts yelling at him and gets out of bed, and the guy, in turn, tries to explain. The girl presses his face with her foot and says that she will not listen to him, because she does not want to talk to such a pervert. She says that she knew that she shouldn't have come, and at this point she retreats back to the window. At this time, Bulayer was very embarrassed and suddenly rushed towards the girl to say something. He says that he knows why she came and asks her not to worry. Nothing will happen to her father. But suddenly, she declares that this is not why she came to him. In fact, she wanted to say something else. The main character asks her with a serious expression not to say this and says that he understands everything. The girl also understands what is going on and, with rising panic, says that everything is not so. Finally finishing her silent dialogue, she sighs with relief. She says that she wanted to thank him, and that she believes Bulir. Embarrassed by such sincere words on her part, she does not wait for the guy's answer and walks away. The blonde has already managed to move away some distance, and the guy is thinking about what she said. All this time, their conversation was being overheard by the head of the family, who was standing near the black-haired man's window. Finally, the next morning arrived, and Bulir began to say goodbye to the Clavii at the threshold of the estate. Osden's wife first greets him and then asks how he slept and whether his breakfast was tasty. The guy replies that he slept well and liked the breakfast, but now he needs to leave. Theatrically acting out her tears, the woman asks why he won't stay until dinner and whether she hasn't been hospitable enough. Trying to justify herself and calm the blonde down, Bulir begins to say that she misunderstood everything. Osden stops Anna and says that if he does not want to stay, then let him leave, and also asks if he saw anyone during the night. The hero does not dare to tell the truth, and says that he did not see anything or anyone, and that it is time for him to go. Feeling trouble coming, he hurries to get away from here as quickly as possible, and Isabella's parents think about this guy. Some time passed, Osden was sitting in his office and reading some reports, and someone started knocking on his door. The tax collector and Calvin, who apologizes for disturbing him, enter his office. Caesar apologizes and says that yesterday they were too careless and caused him problems. Osden, in turn, says that it is his fault, because financing matters are also his responsibility. After talking about something of their own, Calvin and Caesar leave the city head's estate. At the same time, Abel, who received a letter from someone via pigeon post, is thinking about something. He understands that Caesar helped Osden, and Bulir was not as simple as he thought. After reading the letter, he says that everything is only getting more interesting and burns the piece of paper. Meanwhile, a family consisting of a mother and a child are walking around the city of Yabo. The mother tells her child that not far from here, there is the main building of the Mathematical Society, where the most outstanding mathematicians of the kingdom work. But the boy likes magic more, and he wants to grow up and become a magician, because magic will defeat mathematics. Calvin comes up to them from behind and says that mathematics is the mother of all sciences, and research is impossible without it. He points his right hand towards the boy's head and asks him if magic will defeat mathematics. The mother stands up for her son, saying that he doesn't understand what he's saying, and the boy says that there will always be strong magicians who can do this. Calvin doesn't look at him and says that someone stronger could always come along. You can't defeat mathematics, because it will constantly develop and become better. Having finished this conversation, Calvin decides to go about his business in the building of the Mathematical Society. While the man is not looking, the boy decides to make faces at his back. The guard at the entrance politely greets Vice Chairman Calvin. His henchmen immediately approach him, reporting that panic has broken out in society, and that all mathematicians will come to an end because of the devil's number that Calvin told them about. Another assistant says that this is called an irrational number. Everyone has already accepted this as a fact, and maybe they can still find a sequence of numbers. There is hope. Calvin, reading the piece of paper, says that the discovery of this number means that science is developing, and they must seek the truth. When Bulir came up with an irrational number, scientists no longer needed to fight for the Edwin Prize. Two mathematicians fight to prove whose theory deserves a prize. Calvin came to the award ceremony, where all the most outstanding mathematicians were sitting. Suddenly, he unexpectedly decided to get up from his chair to go somewhere. But he was stopped by many people to give their votes for his theory. They cast all their votes for the deputy chairman with smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, the judges sit and discuss the fact that there is no such tension this year. One of the elders announced on behalf of the Mathematical Society that Edwin Bulani and her student Bulir from the city of Yabo were the laureates of the prize. Calvin, meanwhile, sat with tears in his eyes because finally their society had achieved success. He was asked to come up on stage to present the award. One of the judges held out a gold-plated statuette to hand to the man. With a smile on his face, he sincerely congratulated Calvin on the victory of their Mathematical Society. Without wasting time on politeness, the man accepted the award with tears in his eyes. He thought that with God Chen, their Mathematical Society would finally flourish. One of the old men explained to the crowd that this year Bulir discovered an irrational number, and the god Chen solved 23 problems. Another judge continued the thought, saying that if Chen Luo had appeared here, then this award would have been his. But Calvin doesn't care much whether the guy gets on stage next time, because right now the man is very happy. At this time, a huge crowd of people protested near the building of the Magical Society. That same boy decided to find out what was going on. He heard statements that people were deceived out of 100 gold pieces by false magic. The magicians are worried that they were sold useless magic, and were also called untalented. The boy got caught in a crush and simply fell, but after that he decided to crawl from below. While the crowd protested and asked for the money back, the red-haired man crawled between their legs. Although he has chosen a slightly strange path, he hopes that he is moving in the right direction. Suddenly, one of the guards guarding the association building notices the boy and grabs him by the clothes. And just at that time, someone opened the main door of the Magical Society building and began to come out to the people. This man turned out to be one of the association's managers. The guard asked him where the chairman Angus, who was the only witness to that magic, was now. The black-haired guy said that the chairman of the Magical Society was currently meeting with high-ranking officials, and he was sent to calm everyone down. He came out to the crowd and had already started to say something, trying to stop people. But their anger went beyond common sense, and cries were heard everywhere that this was not an improved water element technique at all, but a complete scam. The boy also decided to join the conversation and said that his mother says that liars should be punished. The guard who was holding him by the shirt threw the boy away so that he would not interfere in the adult conversation. With a conciliatory smile, the knight declared that this technique was not a deception and that some people had already managed to master it. The man did not tolerate this attitude and became very angry because he was considered a mediocrity. He grabbed the guard by the clothes and ordered him to give his money back. The man sent to calm the people said that this technique had indeed been tried, and that there were people who could use it. The red-haired magician said that they should bring at least someone who could really use this technique. Then everyone would be calm. Suddenly, they all turned around to hear a female voice asking what was going on. This woman turned out to be some aristocrat, to whom all the magicians gathered near the association bowed. She asked why they were all crowded at the entrance to the Magical Society. The red-haired man said the association was breaking the law and selling counterfeit equipment at high prices. The blonde says she doesn't believe a magical society could do something like this, and the black-haired man says it's a new technique and requires high abilities. The crowd continues to chant that these are all excuses, and that Chen Luo is a dirty liar. The aristocrat decided to calm everyone down and said that they would find out everything when the magical society demonstrated its technique. The man took out a scroll with a description of the required spell and said that they would definitely show this technique. He added that it requires the mixing of the fire element and the water element. The girl extended her hand to the scroll and asked if there was a person in the magical society who could control two elements at the same time. The black-haired man replied that such a person exists, and that Angus himself even tried this technique. The red-haired magician decided to intervene in the conversation and asked the aristocrat not to listen to this nonsense. The blonde quickly studied the technique and immediately created fire and water magic around herself. People at this point were extremely shocked by how easy it was for the girl to do it. The magicians began to discuss the fact that it turns out that someone really can control two elements at the same time. The girl was also extremely surprised that she had not noticed such an approach to magic. The man explained to her that Chenluo called it combination magic, and the Magic Society was currently discussing all the possibilities of the theory he put forward. The blonde suddenly realizes that she has heard this now famous name somewhere before. The boy continued to give his unnecessary comments, reminding the red-haired mage that he said he would apologize if someone demonstrated this magic. The teenager was puzzled by the fact that the blonde had already demonstrated this technique, and he still had not apologized. But he decided not to apologize and simply raised his hand to the child, intending to hit him. The boy was very scared by this, and began to try to protect himself with his hands from the man's blow. The girl did not allow the aristocrat to take matters into his own hands and lifted him into the air. After this, he began to beg her to let him go, and she listened to his request. He began to beg the girl for forgiveness, and she told him to go and think about his actions, because he started a scandal because of his weak abilities. And with a sly smile, she declared that she doesn't give second chances to anyone. Finally, the boy was found by his mother, who became indignant because he simply ran away from her. She took him by the ear and on the way home, listened to his impressions of the magic he had seen, and some magician who had invented new magic. Boulier, sensing that someone was talking about him, began to sneeze violently. He voiced his assumption to the girls, and they began to ask worriedly what was wrong with him. In fact, he had just entered Boulogne's office, and she had just asked him what he wanted from her. The guy said that he had one important matter that he would like to discuss with her. Isabella, who was in the room at the time, thought that he wanted to confess his love to her. She was confused by her own fantasies, and with panic in her head she tried to decide whether to ask him what was the matter. The hero and the teacher decide to go out onto the roof of the building so that no one can overhear them. They reach the place, and Boulogne asked him what secrets he wanted to tell her. The guy said that he couldn't tell her right away, and wanted to ask her to create a fireball first. The girl fulfilled his request, and created a blazing fireball in her hand. But suddenly, her magic simply disappeared and only a small smoke remained in her hand. She looked at her hand in surprise and asked Boulanger if he had done it. He answered in the affirmative and asked if she remembered her mention of additional elements. He began his lecture and explained that he had discovered that fire needed another element to burn, and he called it oxygen. And without it, fire would not burn. The girl asked if he could put out the fireball just by manipulating oxygen. The guy answered this question in the affirmative and added that without oxygen, everyone on the planet would suffocate, because last time he pumped out the oxygen near Baird and defeated him. It dawned on Bologna that Boulier could control additional elements. Elements can be controlled using spells and gestures. And this is their main difference from additional elements. Ever since humans discovered the existence of additional elements, no one has been able to control them. Now Boulier has proven that this is possible, because if there are several people who are capable of something unusual, they will be considered geniuses. But if there is only one such person, he will be considered abnormal. It's true, people are very cruel to those who are very different from them. Bologna asked worriedly if he had told anyone else that he could control additional elements. But he responded in surprise that he had only told her about his abilities. She made him promise that he would never tell anyone about this, not even Isabella and Alice, unless one of them became his wife. The guy was very embarrassed by the topic of marriage and said that he would not tell anyone about this secret except Bologna. The girl with a serious expression on her face ordered him to swear to her on this. He was surprised by such pressure and put his hand on her hand, saying the right words. They held hands and the girl smiled sweetly at the situation, but suddenly her face became serious again, and she asked him to remember her words, because this information could cost him his life, and he should not have told this even to her. The guy stated without a shadow of a doubt that he trusted the girl. The blonde asks him why he trusts her so much, and he replies that she wouldn't worry about him so much if she wished him harm. Her face became even more serious, so much so that Boulier began to worry that he had said something wrong. But she suddenly just hugged the guy and sincerely thanked him for something. The hero also said that he told the Magic Society about the theory of combination magic, and tried many magic techniques to increase his spiritual strength. The girl was worried that it was too early for him to get involved with the association because he was too weak. But the guy gave away all his cards and said that he came there under the pseudonym Chen Luo, so they don't know who he is. Bologna breathed a sigh of relief. But some unpleasant thoughts began to swirl in her head. Suddenly realization dawns on her and she lets out a sharp cry, asking what the guy said. She pounces on him, pinning him against the wall, asking if he is the same Chen Luo who was able to solve 23 problems at once. Boulier said that it was him, and he just wanted to make some money by solving the riddles. The girl is in extreme shock and begins to list all the merits of the man named Chen Luo, and she comes to the realization that that man is Boulier. Bologna's face takes on a very strange grimace, and she moves away from the guy. She admits that she can no longer teach him mathematics or magic, even though her teacher was one of the best scholars in the kingdom. But even she cannot compare to Boulier. But in magic she could help him, because she is also an archmage. Bologna promised to ask her to take the guy as a student. The hero is extremely surprised by the girl's sincere reaction, and shyly agrees to her proposal. Suddenly he realizes that if he is taught by Bologna's teacher, she will become his classmate. He asks the girl why she decided to stay at the academy if she was an archmage's student. But the blonde is in no hurry to say anything, and, like last time, promises to tell him her story later. The guy finally leaves the roof and decides to go back to the office where Bologna was sitting. But before he could even enter the room, Isabella suddenly grabbed him by the hand and led him somewhere. He tries to break free and ask what's wrong, but she just leads him on, embarrassed. She asks, puzzled, what he talked about with the teacher in private. The guy thoughtfully turned towards the door and thought about what they were talking about. He remembered his promise not to tell his secret to anyone, not even his girlfriends. And as expected, he decided to tell Isabella something, so he only said that they didn't talk about anything. The blonde was furious about the guy's secrets and said that she did not believe him, because she had never seen Bologna so confused, and asked directly if he had confessed his love to her. Boulier suddenly covered her mouth with his hand and gestured for her not to say anything. While the girl, with her mouth closed, tried to somehow show her indignation, the guy looked towards the door. In complete silence, he tried to hear if there was anyone behind the door. Having heard nothing, the guy decides to quickly end this conversation and decides to lie to the girl, asking if she really wants to know what they talked about. The blonde frowned and told him to quickly tell about their conversation. The guy said that Bologna asked him who he liked, Isabella or Alice. The girl began to feel embarrassed by such a conversation and thought that he was lying to her. She became very interested in what he answered, and she asked him about it. The boy, in turn, replied that he had told teacher Bologna that he was going to devote his life entirely to magic. Isabella looked at him with an actress's smile and said that she understood everything. But at that moment, she was overcome by completely different emotions. She realized that he was talking nonsense and decided to punish him by pulling hard on his right cheek. The girl gives him one last chance to tell the truth, and at that moment begins to cast a fireball spell. The protagonist invites her to stop and just talk. Continuing his lie, he explains that he told Bulangi that he only regarded Alice as a fellow student, and that Isabella was his most beloved friend. He hopes that flattery will stop the girl from doing something rash. At this time, she thought that since Alice was just a classmate, and Isabella was just a friend, then Boulier liked someone else. She snorted angrily and began to leave the room with a thoughtful look. Based on all the data, she realized that the boy did like Teacher Bulangi after all. Although the hero was puzzled that the girl was angry, he was glad that she believed his story. Some time passed. Boulier came to his classroom to sit in class, and he noticed people in the windows who started to talk about him. The guy doesn't like it very much and feels like an animal in a zoo being stared at by visitors. Suddenly, the corridor became quiet, and Alice, who had come to see Boulier, appeared at the threshold. He doesn't notice the girl, but the lack of conversation puzzles him, and he decides to go check what happened. The guy starts to get up from his desk, getting ready to leave the office, and turns towards the door. But suddenly his face hits something pleasantly soft, and he thinks that this situation is familiar to him. Alice is very embarrassed by the guy's assertiveness, and asks if he is so friendly to everyone. Boulier's face turns red and he starts making excuses, saying that it wasn't on purpose. The girl is amused by this situation and she still apologizes to him, saying that it was she who crashed into him. She calls him a fool and says she has some questions for him. Alice asks him to solve a couple of problems that she found beyond her power. With a little bewilderment and irritation, he opened her notebook and promised to help. The crowd outside the window was at that moment discussing their absurd collision. But suddenly Isabella appeared before their eyes, asking them what they were doing here. Someone from the crowd asked her whether she had come to see Boulier or for other reasons. By this time, Alice came out to meet her, and the blonde asked her what she was doing there. A spirit of rivalry arose between them, and the girl with red hair decided to directly ask the blonde if she liked Boulier. Isabella looked away and irritably told her not to talk nonsense, because no one liked the black-haired one. But Alice quickly refuted her guess, saying that she liked Boulier. Isabella becomes angry and begins to be indignant, and the redhead calmly declares that she has fallen in love with him. And since the blonde doesn't like him, she won't try to take him away from her. But Isabella instantly becomes sad and says that even if that is the case, her friend has no chance, because Boulier loves someone else. Alice does not lose her fighting spirit and says that she will compete with her. But the blonde says that it is better not to try, because she is not her equal. The redhead assumes that Isabella herself wanted to steal the guy from her, and is thus only trying to deprive her rival of her fighting spirit. But the blonde walks past her upset and says that she doesn't want to steal anyone, and if Alice likes Boulier, then she doesn't care. The girl sat down next to the hero and began to work hard on that conversation, and the guy saw her indignant face and decided not to touch her today. The blonde decides to ask the guy who he would choose between Alice and her. This question leaves Boulier stumped, and while he is thinking, the girl looks at him angrily. He asks her a very reasonable question in response, asking why he should choose between them. The blonde stands her ground and says that he should choose and not ask unnecessary questions. Unable to cope with the load, his brain only gave out that between the two girls, he would choose magic, and Isabella declared that there were only two options. The guy's face lit up with a smile, and he asked if he could add another option. The blonde is surprised and asks if he wants to add Bulani as a third option, and he replies that it would be disrespectful to her. The guy asks if he can choose both, and Isabella gets even angrier and replies that he can't. Boulier becomes increasingly frivolous, and asks if she will lend him some gold if he chooses her. The girl's face suddenly turns red, as do her eyes, and she angrily orders him to be more serious. Finally, the guy decides to answer the question, and asks the girl if, as a wife, he should choose between them. The blonde told him to choose as he wanted, and the guy answered without hesitation that he would choose Isabella. This answer greatly embarrassed the girl, and she, without her former anger, asked why he decided so. The guy casually replied that Alice was older than her, more tender, and had bigger breasts. But in other respects, the blonde was superior to her. The phrase Boulier said sounds more like an insult than a compliment to the girl. That's why after this, the guy immediately gets a strong blow from a palm to the face. The hapless protagonist again despairs for a second because he said something wrong. After this, the blonde hurried to leave the office, and the guy decided to read a textbook. His friend Toby finally comes into his class and asks him from the doorway if it's true that he saved Alice and Isabella from Baird. Boulier casually replies that this is how it happened, and continues looking at the book. Toby begins to get indignant at this reaction, because the guy defeated a high-level mage, but acts as if nothing happened. Not considering it necessary to tell all the details, Boulier, answering the question of how he defeated Baird, says that he does not remember anything. His friend gets down on his knees and begs him to tell him at least some scraps of memories. He replies that he remembers how Baird wanted to kill him with a fireball, and he thought that he could absorb all of his magic and then win. And then he gathered all his strength and absorbed his magic. At the end, the hero said that eventually Baird's magic disappeared, and then he fainted. Toby was very inspired by this story, and with shining eyes asked Boulier to teach him this technique. But he answered him that when he woke up, he could no longer repeat this technique, so he would not be able to teach him. But he called this technique the law of oxygen absorption, and he had already told him the steps for using it, so if Toby trained well, then maybe he would be able to use this secret magic. Chubby says that he is not that brave, and even if he learns this technique, if he meets an enemy, he will get confused and forget everything. While comforting his friend, Boulier said that he believed in him and said that he should always have firm determination in his heart. He believed the black-haired man's sincere story and said that he would diligently study this law of oxygen absorption. Toby also reported that the place where one could climb over the academy's fence is now closed for the safety of the students. This news greatly surprised the guy, and he quickly got up from his seat and ran to the magical society. Toby couldn't figure out why his friend had jumped up so quickly, so he simply looked after him thoughtfully. At this time, the protagonist decided to change into Chen Luo's attire, and just arrived at the association. He walked up to the counter on the first floor and asked the girl standing behind it to call the manager, Molly. She noticed the order of honorary member of the magical society on the guy's chest, and therefore decided that she could not let him down. The blonde walked him to Molly's office and told him that he needed to go there. The guy, without even knocking, simply went and opened the front door. The girl, apparently, was doing something important at that time, and therefore the sound of the opening door scared her greatly. Boulier, who had just entered the office, saw Molly, who had fallen to the floor and lost her glasses. Without wasting any time, he walked up to the girl to help her up and offered her his hand. Molly turned to Chen Luo and asked him why he came, and he replied that he came to her to compliment her clothes. She thanked him and complained that she still couldn't get used to the very high heels. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand sharply and pulled it towards him to look at her forearm. He noticed that Molly had a bruise from the fall she had earlier. The girl continued to complain about the shoes, saying that it happened because she twisted her feet, but with heels she can look taller. Flirting with Molly a little, Chen Luo said that she was very diligent, and it was not for nothing that he recommended her for the role of manager. Such flattering words made the girl very embarrassed, and she looked away. But the guy finally got down to business and asked how much money his new improved technology had brought in. Molly gave him a report on the profit for this equipment, saying that it came to 800 gold pieces in total. The hero thought in his head that he didn't expect his technique to bring in so much money, but he really didn't like the fact that this money could only be earned once. Once most people find out that they can't use this magic, no one will buy the technology with such excitement anymore. The guy asked the girl where the money was currently kept and whether he could take it, and she replied that it was currently in the office and was under a magical protection for its storage. Without wasting any time, she began to cast a spell, and a golden circle flared up around her. Suddenly, out of nowhere, gold began to fall right in the middle of the room. The guy thought that if he took all this money, then Isabella would definitely notice everything, and he was puzzled by how he would explain all this to her. Molly saw his strange look and asked what his money problems were. He replied that he didn't have much space at home and he would have nowhere to put them. The girl suggested that he look after them for now, and when he was free, she would take them from here. This suits Chen Luo, and he says that her help won't hurt, since he will spend the money in the magical society anyway. They come to an agreement, and the girl at this time begins to read the spell again to put the money back into the system. The guy says that it's time for him to leave and says goodbye to the girl, and she says that she will see him off. Chen Luo objects and says that she shouldn't do that. They will meet soon, because his most valuable treasure is here. In his head, he explains that in the magical society there are two things he loves most, magic and gold, and he wants to return here as soon as possible. The girl, in turn, is thinking about something completely different and is very embarrassed. Some time passes, it is already night, and the main character is lying on the bed and thinking about something. Thoughts come to his mind that the magic of combination will no longer bring him money. He also took the reward for 23 tasks, but now he is sad because he does not know how else to earn money. Finally, he settles down more comfortably, and clasping the pillow with both hands, falls asleep. He dreams that he comes to a magical society and approaches the counter. He says that he heroically killed Baird and quickly asks for his reward. The girl behind the counter explains that the reward is too big and asks if he wants to take it all at once. In response, he says that there is no such thing as too much gold and imagines himself standing on a mountain of gold. But suddenly, he becomes very thoughtful and is surprised that gold is falling from the sky. He sees that all the money around him is starting to freeze, and he lies down on this mountain, thinking that he is cold and needs to call Isabella for help so that she can warm him up. Waking up and slowly opening his eyes, he, still not having recovered from sleep, says how cold he is. Suddenly he notices Isabella standing next to him, holding out her hands to him. The guy gets very scared and jumps up as if he was having some kind of nightmare. He realizes that all these mountains of gold were just a dream, and Isabella stands there and looks at Boulier in confusion. Finally, the hero awakens from his sleep and asks why the girl came into his room. She says that she came to wake him up because he has guests. She also says that he was shouting about some gold the whole time, and the girl assumes that he had a nightmare. But the guy ignored her guesses and asked directly, getting out of bed, what kind of guests had come to see him. The blonde accidentally looked at his half-naked body and became very embarrassed. Her face turned red, and her eyes became extremely large. She started yelling at him and asking why he was naked. He casually said that if she went out, he would get dressed, but she refused and told him to get dressed quickly and she would check on him. Unable to contain her curiosity, after covering her face with her hands, she decides to spy on the guy for a bit. She wonders why she didn't notice how handsome and muscular Boulier's body is. Not noticing the girl's embarrassment, the guy asks why she is still standing in his room and tells her to leave. The protagonist finally came out of his room and noticed that two men had come to him. They all greeted each other and sat down at the table with cups of tea. Calvin said he came to congratulate them on becoming this year's Edwin Prize winners. He also said that he had been involved in judging for many years. But only this year had he seen the judges come to a unanimous opinion, without even having to prove anything. At this point, the main character thought that it was good that he invited Isabella, because there was no money for this reward, and he hoped that she would buy them something tasty out of joy. Calvin also reported that he had seen the solution to 2 problems that Boulogne had done, for which a reward was also promised, and said that the logic of her reasoning seemed familiar to him. The girl praised the man for his intuition, because she had used Boulier's thoughts when he solved the problem of the 7 bridges of the royal capital. Calvin went on to praise Boulogne, saying that everyone knew the solution to that problem, but none of them thought to use the same logic to solve other problems. Blushing with flattery, the girl said that she was being praised because she first tried all the available methods, and only then tried Boulier's method. Continuing the thought, Calvin asked whether it was then that she put forward the term topology. The girl explained that Boulier had spoken about topology even earlier, and that he was the founder of this area of mathematics. Calvin stated that he believed that the boy's abilities and Boulonger's zeal would help establish topology as a separate science. While drinking tea, the hero thought that topology is an important science in the modern world, and, most likely, they will not be able to completely improve it. Another man said that he wished Chen Luo would also study topology, since he could solve 23 of the most difficult math problems in one sitting. Calvin told him not to worry, because they already had the patronage of the god of mathematics. The guy choked at the mention of his nickname, and Isabella began to help him. After talking for a long time, Boulier thanked the men for coming, and trying to drive them out, said that he didn't dare waste their time any longer. Calvin bid them farewell politely, and said that it was time for him and Chairman Audley to leave. After finally finishing the important business, everyone finally sat down to eat the food prepared by Boulier for breakfast. The girl at this time tries in various ways to relieve the spiciness in her mouth and asks if the guy put something spicy in the dishes. He replied to the blonde that he had added 1 hot spice to it. Not experiencing the same problems as the girl, he casually pointed towards some flower. Isabella was surprised by this, because she thought it was just an ornamental plant. Boulogne thought that the guy simply didn't have enough money for food and told him to report it. But the main character said that this was how it was intended, and suggested that she try. Isabella, who felt deprived, also asked for some of this spicy product. But the guy suggests that she not try it, because no one is forcing her to do it. Boulogne also encourages her, telling her that she shouldn't eat spicy food. The blonde is a little sad because Boulier and the teacher insist that she not try the pepper. Seeing the girl's reaction, Boulogne still asks the guy to give her this dish, because it was Isabella who bought them a rabbit in honor of receiving the award. The guy claims that he didn't forbid her to take anything from the table. After that, the blonde saw cold water in Boulogne's mug and wanted to try it too. Boulier asked her not to give the girl the drink and to protect her health, and Isabella became very angry about this. Taking pity on the blonde, Boulogne still used the spell and created several pieces of ice in Isabella's glass. After that, she smiled triumphantly and began to drink the cold water in one gulp. A little later, she felt ill, and lying under the blanket, she wondered why her stomach hurt so much. Boulier decided to take care of the girl. He brought hot tea, which he placed on the bedside table. Isabella saw this, and asked in surprise what he had brought her. because the drink looked rather strange. He explained that it was black tea with sugar, and if she drank it, the stomach pain would immediately go away. The girl was surprised by the color of this drink, because it looked a bit like blood. The guy didn't like these comments, and trying to take the glass away, he said that if she didn't want a drink, he would take the tea, but she didn't give it to him. As she began to drink the mysterious black tea, she noticed that it was quite sweet and tasty. The effect was not long in coming, and she felt that her stomach began to hurt a little less. The guy said that she should take care of her health, and also added that she had become somehow different lately. He had already left to go about his business, but the girl asked him to stay and talk to her about something. She was surprised that the guy noticed that she was not the same as before, but suddenly it occurred to her that she did not know why she stopped him, because she could not ask him directly about such things. Realizing that she has nothing to ask, she asks what element he will study when he becomes a beginner-level mage. It suddenly dawns on her that this question is inappropriate, since the guy has already talked about it, but he suddenly says that he will study the element of water. This surprises her greatly, because earlier he said that he wanted to study the element of fire. He explains that he changed his mind, because fire is good for attack, but it is not suitable for defense, and water has both functions at a good level. People underestimate the water element, so he will wear the mantle of a water mage, and his enemies will think of him as weak. He wants to pretend to cast a spell and create a blue ball of water, and then catch the enemy off guard. Isabella states that in that case, she intends to study the element of fire. The guy is also surprised, because she wanted to study the element of air, and he asks why she changed her mind. She replies that the fire element's attack power is on a completely different level, and she will be able to protect Bulir until he becomes a top-level mage. The guy is surprised and says that studying magic is a lifelong task, and she doesn't need to protect him all the time. But he doesn't have time to finish speaking, and she interrupts him by saying that she has already decided everything for herself. Bulir looked at her with a puzzled expression, and tears began to well up in her eyes, and she asked if he believed her. The guy didn't answer her question, but asked her to better protect herself, not him. A day passed. The hero came across Bolanji, who asked him to help with a couple of problems. Isabella had already gotten better, and now she watched as Bulir, who had agreed to help, took the written sheets of paper. After that, she left them, saying that she would go practice magic, and Bulani asked the guy why she had become so unsociable. She noted that earlier, Isabella would have gone to study math with them, but the guy explained that she wanted to seriously study magic. At this time, Isabella was thinking that she needed to stand up stronger. Only in this way could she be with Bulir. She moved to the training room to practice. Suddenly, Alice came to her, who in turn was looking for Bulir. She asked what Isabella was doing here alone, and where the guy was now. The blonde replied sadly that he was currently studying mathematics in Bologna's office. The redhead said that she didn't want to disturb them because she just wanted to tell them good news, and suddenly said that now she would have to share it with Isabella. Her taunts didn't work, and she wondered why the blonde didn't react to Bulir's mentions. Alice handed the girl a document and said that she was now the first student at the academy to advance to the entry-level magician. Isabella extended her hand towards the sheet of paper and said that now she would have something to practice fireball magic on. Alice took the jibe and returned it by noting that the blonde only practices the fireball technique every day, and apparently has already burned out all her emotions. Suddenly, Isabella looked towards the window and wondered when she should try to move up to the entry-level mage level. Much time passed. Winter came, and with it came the first day of winter holidays. The blonde resolutely says that even though there is snow outside, she will still go. On the street, she saw Bulir waiting for her before leaving the house. He decided to walk her to the exam, but she said that it would be better for him to stay at home because it was cold outside. But he said that he was also going to take the exam to become a beginner magician and wanted to go together. Isabella was very surprised and asked if he had already reached the required amount of spiritual power. He said that he had just finished learning the basic level magic of all 4 elements a couple of days ago. But in reality, he doesn't really need this mage's certificate. But this is the only way he can get the mantle of a water mage. For a while, they simply walked past the houses without saying a word. Suddenly, Isabella called the guy by name to say something. He stopped, turned towards the girl, and asked what she wanted. The blonde's face took on a serious look, and she said that she wanted to ask something. The hero was very surprised, because he already understood where this question could lead. She asked why his spiritual power had increased so quickly, and reflected on the fact that when they first met, he couldn't even create a single fireball, and only a semester had passed, and he had already mastered the magic of all 4 elements. After reaching the initial level of a mage, the difference in their strength will grow more and more. The guy only said that everyone learns magic at their own pace and she shouldn't worry. He gently placed his hand on her head and said that he would be the first to move to the highest level, and then he would be the one to protect her. The girl was embarrassed, but did not play along with him, throwing his hand away and saying that she would be the first to reach such a level. The hero did not give in to her, and also declared that he would be the first, and they went towards the association. Entering the building, Isabella said that the fire mages were taking an exam on the second floor, and therefore they should split up. The girl behind the counter said that Mr. Halls, who had higher standards, would be taking the exam today. The guy thanked the blonde and followed her so that she could lead him to the office. When she reached the office, the girl knocked on the door and said that a young man wanted to take the entry-level exam. Finally, he was invited into the examination room, and there he saw a man sitting alone. Examiner Halls turned out to be a man with a mustache, who quickly told the young man to show his magic. The man had just started leafing through the book when the young man called him over to watch the performance. The mustachioed man was very surprised by the speed of the spell's creation, and quickly moved his gaze. Boulayer demonstrated magic in the form of a created alien head, and the examiner was surprised by his abilities. He said that the speed of magic activation is quite fast, and the concentration of spiritual power is excellent. It is clear that the guy has trained a lot, but suddenly his attention was drawn to the guy's face, and he asked if they had met before. He said that it was impossible since it was his first time taking the exam, and thought that he had seen him in the form of Chen Luo. The man asked the boy if he had taken the exam at the student level and why he needed an exam at such a high level. Boulayer realized that he had taken the fire elemental exam in the form of Chen Luo, and there was no information under his name. He explained this by saying that he was usually busy with training and completely forgot to take the student exam. The examiner explained that every child at the age of 8 takes a pupil's exam, and since he still hasn't passed it, it means that he is a natural-born talent who didn't study as a child. Without such talent, he would have progressed very slowly in mastering magic. But by the age of 20, he already had enough strength to pass the initial level. If he had not possessed great gift, then even with great efforts, he would not have achieved such a result. The examiner concluded that the boy had taken a forbidden elixir and trained using forbidden books. This statement made the guy panic very much, and he tried to justify himself somehow. The man did not listen to him, and told him to go to the judge and not to dare to pull the wool over his eyes. The guy said he would wait until the examiner calmed down, and then explain. Suddenly, he concentrated and summoned the water dragon technique. Halls was very surprised, because even mid-level mages cannot always summon a water dragon. He decides to use high-level water magic to subdue the boy. The man placed a large water barrier in front of himself, just before the dragon started flying into him. But suddenly, Boulier's technique simply turned into a small stream of water. It acted like a cold shower to cool the examiner's ardor. Boulayer later explained that he did not take the apprentice exam because he chose the wrong major. As a child, he dreamed of becoming a fire mage, but fire was not easy for him, so there was no progress in his studies. And then he found out that he had great abilities in water element magic. He started studying magic again. Besides, he is not that strong at all, because he cannot fully control the water dragon. Halls became very angry and started shouting that the guy couldn't fool him. Boulayer countered that he was a student at the academy, and his teacher was Boulangi, so the examiner could check his background if he wanted. Halls agreed to this proposal, but said that he would go call the Shandonas, and the guy should stay here and wait for him. He thought that perhaps he was mistaken about the hero, because either children from respectable families or geniuses study at the academy. The mustachioed man closed the door with a slam and went to find out information, and Boulayer thought that he was quite strange. Suddenly the guy noticed that someone was knocking on his door, and when he approached and started to open it, he thought that he had returned too early. Molly, trying to hold onto a stack of papers, turns to Halls, saying that she brought a list of those who took the exam, and Boulayer says that the examiner recently went out on business. The girl did not raise her eyes and did not see who was standing in front of her, but in this voice she recognized the voice of Chen Luo. But when she raised her head, she suddenly saw Boulayer standing in front of her. Surprised to see another person in front of her, she accidentally drops the entire stack of papers. She looks at the guy in fascination, thinking that she definitely heard Chen Luo's voice. Deciding not to guess the answer, she directly asks Boulayer if he is Mr. Chen Luo. Suddenly, Isabella, who has just finished an exam, notices them. She looked very angry, because Boulayer and Molly were in a very unflattering position at this time. The guy didn't understand why she looked like that and asked her directly why she came here. But in response to his question, she, clasping her hands, loudly answered why she could not come. Molly moved closer to him and said that this time she would let the guy go, but next time he would tell her the whole truth. Isabella was very puzzled and angry that she thought the couple were hugging here. Hearing such an absurd statement, both young men turned and looked at each other strangely. The blonde immediately went into action, starting to create a spell and, out of jealousy, scold the guy. Boulier demanded that Molly let her go so that he could explain everything to Isabella. But she wasn't going to let him go, and so the guy screamed and asked for help. The girl took it upon herself to explain everything, and said that she was simply assigned to watch him. And she apologized for this misunderstanding. Isabella suddenly came to her senses and looked at the girl with blue hair in surprise. She wondered why she was told to watch Boulier, and she replied that she was simply following orders. She collected all the documents and then said that she still needed to deliver information, and therefore she was leaving. At this point, the guy simply stood in the middle of the room and looked thoughtful. Isabella had already tried to stop Molly, saying that she had seen her at the academy, but she couldn't. She turned her attention to Boulier, asking why he was being followed and what he was doing here. The guy told her that the story was quite long and began the story with how his exam went. After the story, Isabella began to laugh wildly because of what the boy's examiner thought. The hero explained the skirmish with Molly by saying that Halls had gone away and assigned the girl to watch him. While they were chatting pleasantly, the door handle suddenly moved and the door opened. The guy asked if he had found out everything about him, and Halls replied that he had no more questions for him. He also brought with him Chairman Angus, who wanted to talk to Boulier. The young man with white hair showered the boy with compliments about his talents in magic and mathematics. He greeted the chairman politely and said that he was a very ordinary person. Angus also asked what Isabella was doing in the exam room. She asked, confused, if he had forgotten that he himself had invited her to the magical society, and that she, too, was Chandanasa's student. Angus smiled kindly and said that he didn't remember anything like that, and asked if it was true that Boulier was dating Isabella. The guy was very surprised that the girl had already become a member of the magical society, and the blonde began to praise herself. The chairman said he would like to invite Boulier to join their society. He responded approvingly and asked if he had passed the test to become a beginner-level mage. Halls called himself careless, and finally handed the boy the robe with the order of honorary member. Now Boulier is considered a qualified entry-level mage. The boy thought that, having touched the robe, he finally felt that he had become a part of this world. After the hero left the association, Halls and Angus discussed how the black-haired man looked like someone. Walking home, the guy thought that he needed to get more money because magic of his level costs more. It looks like he'll have to spend all the money he has to catch Baird. But by the time he gets up the level ladder, the prices will probably be sky high. He decides to come up with a new way to earn money, because studying magic is very expensive. Boulier, who is oblivious to everything around him, is suddenly hit on the head by a snowball. The one who threw the snowball at him turned out to be Isabella, who became very happy after that. Playing along with the girl, the guy decides to take revenge on her and creates a huge snow globe using water magic. But the blonde is not going to give up either, and so she begins to create a fireball in her hands in place of the snowball. The guy said with anticipation that she would regret her words, but after some time, while in the shower, he admitted that he really had burned. He came out of the shower room, saw Bolangui sitting, and asked her where Isabella was, and she answered that the holidays had started and she had gone home. The teacher also asked him when he was going to visit his family and go home. The guy explained that since his father died, his mother is sad all the time, and if she sees him, she will constantly cry. He does not want to hurt her, and therefore asks to stay with the girl. He thought that he was not the real Boulier after all, so if his mother saw him, it would be very awkward. Bouligny was a little upset after this story and hugged the guy to her chest, saying that he could stay here as long as he wanted, and tomorrow they would go shopping for groceries. And then she smiled slyly, because now the hero will feed her 3 times a day. A new day came, morning came, and the main character and his teacher went out to buy groceries. They approached the mathematical society and Bolangui asked him to stop because she needed to deliver an article. Sitting in the common room, he overheard a conversation between 2 mathematicians who were talking about how a new problem had just recently appeared, and someone had solved it in one fell swoop. The 2 young men began to complain that they had already come up with a solution, but had not yet had time to deliver it. This conversation gave rise to reflection, and the hero immediately came up with a brilliant idea for earning money, which he announced out loud. 2 men turned around at the sound and looked at the guy strangely. As she left the Mathematical Society building, Bolangui was surprised to see vegetables lying on the ground. Boulier admitted that he dropped them by accident. The girl was worried that someone might crush them, so she asked the guy to collect them quickly. Tossing a tomato in his hand, he said that he had everything under control, and there was an egg under his foot. A second later, he looked at his feet and saw a broken egg and a bruised tomato. He was overcome with panic, because now he would not be able to cook eggs with tomatoes, which Bologna loved so much. Crushing a tomato in one fell swoop in her hand, she declared with irritation on her face that she was not angry at all. At this time, the hero thought that first he needed to save his life, and then earn money. They finally got home. Bulangi looks very pleased and says that Bulier is a good boy. Rubbing his sweaty face with his shirt, he says he's glad the girl is happy. Licking her fingers, she declares that the taste is simply amazing and she wants more. But the guy answers negatively and says that she has already eaten 3 servings of potatoes with eggs for lunch, a plate of potatoes with peppers for dinner and 2 bowls of chicken soup, and asks her to stop. The girl listened to his request and sadly said that she would go study math while he washed the dishes. He thought that Bulanyi was offended and promised himself to cook more dishes tomorrow. But apparently the girl wasn't offended. She brought the guy a bag of money, telling him to buy more groceries tomorrow. In response, he said that tomorrow he would cook 5 servings of fried chicken with potatoes. And at that time, he thought about a plan for how to make money. He finally figured out how to get gold, but he didn't have the means. But now he has them. Tomorrow he will bring the problem and give 1 coin as a reward for it, and everyone who cannot solve it will also give him a coin. And when the reward reaches the required amount, he will come and solve all these problems, receiving a lot of money. Instead of sleeping, he wants to work on his cunning plan, and so he begins preparations. He took the pen and thought about what task he could ask for a reward for. Finally, an idea comes to him. He dips his pen into the inkwell and begins to write. He decided to make up a problem to prove the butterfly theorem scientists in this world prefer to solve such bright problems. The next morning, he came to the Mathematical Society, but was refused. The man explained that these were the rules. The reward for the task should be no less than 10 gold coins, and he could keep his one for himself. The hero decides to give almost all the money that Bulanji gave him in order to publish his task. The man agreed to these conditions and took the bag in his hand, but the guy did not let him go right away. Bulanji, who was passing by, saw this picture and hit the mathematician on the head, and the protagonist tried to take her away from there. But with the remaining money he bought very few products, so today's portion of food will be small. Several days passed. They came to the market again for food, and Bulier tried to please the teacher as much as possible with the remaining amount of money. He decided that when he collected the reward for solving the problem, then he would buy the chicken. But suddenly Bulanyi simply disappeared from his sight, and he began to search for her in confusion. And taking advantage of the moment, he decided to run to the Mathematical Society to see how much the reward had increased. On the way he met Bulanyi, who said that she had gone to the association and a new task had appeared there, which she had quickly solved. She said that she had received a reward of 10 gold pieces and offered to buy food with it. The guy's face became extremely shocked after hearing the information, and he couldn't believe his ears. Bulanyi began to worry about him because of his reaction, and the hero took the money in despair. He was extremely upset by this situation, but he didn't show it and said that he was crying from happiness. Now he needs to figure out how to get rid of the teacher, and only then earn money. The next day, he decided to go outside a couple of hours earlier. He'll finish his business and come back. Bulanyi just got up, so she definitely won't follow him. The guy left the house and thought that his plan was working. His new task would be much more difficult than the previous one. After constructing the auxiliary line, you will get not only several triangles and circles, but also an uncountable line of imaginary number and a solid line intertwined with another. The teacher will definitely not cope. He rummaged through all his pockets and got 50 gold pieces to put a reward on them. The man from the association asked if he really wanted to give the money as a reward for the task. The guy with a sly smile thrust them into the mathematician's hands and told him to take them quickly because he still needed to buy groceries. Running away from the Mathematical Society quickly, Bulier went to the market, and the man suddenly thought that maybe this guy stole the money. 3 days have already passed. Today the guy was going to pick up the reward for his own task, because the reward for it is 200 gold. He began to move carefully towards the exit of the house, because it was early morning and he did not want to wake the girl. But suddenly, right at that moment, she entered the hall, hearing someone's footsteps. She just woke up and asked Bulier where he was going so early. The guy justified himself by saying that he wanted to go grocery shopping early, otherwise all the good stuff would be taken by other shoppers. The girl was a little embarrassed by the fact that he sneaked away to go get groceries and didn't even take a basket. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulier broke into a run to quickly arrive at the Mathematical Society. But when he came to the task stand, he did not see the very one that he himself had put up. He was extremely angry at this turn of events and screamed loudly. He was met by a man working in the building who said that his problem had been solved last night, and the reward had been collected. Bulier asked with an extremely angry look who solved his problem, and was told that it was Mr. Abel. The hero was very upset and thought that he didn't think that anyone could solve his problem, and he lost money again because of the Howard family. Living in a world where people don't even know the basics of mathematics, Abel was able to solve a complex problem using primitive knowledge. The hero admitted that he had taken a big risk, but who knew that he would lose all his savings had disappeared into thin air. and now he couldn't even buy food. On the way, he unexpectedly met Alice, who was just getting ready to go to the Mathematical Society, and asked him to sit with her in the building. The girl noticed that the guy had been muttering something under his breath all morning, and so she asked what was bothering him. The guy replied that he would tell her directly, and asked in no uncertain terms whether they would remain friends if she did not agree. Alice assured him that she would not be angry and thought about a declaration of love. He had just started to ask if she agreed, when the girl immediately screamed that she agreed. And then the hero, with a smile on his face, said that he knew Alice was very generous, and asked her to lend him 20 gold coins. The redhead got angry because of such tricks, and asked if he wanted to say only that, and received an affirmative answer. She snorted angrily and threw his hand away, then walked away. The guy was very alarmed by the fact that the girl was so angry with him because of money. Suddenly, someone nearby asked if it was Boulayer, and Calvin, who was standing nearby, said that it was him and that he would recently receive the Edwin Award. The man in glasses said with a smile that he did not know that prize winners are forced to borrow money. Boulayer asked him who he was, but he ignored the boy and went off with his students to look at the board with the awards of the Yabo City Mathematical Society. This attitude made the guy extremely angry. His day was not going well, because even passers-by were dragging him through the mud. Calvin suddenly grabbed the guy by the hand and said that only the guy could help him, or even save the entire kingdom of Lonan. He sadly stated that he was not in the mood to joke with him and asked him not to talk about saving Lonan, because he couldn't even take care of himself. But Calvin replied that this was no joke. If Boulayer did not do anything, the honor of the state would be destroyed and the man would become a criminal. The chairman was overwhelmed with emotion and knelt down in front of the boy, asking God Chen to save him. The hero felt extremely awkward about this, and the man said that he would only get up if Boulayer promised to help him. This picture was noticed by Boulanyi. She had just entered the building and was very surprised by this situation. Calvin explained that he almost twisted his ankle, but Boulayer came and saved him, and he ended up in the Mathematical Society only because he decided to wait out the rain there. He explained that he saw Calvin fall and extended his hand to help him. Boulanyi didn't bother to look into the situation and simply invited the guy to a conference. The conference turned out to be about the fact that scientists from GI had arrived in the city of Yabo, and all the most difficult problems had already been solved. New problems are emerging now, but they are not comparable to the 23 that were before, and these scientists are free to decide whatever they want. Yabo City is their last stop. If they don't come up with a task that those people can't handle, then the continents of the Lonan state will lose face. The chairman asked everyone present if they had any ideas for the tasks. The guy at this time looked at Abel, who probably took those 50 gold pieces with him. Boulanyi asked Boulayer if he had come up with anything. He remained silent for a while, and the girl changed the subject and asked him to forget about it. Apparently, she was a little upset that the guy didn't come up with anything. People began to slowly disperse because no one had any ideas. Calvin decided to put pressure on them, saying that it was a pity that everyone was leaving, because His Majesty had explained a reward of 5,000 gold pieces for this task. The hero suddenly heard about the money and his face changed completely. The chairman began to say in an actorly manner that, apparently, they would all have to surrender. But Boulayer loudly exclaimed that he couldn't give up so easily. Boulanyi turned around in surprise and looked towards her student. Calvin took the boy by the hand and asked him if he could really come up with such a problem. And he replied that he could puzzle the Chiaya scientists. And money is not really important to him. The main thing is to preserve the dignity of the kingdom. The chairman agreed with him, because if the scientists could defeat them, Lonan would become a laughing stock for the entire world of mathematics. The hero assured him that he had come up with such a task that these scientists would not even come close to the city of Yabo. Calvin asked him to tell him about her, but the guy said there was one condition. He pointed at Abel and said he needed him to give him 50 gold pieces. The white-haired man said that it was not for nothing that the guy was known for his mystery, and offered to give him 200 gold pieces for the work. But the hero said that he only needed 50 because he only wanted to take his own money, to which Abel immediately agreed. Boulayer asked Calvin to hand him the paper and pen with a smile on his face. He immediately began to tirelessly draw out problems one after another, and prepared to show them to people. Calvin took one of the papers and thought that the drawing looked extremely simple. Boulanyi also decided to take a look and took the paper from the chairman. On it, she saw that an arbitrary angle is divided into 3 parts. The area of a circle is known, and the question is whether the area of a circle is equal to the area of a square. The second problem was of a similar type. Everyone gathered around began to get indignant because these tasks were too easy. Boulanyi thought the same thing, and asked him directly if he really thought that these 3 tasks would be enough for the scholars from Jiaya. The guy said that he was completely confident in these problems, and suggested taking pencils and trying to solve them. Divide an angle into 3 equal parts. Make a square out of a circle. double the volume of a cube. These are complex problems from ancient Greece. They only seem simple, but when you try to solve them, you realize that they are terribly complex. After these problems were put forward, each generation created its own solution. But it was only after 2,000 years that scientists were able to prove them. These problems seem very simple, but in reality, they cannot be solved with a ruler and compass. All evening, Bolanji's teacher tried to solve these problems, but she couldn't do it. Before she knew it, it was almost nighttime, so Buliger suggested that she go home and get some sleep. They went home, but suddenly the guy was called out by a white-haired guy named Abel. He decided to catch the guy and asked if there was actually a solution to these problems. Bulier smiled at him arrogantly and asked him what he thought. Not hearing any answer to the question, the guy turned around and walked away, telling him to think about it more. This mocking attitude towards the head of the Howard family made Abel angry. When the boy and Bulanyi went outside, she asked directly if there was a solution to these problems. He responded by saying that they couldn't be solved with a ruler and compass, but that in about 2,000 years, Abel and those scientists would figure out the answer. They finally got home. Bulier cooked food for himself and the girl, and she responded by saying that he was simply a master. The hero began to clear away the dishes and desperately declared that she probably meant that he would now be her cook. But he was not allowed to continue the dialogue, because someone suddenly started knocking on the door. It seemed that Calvin had come to see them, and Boulanger decided not to keep him waiting at the door. He was asked to take his time, and then hot water was poured into a glass for him. The chairman was very cold and covered in snow, and he wondered if it was true that those scientists would not be able to solve the new problems. The guy replied that he knew what he was talking about and there was really nothing to worry about. He stated that these problems definitely cannot be solved by anyone in this world. Calvin breathed a sigh of relief and said that after the guy's words, he became calm. He thanked Boulier and said that he would personally go to the capital and tell about his merits when everything was over. But he asked him not to do this. The only thing that was important to him was the king's promise regarding the money. The chairman told him not to worry, because the king of Lonan would never deceive him. And after that, the man decided to say goodbye. Calvin left Boulanger's house and was about to leave on business at the Mathematical Society. But on the way, he met some guy who asked worriedly what would happen to the association if scientists could solve those problems. But the man assured him that they would definitely not be able to solve these three problems, because Boulanger was a rather famous mathematician. He said that he would let those idiots know how scary the great Bouliber was. Sometime later, the man finally came to the Mathematical Society and noticed the group with Jia Ya on the way out. They declared that they had already solved all the problems in the city of Yabo, and did not dare to linger there any longer. The leader of this math gang said that they were going to return home today. But Calvin, holding out his hand to him, said with irritation that they had not yet had time to thank them for solving the problems. The blonde replied that they just wanted to earn money and spend it on the trip home. The chairman said that their scientists had recently come up with 3 more problems with a good reward for them, and suggested that they try to solve them, to which the boys agreed. Taking a piece of paper from somewhere in his pockets, Calvin handed it to the blonde. On this parchment were written 3 short problems that Boulanger had composed. At first, the blonde couldn't believe his eyes, and asked the chairman again if they would really pay for these simple tasks. He responded approvingly and said that the pencils and paper were already ready, they should just try. Tannen decided to tell the man one small wish, in the hope that the Mathematical Society would fulfill it. He thought about Chen Luo, an unrivaled genius in mathematics, who could solve the most difficult problems even without using already proven theorems. When he solved problems, he put forward and proved 3 new theories and used them in any conditions. Calvin listened attentively to what Tannen asked of him, but he only remained silent with his eyes downcast. Apparently the blonde was thinking too hard, and the chairman tried to bring him to his senses. One of Tannen's disciples decided to speak for him, and asked to introduce their leader to Mr. Chen Luo. But he replied that most likely such a meeting would not take place, because that guy was hiding his identity, and no one knew where he was. After some time, Tannen approached his students and asked if they had solved the problems, and they replied that they needed a little more time. He sat down leisurely on a chair and told them to hurry up as they shouldn't be late. Calvin asked with a sly smile on his face if they were really leaving today, and he replied that as soon as they solved the problems, they would leave immediately. And he also asked the chairman to pick up their things from the hotel. But realizing that they would be staying for a long time, Calvin asked the person in charge of the hotel to extend their room for another month. A measured light from a large crystal chandelier burned in the hall some time past. The blonde also got involved in the work, and suddenly realized that these tasks were not as simple as he thought. His nerves began to fail him, and he called Calvin to him. Without waiting for the man, he began to become hysterical and called the chairman again. Audley approached him and said that Calvin was away on business and asked him to pass something on to Tannen, who in turn only asked who the man was. He replied that he was also the chairman of the Mathematical Society, and that the blonde man could contact him with questions if he wished. He immediately replied that he would like to ask the mustachioed man for help. Audley asked politely what Mr. Tannen wanted from him, and the man's face suddenly became irritated. He replied in a psychotic manner that he didn't need anything, and the chairman wondered why he had asked for help then. The blonde began to get very annoyed by this situation, and Audley only politely wished him luck. Tannen decided to approach his students, who had been trying to solve these problems all this time. He nervously put the folder with office supplies, documents, and keys on the table. Beginning to get very angry, he declared that the boys had let him down because he had only asked to divide one angle into 3 equal parts and not into 1,000 parts. The disciples begged him to give them a little more time, but he told them to shut up. He snatched a pen from one of the guys and decided to try to solve these problems himself. Much more time passed, and he, already in complete despair, thought about why nothing was working out for him. He ordered his students to come up with new ways to solve the problems, because these are not so simple, and they need to think outside the box. At this time, Audley decided to read the newspaper. He thought about Lonen's hero, the demonic Boo Liar. Calvin approached the chairman and asked what he was looking at, and he replied that the Chiaya scientists had been in their city for 3 months already, and even the newspapers were writing about it. They still haven't been able to find a solution to the problems, and Audley hopes that this time their state of Lonen will be able to maintain its honor. Calvin expressed his full agreement, because he was also very worried about this. They barely managed to save face in front of the Chiaya scholars. Now they will not be able to destroy the glory of the Lonen mathematicians. Audley added that they had a higher level of knowledge in mathematics to begin with, and if it weren't for Boo Liar, Lonen would have lost his face. He thought about how Calvin wanted their country to become a center of mathematics. And then, with a twinkle in his eye, he declared that if Chen Luo could surpass the Chiayi scholars, he himself would become that center. Calvin stated that he was only after money, and if a reward of 1,000,000 gold pieces was announced for these tasks, then perhaps he would appear. Some time passed, and the chairman decided to call Boulier to talk. He thanked the boy on behalf of all the scientists of Lonen and its citizens. But Boulier didn't really need gratitude, so he asked for a less formal setting and asked when he would receive the money from the king. Calvin told him that the reward had already been delivered, but he could only receive it when the scientists left the city of Yabo. The guy thought about the fact that these scientists would not give up and would stay here for 10 years, so he needed to come up with a way to make them leave. The chairman casually said that they had actually lost this battle, but if they could somehow completely crush their mathematical society, they would definitely win. The guy took the bait and agreed to shake up their scientific foundation a little in order to destroy their faith in themselves. The man happily asked Buliger if he had heard correctly, and Buliger replied that it was no problem for him, but he needed something. Calvin asked him what he wanted for his work, with hope in his eyes. The guy said that the only thing he wanted was an increase in the amount of the king's reward. The man looked at him in surprise, thinking he had misheard. He stated that for saving the honor of the entire city of Yabo and the entire country, he was ready to add another 2,000 gold. Boulier was satisfied with this state of affairs, and shook his interlocutor's right hand. Calvin was transported into his memories of the recent past, where scientists had not yet arrived. He thought that the problem that Chen Luo had put forward was no longer just mathematical, but now touched on questions of philosophy, time, and space. When this problem comes out, not only the scientists of GIE, but the entire continent will be shocked. Suddenly, the front door to his office swung open with a loud noise. Audley ran into his room, bringing a letter and saying that he was very scared. Before speaking, he caught his breath and slapped the letter hard on the table. He said it was a letter from the capital, saying that the state of Jia had published an announcement that their scholars would destroy their mathematical society. Calvin, looking at the letter, thoughtfully said that Jia won and Lonen lost. Audley continued, and said that they had been defeated. But if they could come up with 3 very difficult problems before the scientists arrived, then their country would be the winner in these newspapers. Calvin in turn squeezed the letter he had brought with force and asked why he thought they had lost. He angrily stated that the competition was not over yet, and they could not admit defeat. The man promised himself and Chairman Audley to send the people of Chiaya to hell. In the present day, Tannen's students were still solving problems, and a bundle of paper flies at one of them. The one who did this turned out to be his friend, who said that trying to solve these problems further was just a waste of time. But the guy disagreed and said that he had almost managed to solve this problem. One of the guys started to panic because he couldn't solve such a simple problem, and another guy asked Vanson to take the teenager away. Vincent didn't hesitate and grabbed the hysterical teenager by the scruff of the neck while he was clinging to the floor and begging to be left here because he could still decide. Suddenly, he notices that another task has appeared on the notice board. They started reading the problem, where it was written that a turtle was walking along the road and Achilles was running after it. The question was how long it would take for a person to catch up with the turtle. Melky stated that if the speed of a person and an animal is known, as is the distance between them, then even at 8 years old he would have solved this. But Vincent says he shouldn't be so biased because Boulier came up with the problem. They notice that underneath the ad it says that no matter how fast Achilles runs, he will never be able to catch up with the tortoise. Vincent decides to look under the piece of paper and read the message. The little bespectacled guy suddenly clicks his tongue and starts laughing shrilly. He says that this is just nonsense because even his nephew could catch up with the turtle. Vincent hit his classmate and said that Boulier didn't leave that message for nothing. Melky agreed with him, but said that he still didn't understand anything. Calvin noticed their squabble and decided to come over to ask if everything was okay. Vincent said that they could not understand this problem devised by Mr. Boulier and asked for help. The man replied that as far as he knew, the scientists from Chiai had said that time and space could be divided indefinitely. But suddenly he was asking the guys if that was true. They start to panic and say that not only their mathematicians think this way, but the entire mathematical world. Calvin explains that they were wrong, and this is not a problem about speed and distance. Every time he tries to catch up with the turtle, every time he gets closer to her, she also moves forward. The distance between them is gradually decreasing, so the process can be divided into countless parts, and if you look at it from this side, it will never catch up with it. One of the boys falls into despair because he understood Calvin's thought and realized that he really won't be able to catch the turtle. Wenson said that this was nonsense invented by Boulier. The tortoise can definitely be caught. But on the other hand, the truth that the Chai Mathematical Society believed in was a mistake. A little guy named Ron decides to rip this piece of paper off the board and declares that he will show it to his master, and he will understand exactly what is wrong here. While the boys were running after each other, Calvin thought that he too would soon go crazy. Tannen, after some time, having read that problem, declared that Boulier was a demon. He simply could not understand how the theory of their mathematical society and the solution to this problem could exist at the same time. Calvin was sitting in his office at the time, looking at the turtle and wondering if this problem could be solved using mathematics. Audley suddenly opened the door without knocking, and told him to go and deal with Jiaya, since their people had simply all run away. The chairman replied that they were unable to solve the problems, and then a new one about the turtle appeared. He would have run away in their place too. After the turtle problem appeared, the scientists from Chiai had no loopholes left. If they stayed here, they would only have more questions. Audley started an argument with the chairman, saying that he was doing nothing in response to the unrest over the task and scientists from another country. Without saying a word, Calvin just stood up abruptly from his chair and looked towards the mustachioed man. He placed his left hand on his shoulder in a friendly manner, about to say something. Calvin said that if he wanted an explanation of all these problems, then let him bring 7,000 gold coins. Some time passed, it was already evening outside, and the moon was at its zenith. At this time, Boulier was looking at 3 huge chests filled to the brim with money. The gold simply hypnotized him, and at that time he thought only about how much money he now had. Finally, Calvin managed to bring the guy to his senses, and he says with a smile that he didn't notice the man. The chairman says he wants to know how to solve that turtle problem. Zeno's paradox, or the tortoise problem. The difficulty is that this problem is not only about mathematics. The guy can give an answer from a mathematical point of view, but he won't be able to fully explain this paradox, because it touches on the concept of the limit of the possible. If we explain it from the point of view of physics, we will have to involve quantum physics. But on the mainland in this world, there is not even classical mechanics, so no one will understand it. If he goes beyond the concepts known in this world, then perhaps people might just go crazy. The guy replied that he himself didn't know, although in his head he thought that he simply wouldn't be able to explain the solution to them, so it would be better to say it the way he said it. Calvin addressed him as the god Chen and asked why he had put forward a problem without knowing the solution. The guy threatened the man and asked him to speak more quietly, because Boulier did not want anyone to know about his second personality. The chairman said that he could add more money, but asked to think about it some more. This prospect attracts the guy, and he looks in fascination at the man's hand, who is making a money gesture. But his obsession eventually subsides and Boulier says that he really doesn't know the solution. Calvin decides to say goodbye and leave, but in his mind he thinks about how he will explain himself to the king if even money has ceased to motivate Chen. But without losing hope, the chairman, before leaving, declares that he can add another 5,000 gold. The door closed right in front of him, letting him know that he would not receive an answer. Boulier almost gave in to temptation and thought about the need to maintain his current level of knowledge in this world. For if he burdens them with knowledge beyond their understanding, disaster will follow. Suddenly, a cry suddenly rang out, calling Boulier to come into Boulagne's room. He ran to her and opened the door in fear, asking what had happened to her. She stated that she had an idea about the tortoise problem. If you divide an infinite number of times, there will be a smallest number left, and she wondered if it could be counted as 0. The guy thought about the fact that, it seemed, since he had put forward the problem of Zeno's paradox, things had gotten out of his control. For example, teacher Boulangui herself has already begun to delve into the concept of the limit of the possible, even without his presence. Scientists in this world will be able to come up with the correct theory. He was deep in thought and suddenly heard Boulangui ask him if he was still listening, to which he replied in the affirmative. Then the girl decided to ask with a sly smile about how she reasoned, and the guy began to hesitate. At the most opportune moment, Isabella finally arrived, opened the door, and asked if anyone was home. Boulier took advantage of this moment and ran to greet the blonde at the entrance. At this time, Boulangui wondered why the guy had listened to everything she said. Isabella, meanwhile, stood near the open chests of money and wondered where he got this money from. He replied that he had earned it all during the winter holidays, and also asked why she had returned. Interrupting their conversation, Boulanger came and was already starting to tell something about some new number, but the guy decided to change the subject. He said that he didn't want to sit at home on the last day of the holidays, so he invited them to go shopping, paying for their purchases. Isabella immediately took the girl to change, saying that they needed to go faster. The next day came, and Boulier was approaching Isabella at this time because she asked him for help. He thought she had a problem with the assignment, but she said she didn't know which university in the capital to choose on the graduate application form. The guy said that there was nothing complicated about it, and let her choose what she liked best. He didn't understand the girl's hint, and so she angrily snatched her piece of paper from his hands. Boulier explained that he could not decide for her where she should go to college. The blonde decided to approach it from a different angle and asked where the guy wanted to go to school. He, in turn, replied that he would not apply anywhere and wanted to stay at the academy, but she ordered him to leave. The hero didn't understand anything from this conversation, and therefore assumed that she had begun these days. As he walked thoughtfully down the corridor, someone called his name. This person turned out to be Alice, who, with an embarrassed look on her face, said that she wanted to talk about something. She said that she would soon graduate and go to the capital, and perhaps they would not see each other again, but she would wait for him there. He told her not to wait for him, because he was not going to go to the capital and would stay in the city of Yabo. The girl was very surprised by this information, and so she accidentally dropped her piece of paper. Alice grabbed him by the shoulders and began to say that with his abilities, he could enter the capital's university and become a great scientist or magician. But Boulier said that he was pleased by her concern, but he liked this city better. She turned around upset and asked not to think anything unnecessary, and now she had to go. But the guy suddenly made a dash and grabbed her hand in order to say something. Alice's face immediately flushed, and she wondered if he understood her feelings. She decided that if Boulier said that he wanted to go to the capital with her, she would immediately confess her feelings to him. The girl looked at him with embarrassment and almost asked what he wanted, but he just casually said that she dropped something and forgot to pick it up. He asked her not to drop important documents again and thrust a piece of paper into her hands. Always calm, Alice slapped him on the cheek and walked away angrily. At this time, Isabella was sitting in her classroom and thinking about what to write in the graduate application form. Suddenly, someone snatched her piece of paper right out of her hands and pulled it towards themselves. This person turned out to be Alice, who decided to see what the girl wrote on the form. She noticed that the form was empty and decided to ask why she hadn't filled it out, since the blonde was going to enroll in a magical institute in the capital. Isabella replied that it was none of her business, and perhaps she did not want to go to the capital. Alice said that she didn't expect her to do such a thing for Boulier, and declared that the blonde had won. Isabella was very embarrassed by this statement and could not find the words to respond. Several days passed, and suddenly Boulier was painfully grabbed by the ear again. She assumed that the guy looked thoughtful because he couldn't get over Alice's departure, but he replied that he was just thinking. The girl began to remember that the redhead hugged him for a whole minute at the farewell party, and out of all the guys, she hugged only him, which is why he can't forget her. He tried to justify himself somehow and say that it was not so, but Isabella did not listen to him, but finally let go of his ear. The guy explained that Alice hugged him only because that was the custom, and in his head he was actually thinking about how to make money, but he didn't say that. He asked her to choose one of the books that a certain man was selling to give to the girl. Even though Isabella said she didn't care, the guy decided to buy her one of the books, and asked how much the one with the blue cover cost, and was told that it cost 20 gold. The girl started saying that she thought that this book was really good, and therefore asked to buy it. But the guy suddenly starts shouting and says that 20 gold pieces is too much. The seller said that he was selling it at the lowest price anyway, and in general, he was not selling books, but knowledge, and knowledge is priceless. The hero looked at the books and thought about the last phrase said by the man. Isabella thought he was upset, so she offered him the option of paying. But suddenly the guy grabbed her hand and said that they needed to go urgently. She wondered where he wanted to go, while the salesman tried unsuccessfully to break up the scene. He thought that the young people had completely forgotten how to play by the rules, because if the guy had haggled more, he would have sold the book cheaper. Boulier took Isabella to the hat shop to buy her a gift. He pointed to a hat with a lovely pink rose and a matching headband, suggesting she try it on. The girl tried on the hat, asking if it suited her. He replied that it looked great and told the saleswoman that he was buying it. The woman thanked them for their purchase and asked them to come again, while the girl was surprised why he bought her a hat for 20 gold pieces. The guy said that it suited her very well, but he really didn't care about the money. Isabella noticed that Boulier could be very cute at times. At this time, the hero thought about the words of the bookseller and thought that in this world, knowledge of mathematics is most valued. Finally, he smiled and broke into a light jog, urging the girl to hurry up and have lunch. He became so happy because a plan for making money had finally matured in his head. On the Shannon mainland, knowledge is guarded even more strongly than in the developed 21st century, and scholars who write books are considered to be of aristocratic status. That's why books are very expensive in this world. Only the rich can afford them. Over the years, countless people have been executed for violating the intellectual property rights of scientists. This whole world is just a paradise for those who discover something new. Geometry, the mother of mathematics, of all the fields of mathematics. Geometry is the one that attracts the most interest from scholars in Shenyang mainland. But their progress did not reach even 10% of Chenluo's world. The hero thinks about how good it is that in his past life he was a mathematics teacher. He will be able to pass on a lot of knowledge about geometry. He can explain every law and every theorem in detail. He also studied many workarounds and non-standard theorems, so that the top students in the class could not stump him with their questions. He has a much deeper knowledge than the high school curriculum. If he writes a book about geometry, he will become a hero. He will earn a lot of money and help scientists make scientific progress. Without thinking twice, the hero decides to immediately start writing his new book. He wants to take Euclid's principles and remove all the shortcomings from them, and then combine all geometry into a single book. His idea had completely consumed him. 2 weeks had passed and he was still writing it. The boy's zeal was so strong that he even slept on the pages of his book. Suddenly, someone started knocking loudly on his door, waking Boulier up. That person turned out to be Isabella, who was telling him in a commanding tone to get up. She angrily asked him why he didn't answer, even though she called him several times. The guy said that he would change his clothes first and then come, and also asked if something urgent had happened. The girl was embarrassed by Boulier's bare torso, so she decided to hurry him up and leave. The hero thought that it was good that he reacted quickly, otherwise Isabella would have burst into his room and seen his treasure. 2 weeks of effort, and finally his book called Geometry is ready. Boulier is a demon who destroys the truths that people believe in, but Chenluo is not like that. He is a god, and so the hero decides to hand in his book under the guise of the latter. Suddenly someone knocked on Calvin's office door and he invited him in. Without turning around to look at the guest, the chairman thought that although the god Luo had helped them defeat the scholars from Gi last time, in reality, the center of mathematics was still Gi. Chenluo walked into the office and greeted Calvin, congratulating him on his promotion to the official chairman of the Yabo City branch. He asked with a serious face who the guy was, thinking that he was not the real god Luo. But Boulier quickly dispelled his doubts by taking off his mask and showing his face. Calvin asked him why he dressed like that if there were no secrets between them for a long time. And the guy explained that he wanted to propose to him on behalf of Chenluo. The chairman assumed that he had come to put forward a new theory. But Boulier's hand suddenly fell on the table, placing a whole stack of papers there. He said that he was almost right with his guess, but in fact, he brought a book. Without wasting a second, Calvin immediately asked the guy for the opportunity to get acquainted with the work, and he answered in the affirmative and said that he had some other business for him. Without listening to Boulier, the chairman began to read the book and realized that it covered all the issues that mathematicians were currently researching, and it contains many theories that the man has never even heard of. He attacked the book like a wild predator on its prey, and the guy asked if he liked his book. Suddenly, the chairman dropped to one knee right in front of the guy. Placing his hand on his heart, he declared that the god Luo would always remain his god. The man crawled at his feet and said that this book was a real gift for their scientists, because it was the pinnacle of mathematical research, and with it, Lonan would become the most important in the world of mathematics. He also stated that this book will go down in history, and every scientist, and perhaps even every person in the world, will want to buy it. The guy decided to talk business. He said that he brought it here to ask the association to publish it under the title Geometry, and asked what price they could give for it. Calvin stated that this book was priceless, and its minimum price would be 10,000 gold pieces, and perhaps even 100,000. Boulayer suddenly declared that 10 gold pieces would be enough for him. This surprised the man very much, and not believing his ears, he began to ask again whether he had heard correctly. The guy explained this by saying that he wrote this book not for money, but only to shed light on the world of mathematics. And if they set the price at 100,000 gold, then no one will be able to afford it. Calvin bowed before the boy's kindness and presented him in the guise of a saint. But at this time, Boulayer was thinking that he didn't understand anything about trading, and it would be more profitable to sell many copies at a small price. He also said that this book would be Chen Luo's last contribution to mathematics, and that he would no longer study it, and would devote himself entirely to magic. Calvin looked at him in confusion, because he could not imagine how they would develop without the instructions of the god Lo. He said that they put him too high here, because he was just an ant compared to the great scientists of his world. In his world, people are faced with questions they cannot answer, and without any guidance, they search for the truth, making efforts from generation to generation. Now they have reached a high level in mathematics, and were able to get closer to the secrets of the mysterious palace of mathematics. In response to the man's question, he said that he believed that the day would come when scientists would find their way without any help. Boulayer left the association without a mask, accompanied by universal respect. Calvin was very surprised by what the guy said about another world, and the man suggested that perhaps he really did come from another, more developed world. At this time, in the royal palace, the queen's subordinates were trying to determine Boulayer's location using a certain ball. After one of the slaves reported, the sphere suddenly exploded, scattering the girls. They bowed humbly, asking for forgiveness and appropriate punishment for not being able to find his whereabouts. The queen, sitting on the throne, suddenly declared that they should try to find him again, because she wanted to see him in person.